Thought about it. Maybe I do Tarkov arena quests. Calls y'all dog shit. Was on the losing team. Question choir. Interesting. I know, dude. Should have carried harder. Should have fucking carried harder. You know, sorry we're not that good at Tarkov. We don't know every pixel, every freckle, every fucking duck fart that happens in every map ever. You know, some of us have like jobs and lives and any combination of the three. Yeah. Sorry, dude, I masturbate more than I play Tarkov, which I guess isn't really saying much. Dillers. Demu approves that message. I love Demu. I'm really happy that Demu came through today. Dillers, do you have any relation to Willers? Narshiznit TTV. Oh. Crankin' Hog over Tarkov. Yeah, that's fair.
Why is this guy leaning at me? I don't trust him.
What? I didn't even see him yet. Oh, he saw me though. I straight up told his ass to show up. Who, our last teammate? Oh, Damu. That's good, man. Thanks, dude. Sorry, I masturbate more than I play Tarkov. Beard, April 2025, the Goon King. It is nice, though. It is nice to see him. Because, you know, like, he's a homie, and I miss him. So, you know, but I also don't want to, like, disturb him and be like, hey, how come you don't come to stream anymore? Because, like, he's probably got, like, his own shit going on. Demu is goated. We love Demu, dude. Demu's a homie forever. Damn. If by own shit you mean AI drill and Wolf Girl streams, yeah, I mean, you know. I randomly message him sometimes and he always responds ASAP. I don't think he sleeps. Demu is not good at sleeping. Admittedly, Demu is not good at sleeping, just like Faithless. And he's generally pretty punctual with his responses. But like, I don't know, whatever he's got going on in life, you know, I don't expect anybody to show up, but it is nice to see you guys when you do, you know?
I slept for like a solid 11 hours on like Friday or whenever.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm proud of you for that.
I didn't mean to, but I did it. I'm going through the books.
All right. His sleep schedule is probably beyond fucked. Probably. But you gotta love him. You gotta love and respect him. His sleep schedule is almost as fucked as his hand. Damn! Oh. You gonna ego it? Well, that was silly.
Oh, it's 2 minutes. My bad. Nice.
That's fair. Also, FYI, now is the perfect time to send Damu an AS drill disc song. He cannot respond. Oh, you're right. I should. I'm gonna tell the AI to make it extra chabby.
Give up, you're pinned.
Oh, he got me. That time for real. Good for him. That motherfucker. Did a guy just VoIP thanks for the win, or did a guy yell that?
I think that was the fucking announcer.
Oh. Demu is online, by the way. Oh. Yeah, well, Demu, if you hear this, expect a dirty-ass drill track coming your way, dude. Because you can't respond to it, which I guess the rap beef is being reignited. Oh, man. They got the middle pretty locked down. That guy's not using an optic at all. Yeah, I'm literally DMing Damu right now. Good. Let him know he's loved, that he's missed, and he's appreciated. That a drill track is coming his way. You seen him? Ah, fucker. Fat nut sacks, bro. Working on mine right now? Shit. Oh. All right, Faith, I may have shot you.
You did do a little bit of that. Patch that up. Nice.
Pissed on, dude. Poor Damu, dude. Not being able to respond to rap beefs, dude. Taking him out. He's gonna be in the trenches permanently. Damn! God damn!
But that guy's the mask that's like level 50 in the battle pass. I'm sure arenas is
That's
played.
fucking crazy. That's a lot of arena. That's a lot of arena play.
Holy shit.
I mean, but like
Very
that's
fast.
something that this game needed. People need a reason to
I mean, yeah,
grind
needing
because
something to
like
grind for.
without the tiers and unlocking the tiers, it's literally just make money and then buy your favorite gun and then never use anything else. So like, you know, I have like Liga medals and I have a new t-shirt, the mosquito, whatever the fuck this is.
How much like loot and shit do I actually have in my arena account? Reasonable amount.
The smiley mask is level 20.
Oh, okay. It's not
But,
so it's quite high. That's twice as high as that.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like I'm level 18 in the battle pass right now,
Oh, okay.
but the level 44 is like the scars one, which is like red and white, and then
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
the fucking smile one. Oh, this one right here. Please stop me is level 66. That might have been the one you were thinking of.
Yeah, that's probably an appropriate one for level 66.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. You're right. Probably do a couple more of these, then set up the old GameCube, and then get ready to see hugs. You know.
Yeah, something we need to swap over.
Yes, yes.
Wake me up inside. I can't wake
Fucking
up,
goofy,
wake
dude.
me up inside.
Save me.
Call my name and save me from the dark.
Wake me up. God, dude, Goofy. What a legend. What a legend.
Oh man.
Yeah?
Did that come through the mic? Oh, ouch. Okay. Oh, get down then. Make your mind up. Where you go?
Also, let's see. Let's do that. Look at you, Mr. Level 50 Giga Chad.
Yeah, I played a reasonable amount of PvP at the start of the light, and I've just got bored of it and stopped.
Absolute gamer, dude. I hate that every time I go to streams charts, you know, it's always like it logs me out, and it's like I've been logged in. Please, please. Okay. 7 and 40.
Yeah, if this guy's running one, we may as well run 2 PKMs. Why not?
Mm-hmm. He said, Sag can't respond. Said, I win then. He said, yes. So small W for winning. Poor Damu. Rip.
I am gonna kill each and every last one of you motherfuckers.
That's actually a huge rip, dude. You know, in theory, I thought it would be fun that he couldn't fight back, but now I'm just sad about it.
Oh. Already started killing each other. Good start.
Really?
Yeah, one of them TK'd out spawn. What's that last guy gone?
Probably ran for his fucking life. Back corner near me.
Yeah.
On the
I'm
left.
going around the other side
Yep.
of him.
Oh my god.
That's not better.
Oh, he's straight up. He's just doming people. Okay, well, that's good that they're killing each other. The TKs are nice. They can keep that up. Easy wins, easy money. Is that you with the PKM?
One of them. I'm the pcgaming Vulcan helmet.
Ooh. OBS got me. Right outside KFC. Yeah, I don't wanna, you know, start a rap beef with Demu if he can't even fucking rap back, dude. All right, I got assist for that. That guy is crazy with the fucking MDR, bro.
Yeah. Just there.
Actually psycho. Nice try, nice try. Nice try.
I get used to this thing. It kicks differently to the M8 thing.
It really
I fixed
does.
it.
Back spawn. This guy's just fucking crazy. M80 MDR is just fucking, I don't know.
Fortunately, our MDR went round the corner and shot me in the arms.
Yeah.
Is this how you were trained to
A
fight? You're
spicy.
pathetic.
Spicy.
Get back.
God, dude. It's, I mean, I get it's like a viable strategy to just hang out and wait at a corner, but it's gotta be so fucking boring.
Yeah.
And like, we're not playing comp, dude. We're playing unrank. Like, have some fun, dude. Tarkov community from a Tarkov gamer. learn to have fun. Just no bullshit. All shit aside, just learn to have fun, dude. Not every match has to be a sweat fest. Sometimes you gotta just goof off a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little goof. You know? Just a little goof. That guy has my fucking number. It's been him every fucking round. Cheeseburger and Faithless Luden.
Okay, well, this is
Damn.
stuck on the fucking bush. I can't jump.
Let's go, dude.
Won't let me jump out of that.
The English announcer blows. Yeah, I keep forgetting to fucking change it. I'm gonna change it after this match. And then I might actually set up the GameCube early and make sure that I have space on my memory card and everything like that. I might also run to the store because I kind of want a beer. Kind of just like in the mood for a beer.
It's spicy with it.
Damn. Oh, I at least know that that... Oh, there you go. He died. Oof. Oof.
Oh my god, why would you walk out there?
Holy shit.
You idiot.
Holy shit, dude. Oh, man. I don't know what it is. Is like Tarkov weekend gaming like where all the sweats are at?
Oh, cheese fungal. Why would you?
I don't know. That's just wild. Wild to me.
Ooh. They're back right corner somewhere.
All right, I'm headed towards meds right now.
Oh, in that spawn.
In their spawn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is the decider, huh? Isn't Faithless supposed to carry? Dude, listen. I'm having a fucking hard ass. I'm
PKM. It's the first time I've used this gun in ages.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just gonna say it. I'm sucking a whole lot of dick at Tarkov, which, you know, isn't exactly not normal. But at the same time, you know, Tarkov Arena I'm a bit better at, arguably. Damn, dude. How? What? Get to fucking work, Faithless. No, Faithless is doing great.
How about we come fucking play in the first place, that shit?
Maybe. Maybe that's the move. I don't know, SJ. I'm just saying. He brings up kind of a good point. Dude, what is this guy doing? He's crab walking through KFC. There we go.
From works, I guess, yeah.
Damn. I didn't hear anything he said. He said, "How's about you come play the game in the first place, SJ?" All right, dude. I'm gonna take a quick BRB and I'm going to set up the GameCube, and I think I'm gonna hit the store real quick for maybe some Modelo. How's about he goes and fucks himself? Why don't you guys just kiss? Okay, just kiss each other on your beautiful man lips, and you know, do a little bit of that. It sounds like cool. We're getting off Arena, so now I can. That's what BRB is for. That's true. That's true. But yeah, so I'm gonna set up my GameCube and get all that squared away, and I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, guys. Hang tight.
I go smoke.
Bye.
See you soon.
Yo, it's Victor. I knew you was in around, playing all innocent, hoeing since the foundation. Don't make me have to pound this 10 crown facing and risk being jammed up like traffic inbound from spacing. There's been a place for you in my heart since we first met. A teenage love that didn't feel no hurt yet. My boys warned me you was poison like BBD first cassette. And still I put my chips on the worst bet. Gave up the skirt, now I got a hair from the street. How dare you drag my name in the dirt and cheat? You could have broke it off, ended it and dipped. And if you spoke soft, we could have still preserved the friendship. Now you apologize, that's what they all say. You wasn't sorry when you sucked them off in the hallway. But have it your way, raw, no foreplay. That's you if you want a dude who wear a mask all day. And just to think, I used to be proud of you, and you had some real good power. Probably kiss me later that evening, I should be early. Matter of fact, give me back my bracelet and my Sherlin. I'd rather waste it, or give it to your girlfriend. She did let me stab it last week while you was working. Remember, our vacation out to Maryland, I duped the maid Carolyn. She made me throw the towel in. Like all foul men, the time I hit your mom's off, I told her knock it off, but she had to set the rocket off. Ain't enough room in this fucking town. When you see Tin Head, tell him be ducking down. I'm not romping around, he better be ready and prepared to be stomped in the ground.
And now, subscriber, we've got to punch you up, so please stand by.
Are you never real? Whenever you appear, you leave me with that grace. I am trembling with fear, but I know that you will disappear just as I awake, a whisper in my ear. Well, I believe that somewhere in the past something was between you and I, my dear, and it remains with me to this day. No matter what I do,
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out.
Greetings, my boys, my boys. It's the vodka wizard with his toys. What you drinking, homie? What you drinking, you girl? Let's go, have fast time. Vodka wizard, look at me. I am drunken devil, east side, big and boss, transparent class. Adidas from Germany, Deutsch is my family. Me magic for us, we pump hard bass. Ich genieße das Gefühl, that boy acting like a fool. Der Bass schlägt hard, get ready for the part. Call me the vodka wizard, a small glass of Slavic dessert. It tastes nice, it hurts your is fun. 3, 2, 1. Vodka is fun. 3, 2, 1. Vodka, 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 vodka is fun. Vodka, vodka wizard. Vodka, vodka, vodka wizard. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratchy, scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratch your throat. Drink something scratchy. Scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Vodka wizard. Slavic music is that like psych, big and bass. И башит нас, ебашит нас, как первый класс. И сечняк свет, палый куст, тупчикаст. Drink something scratchy, head spins like a patchy. Drink something scratchy, scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratchy, head spins like a patchy. Hast du Getränk, Junge, hast du mein Tank, Junge? Vodka is fun. 3, 2, 1. Vodka is fun. 3, 2, 1. Vodka is fun. 3, 2, 1. Vodka, 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 vodka is fun. Vodka, vodka wizard. Vodka, vodka, vodka wizard. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratchy, scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratch your throat. Drink something scratchy. Scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Drink something scratchy. Drink something scratchy. If you drink this much, you will literally die. This is not life advice.
Okay. Well, I'm back, guys. Just Borp. All right, who's winning right now? Is everybody still here, still chilling? We have a little bit of a situation, though. This is kind of a big one. I need my HDMI adapter for my GameCube. I leveled up to 22. You shit yourself again? No, thankfully, no shitting was happening either in the car or out of the car. I seem to have misplaced my HDMI adapter, though, which is problematic. Because how else am I going to play Mr. Beautiful Joe? So, hang out here for a moment while I hog fell out of your pants again. No, I'm wearing longer shorts than last time. Also, still haven't dropped into or stepped into the bowl of tea. But this is a problem. I kind of can't play GameCube without that adapter. I think is the biggest piece I'm trying to get at here, which is unfortunate. I mean, I'll still hang out, but that is a bit of a problem. Very ungood. Huh. Where would I have put it? Hi, Beard. Is he okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm looking for my GameCube adapter. That's all. Because it appears to have gone missing. So hang tight, guys.
Oh, I'm still here.
Break the rules. Sex, drugs, rock and rave. Let's get dash and misbehave. Rise up, trip, and then you die. Fuck a law and let's get high. Sex, drugs, rock and rave. Let's get dash and misbehave. Rise up, trip, and then you die. Sex, drugs, rock and rave. Let's get dash and misbehave. Rise up, trip, and then you die. Sex, drugs, rock and rave. Let's get dash and misbehave. Rise up, trip, and then you die. Fuck a law and let's get high. Break the rules.
Well, that might be the second most unfortunate thing to happen to me. Yeah, no, we can call. Sorry, I'm currently aside myself. What's going on, Hugs? Yeah, just give me a moment, okay? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just give you a call, dude. Yo.
What's up?
So, funny thing. As I was going...
I kind of heard in your stream already.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, unless I might actually be like low IQ because it was in the back of my GameCube and now it's just not there.
Huh. Did you
Like-
use it for like anything else? That you could,
No,
like, plug it into?
literally nothing. Like, and here it is. Here's my GameCube, by the way, guys. So I don't know if I just like misplaced it. Like maybe when I was taking apart my desk or something. But like, how the fuck do you lose? I literally assumed I had left it inside my GameCube. I mean, I'm still down to do whatever, dude. But like, I'm just kind of like, how do I manage to do that to myself, you know?
What about I mean, if you still really want to do it, I mean, you could probably look up an emulator real quick. But
Oh yeah, I can just install Dolphin, but we're gonna we're okay, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Hugs. Anyways, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are you?
You know, I was about to have myself a nice frosted barley pop, and I was like, you know what? I should probably get my GameCube set up. And then as I looked at my GameCube, I was like, something's not right here. So
Yeah.
other than that, though, we are good. Did you hook it up to a different monitor? Oh shit! Hold up. Okay, I'm just exploring literally every option. But you know what? We're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. I physically own the game, so for one stream it won't matter. But anyways, what have you been up to, man?
So I had a 9-hour shift before this. I worked 8
Holy.
to 5 today, and then I came home, took like a 40-minute nap, and then woke up and just getting things all prepped.
Damn.
So-
Okay. Well, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited to do this. Very excited in general, just about the chance that they gave me to do something like this.
Yeah, that's
Plus,
super cool,
I'm excited
man.
to actually have us talk because we haven't gotten to have a conversation or like chill for once. So
Yeah, dude. No, I was talking to stream earlier, and I was like, dude, I'm actually like really excited for this. Cause like I don't know, dude. It's one of those like surreal things. Cause most of the time I'm just like a goblin. So when somebody's like, yo, do you want to like hang out and do this cool thing? I'm like, yeah, I want to hang out and do this cool thing.
yeah,
So super, super cool. All right, let me see if I can.
I got a whole cool intro thing planned. I had Suno make a quick AI song just for kick pitch itself and everything, and
Oh, fuck
a
yeah,
cool little
dude.
poster.
That sounds awesome. That's actually super cool, dude. What the hell? Suno
was
is a
not
powerful
expecting-
tool.
I was not expecting Kick to like accept this at all. Like
Mhm.
I put it out there. I was like, you know what? I was like, fuck it. So we'll just put this out there because I put a pitch out there back before they made pitch Kick like way bigger, like when they first had it, where you could just kind of
Yep.
just send something in,
Mhm.
and they didn't accept the other idea I had. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll put it out there now, see how it goes. And then they accepted, and I was like, oh, it's like, okay, shit. I was like, I gotta find people.
Yeah,
So I
no,
gotta
that's
go looking
fucking,
around.
that's super sick, dude. That's super, super sick. Gonna make food, BRB? Absolutely. Do you want me to go, like, push to talk? Because, like, I yap.
No, I mean it does. It's kind of just like us talking to both chats. Like I said, mine's most likely going to be a whole bunch of random people that I haven't even talked to before, and you know, it might keep the conversation going, but
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
doesn't matter to me.
Absolutely. Well, I definitely haven't scripted anything because I just figured it would be more natural if we just kind of, like, chatted it up, you know?
Exactly.
Finally ordered a spacebar for my keyboard. I'm stoked. Nice! What did you get? Oh, man. This is super cool, dude. Do you have, like, anything you want the title to be? Because mine's currently just Sunday Gaming. Actually, you know what?
So if you want, you can. My title that I have for it is the actual. I called it the Sync Sculpt series, and
Okay.
this is like episode 1 I'm doing. If you want to do that, I mean, I have your channel pinned up in my thing just so that people can kind of watch side by side as we do this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see here. So episode 1, sync or sculpt. I was like literally in the middle of typing like spending time with you feels like a warm Hugsby. And then we'll set you guys to just chatting for now. But yeah, no, dude, I'm like super stoked for you. That's like a huge deal. Congratulations. That's like actually super sick.
Yeah, dude, I've been trying to get things for Kick for like a while now. Like, there's different things I've done. Like, I did meet Andrew in Atlanta when I went to DreamHack.
Yep.
And I didn't have like a whole bunch of conversations with him back then because I was a super, like, I don't know why. I could talk to everybody there. I was meeting all kinds of people that, like, streamers that I've met. But right as soon as I met Andrew, something I was just like, I'm gonna just stay in the corner and stay a little quiet while everybody else talks to him in the gang.
That's
and I
fair.
just like kind of looked the guy in the eyes, smiled at him, and he smiled back, and that was kind of it. That's the only talk I had with this dude.
Hey, you know, honestly, sometimes it's just like that, dude. Sometimes
I was
it's
like, yeah,
honestly
I'm just
like that.
gonna stay a little quiet. I'm gonna let this guy just talk to these guys for a little bit and just admire him from away.
Yeah. Hey, honestly though, like nothing bad about it. You know, the other thing too, right? Is like you did actually get the chance to meet him, and that's kind of fucking awesome. I hear he's a little bit like a cryptid, you know, like you have to be right place, right time. The moon has to be super high and like possibly full. And then on top of that, like, you know, no cameras, no anything.
He's a really chill dude too. Like
That's what
he
I've
was pretty
heard.
relaxed talking to Greg and all them. Like we were all chilling there, and like we were trying to get him. He was supposed to come to the LS party last time. We had a whole party that night, and he said he was like, oh, he's like, because he made a deal with Eric to come take shots with us at the party,
Yeah.
and he was gonna bring like a bunch of the Kick mods and stuff. And then like last minute they had to go do something for Kick, and they couldn't come over. They were like actually
I
like
see.
super hyped. We met a bunch of the Kick mods, and they were gonna come over and have a whole like thing with us and drink with us and stuff. It's
That's
gonna be
rad.
a cool setup, but.
That's actually super rad. Dude, I'm like baffled at my dude, it's just so weird. I like generally for like a physical peripheral setup, like I never take it apart, so I don't understand what possessed me. Hold on, I'm gonna go check one more thing. That is legitimately the strangest shit. Art supplies. Like just looking to see if I like dropped it on the floor or anything. What's up, Jay?
You're still looking for it?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm just like concerned because that was like an expensive adapter. It was like $100.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, what would I have done with it without consciously being like, it's like $100?
Is it crazy how like things can get more expensive for older consoles when you're trying to put them onto new things like a computer and stuff?
Dude, it's crazy to me to think like, because I mean, like, it upscales it a little bit and kind of like modernizes it. So like that's cool, but it's also like, I guess I'm just concerned because it's like, oh, dude, that's like $100, like that one piece. And like I use it for all of my console gaming because like, well, I mean, I just started doing console gaming, so it can't be like, oh, like all of my console gaming. But you know, it's just kind of like a little shook. Do you have any other old consoles? I do. I have quite a few. Like I have my old 360. Plus my roommate literally owns a video game store. So like I could go down to his shop right now and be like, let me get a PlayStation 1. And he would be like, oh, hell yeah.
So you have like a bunch of board games and stuff too, or doing like D&D nights and stuff?
I love board games, dude. I really do. Okay, so good news is our totally physical copy of Beautiful Joe is currently running.
Nice.
Our second challenge is locating the controller to my console. But I think I can do hang tight. Dude, I'm so sorry. I thought it was going to be like a 2-second thing, and it turned into a not 2-second thing. And so now I feel like a butthole. So I do apologize.
You're fine, man. No worries. I started stream ahead of time just to get us kind of like warmed up, and then once we hit 7 and we start getting people in, I'll play my little intro thing that I had for people, get things a little warmed up, and then we can start going.
All right. Just hang tight. You know, dude, I guarantee you, it's probably somewhere super obvious. Like I moved it when I was cleaning my desk, and I'm going to stumble across it when I'm not looking for it, and then I'm gonna be like, man.
Yeah,
That's
like right as
the
soon as you
worst.
end stream, you're gonna walk away. They're like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, dude, that's the worst, bro. Oh my god, the idea of that alone makes me angry.
Yeah.
That's so fucking crazy. But yeah, man, how's your your Sunday's been good? Aside from the
Yeah,
9-hour shift?
Yeah, dude, it's been good. My actual like job was like it was just one of those days where I felt like everything was going on because I'm an assistant manager for like a really like big grocery store, and it just felt like one of those days where every little thing was going wrong and I was putting out fires all day. So it was like,
Oh,
like
man, that's
I'd
the
go and do something for
worst.
like 30 minutes. I get called over to somebody else, like, hey, I need you to do this. Like, can you help me with this? And I'm fixing things left and right. By the time my shift got done, I was like, I had 15 minutes left till my shift ended. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go upstairs. I said, I'm gonna just take a breather for 15 minutes before I go home. So I'm gonna just try to like ease everything down. And then I got home and I was like, I'm gonna get some stuff ready. I'm gonna prep for all this. As soon as I got home, I was like, I need a nap. I was like, I need to relax.
Yeah, dude, I feel that. I definitely feel that. Sometimes I get out of work and I'm like, I have to like mentally prepare for stream, and it can be a task.
Yeah,
It can be a
and there's like there's a whole weird science thing where like you can either take a nap or you like work out or do something in between like your actual job, and then when you do something like streaming, something like that, because it helps your brain to get ready for like transitioning to a new thing instead of just going from one right to the other. It's like a transition thing that helps with it.
Oh, for sure. Dude, oh man. It sometimes I'm literally just like, oh, dude, like it gets crazy. I'm making ramen noodles with some dumplings in them. W. Okay, so we're just gonna do a quick thing real quick. Let me just do one of this, and then we're gonna just.
One of the really cool things I like about this too is so I'll have your stream up and I'm watching, and like while I'm doing the sculpt, I'm not only talking to chat, but I'm watching you play a game that I have not played before. So
Dude, it's so good, man. It's actually so good, and like I'm really excited about it. I just wish it was like directly like on the console. That's like the biggest thing is if I don't know. I'm such a goof, dude. I'm literally such a goof. It's like fucking how do I like I'm going to clean my desk today to losing the most important part of retro gaming items like in my possession. And again, it's going to be somewhere so stupid, and dude, I will DM you when I find it and I'll be like, you're never going to believe where this has been.
You're gonna be like, dude, guess where it was? It was right next to my desk.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Ah, man. And I'm like looking at the corners of my desk. I'm looking at the very back part of my desk. And I'm just like, because like that's just the type of gamer I am. I'm like, oh man, you know what would be really crazy right now? All of the original hardware that I've collected. All right, let me just grab a quick volume because we want to make sure that we can actually hear the game. Dude, honestly, the coolest part about this game, in my opinion, is honestly just how fucking like the pacing. The pacing is like actually super cool. Like, where is this and this? Yeah, the volume for this is mad low. Settings. Okay, and then volume mixer. Just want to make sure that this. Okay, you guys let me know if you can hear it okay. Oh, that's super low. I need to get a 32X for my Sega Genesis. That's fair. We all need a good filling sometimes. Oh boy. So anyways, guys, this is Hugs. Hugs, this is my chat. If you like goblins, then you'll like my chat.
Yeah.
They're all very nice
I've
people.
definitely been around a couple of times where I lurked a lot, because a lot of the times when I'm if I'm doing a whole bunch of like things at home where I'm working on animations and stuff, I got a bunch of different streamers up, especially the LS crew. I always had people up trying to just watch in the background.
Oh hell yeah.
But like the only thing that sucks, like I know we're Lurker Squad, we lurk, but like I actually have to lurk because I'm constantly working on this stuff, and if I start messaging, I'm just not gonna get my work done. Like
Right.
I have so much animation stuff that I'm doing in the background, like things that I'm setting up that are gonna be like cool down the road, and I'm like I don't wanna lose track. I don't wanna just get stuck typing to people all day. And
Right. No, I feel that.
So-
I definitely feel that.
All right, one more minute. I'll launch up my little intro thing, let the song go through, and then we
Sounds
can do a
good.
little quick introduction thing for people once we are on the front page, kind of let people know what's going on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you so much for that follow. Sorry, I'm just like I'm in like 18 different screens all at once right now. There we go. Okay.
Oh my god, what a name.
Is that Dick Force? Good evening, everyone. Oh, all right, all right. What's going on, Dick Force? How you doing? All right. Or Honeybee, can't remember what it's called. I'm prepared. W. All right. And well, it's great because I just actually got the game, you know, up and working. Hi, I'm Dick, and I represent the United States of America. God bless America. W. Nothing wrong with representing America. Okay.
God bless.
There we go. Dead zone. Don't necessarily need that.
As I'm just keeping an eye out, guys, in case people are wondering why I'm sitting here with a like gray ball on my screen for mine. I'm just keeping an eye out for when I go live on front page. Everyone's probably like, all right, why are we just sitting here and there's just a gray ball?
And then let me just grab that. Perfect. And we want that. Perfect. Hashtag DickForce. Never mind, he's a Yang, throws ass in the harbor. Dude, no. We're all friends here. We're all friends. And then the last thing I think I need is, because controller settings are good, config, and then audio, and then let me just make sure we do this, and then we do this, and then we do that. Everyone loves Dick. Everyone doesn't necessarily hate it, you know?
Yeah.
And then we just want to.
I mean, like, you know, I could go, you know, I'm not like impartial to it, but yeah.
Spotted Dick would be, yeah, definitely wouldn't say everybody loves it, but like, you know. Okay, let's see here. And then that's good. Yeah, okay. And then one last thing here, because I think it's really just that, and then that. But yeah, dude, no, I'm actually like really excited to like be doing this. Okay.
So am I, man. I like, it's gonna be nice to have like the exposure, not only for us, but like just to kind of like show people like something really cool with the whole idea behind this, which I'll definitely go more in depth once we get on there to show people why we're doing this.
Yep.
And I'm kind of hoping, I still have 2 open slots left for this, so I'm really hoping like somebody, like, you know, there might be some other streamers who see this, I think it's a cool idea, and then they can always be invited to come do this with me one of these 2 other days I have, because I have 2 other open slots for days that people can come join me.
Absolutely. No, it's gonna be, honestly, dude, that's like so sick. That's so sick. Lathered in custard or maple syrup? What are we talking about? Is this like a dessert? Somebody explain to me, Spotted Dick. I need to understand this, because you guys are starting to scare me. You're talking about putting custard or maple syrup on dick. Oh God.
It's gonna be quite a segue for what I'm on front page.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll behave. I'll behave.
No, dude, you know how crazy my chat's about to get when we get these people from front page.
It'll be sick. It'll be sick.
My buddy Beecher's gonna have to do some serious moderating for a little bit. He's gonna have to.
Oh, but
keep an eye
you.
out.
It's a suet pudding with raisins or chocolate chips in this regard. Oh, I see. I see. I would probably go chocolate chips over raisins if we're being honest. I'll be here. Thank you, hun. Now here's the real question. Because just make sure.
Modding shit. Just make Boppin a mod. Dude, Boppin will not like I haven't even seen the dude in my stream yet today.
Boppin's there. He's just lurking. Do you know how long he'd be on front page? That is a question for Mr. Hugs.
90 minutes. We're here a whole hour and a half. That's why that's the at least minimum for everybody when they're watching. We're gonna be here for like the sculpt has to be at least an hour and a half long. Could go like, and it depends on the streamer. If the streamer wants me to go like 10 hours if I have to doing this, I'll find something else to add to the sculpt until we just stop. And the streamer's like, okay, I guess I'm done now. So like my stream depends completely on the other streamer. That's what it's gonna come to.
I mean, I am I'm down and I'm ready. I'm just trying to figure out why my controller isn't controlling, you know?
Yeah. Definitely people over in Beard's stream, just be prepared as well, because there's going to be people from the front page that are going to click on his stream as well. So, your mods over there, just be ready, because there's going to be some
some
crazy
fun
people popping up. Oh, Bug Grub said, how beautiful is Joe?
Beautiful Joe is so beautiful, dude. Let me see here. Dolphin.
I'm still just waiting to see. Once they push me up there, then I'll do my little intro, but
absolutely.
I haven't seen myself up there yet, so if anybody else happens to see me up there, just put a little thing in chat for me. I'm getting all like giddy now.
Dude, you should be so excited, bro. Let's see. Configure.
What's nice is I will say I'm kind of glad you're the first person that I get to do this with. Really glad for that, because not only is it something where there's a lot of conversation we can have and a lot of things we can talk about because we haven't gotten to talk a lot.
Yeah.
But the character you chose as well isn't like, I'm not gonna say he's a very complicated character. Like, he's gonna be complicated to make because he's low poly. Like, I have to get used to like getting him in that position. But like, it's not a character where I'm going to be stressing myself out like a high detail, like ultra, like, hard character to make. So it's a nice little intro into this. Like, I think my hardest character probably is going to be, so far from the creators I have, is from Creation X, because we're both horror fans. He creates really cool horror sculpts out of clay, and I know he's going to make something. He's going to pick a prompt that I'm going to be like, okay, we might be here for like 6-7 hours working on this, buddy.
That'll be fucking sick, though. It will actually be sick. Now, let me just see here. Because I'm... there's that. Finish calibration. Calibrate. Okay. Finish calibration. Wow, I didn't realize this was going to be... Let me see here. DualSense. That's good. Save. And then close. And then there we go. Close. And then all right. I think that worked. Okay. I'm just doing the tutorial right quick so that way we can. Oh yeah. All right, bro, we are cooking. Minus the volume, because volume will forever be a problem with this game in particular.
Yeah.
So let me actually swap that, because that's the game channel, and we want that's for system. That's wrong. So let's see here. That's also wrong. Okay, well, I mean, I can hear it. Can you hear it at all, chat? Does that sound good? Chance to organize my Pokemon cards? Well, let's just give her a go. This is Beautiful Joe. Also, you're gonna be streaming this in Discord, right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Like
Or-
streaming like Awesome Joe, like when you're playing it?
No. Your sculpt.
Oh, I mean, if you want me to do that, yeah, that's fine. I can do that. It's either that or you can have people kind of put us side by side. They can watch my sculpt while they listen to you, that type of thing.
Oh,
Either one.
absolutely. Well, so what I was thinking was if you were going to stream it in Discord, I would just open up a new window screen to capture it, but I can also just pull it up on your stream, like your actual stream. So let's go here. And then let's go to your stream. Cuz I want people to see it, you know?
If you want as well, I'll start up the little intro thing so you can show people I have the little, it's just a pic, like a poster, but a cool intro song so people can listen in for a second if they'd like.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll because I'm gonna start playing that now because it looks like we're starting to get some people in.
Yeah, dude. All right. Well, here, let me just do a little bit of this. Gray ball. We're off to a good start. All right. Let me get a window for this captured. So, are you using Blender?
ZBrush.
ZBrush. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, Blender. I use Blender to animate and to make everything look really nice with lighting, but I use ZBrush to do my models first.
That's actually cool. That's actually really cool. All right. Let me see here. We want a window capture and we want hugs. Okay. And then we want big hugs. And we're going to just do a little bit of that. And we're going to move this upwards. All right, guys. Look at Hugs' beautiful face. All right. The man, the myth, and the legend.
All right, so hopefully they'll set me up on there the next few minutes because I haven't seen anything just yet. If not, I'll have to send a little thing to their support people, figure out what's going on. But we will at least start up the intro for people that are coming in so people can see what we're doing. So I will deafen. It's about a 3-minute song, but I'll let the poster play with the song and then we'll start up from there.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna get this done.
Gotcha. Let's do this.
What's going on, Mandy? How you doing? The big hugs? Yeah. Ooh, all right. I gotta figure this game out again. It's been so long.
Turn my own stream up so I can make sure it sounds good.
Absolutely. Is that Beautiful Joe? That is fucking Beautiful Joe, bro. Just got home from a music festival. How was it? I love this game. Dude, me too. Oop. I should probably also pay attention. Because, you know, I'm already getting my ass beat by obstacles. But, like, the animation style for this game was so sick.
Yeah.
Like, the cell shading, and it's, like, all based around action movies and everything.
It's cool how it's, like, slightly 3D, but also 2D.
Yeah. And, like, the thing is, well, I mean, I guess we'll go over it during this stream. But, like, dude, it's so cool. And then, like, when, I can't wait. I'm not gonna blow my whole load right away, you know? Oh, dude. I updated a Beautiful Joe. Thanks, hun. Dude, it was amazing. Hell yeah. Well, guys, can we also get a pinned link of Mr. Hugs' channel? I'm gonna go grab that actually. Here we go. Please do. Oh God, this guy's about to beat the shit out of me. Listen, dude, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this smoke.
All right. Start that. Move back over. All right. I'll start. I'll keep an eye. See if
Okay.
they end up putting me on. If they don't, I'll send a little thing up. But
Do your thing, man.
all right.
Well, hello everyone. I'm sorry. I'm just like so excited about Beautiful Joe all of a sudden, you know. Just- there we go. And do one of those. And then cool. All right, it's fucking it's Joe time now.
Yeah.
How's the volume of the game, guys? Is it overbearing? Do you want me to like turn it down? It's Jover. I think it's good. Okay.
I feel like the easiest part for me is going to be his head.
I mean, it's not like a hyper complicated helmet. I mean, the V's kind of cool though.
Yeah. Figure out these little eyes. And the nice thing is, I don't do too many scopes where I have someone else on stream with me, so it's nice to have somebody else in here as
I was
well.
gonna say, so you can have like somebody to like chat with while you're doing the thing.
Yeah, because I'm so used to having like stream up where I just kind of chat with stream every once in a while, but like having actually like somebody here is nice too.
Well, good, dude. I'm glad you're excited. I'm stoked for you, dude. This is huge. Get out of here. There we go. So the whole premise too, I think it's important to note, right? Joe didn't want to be a superhero. He just wanted to watch a movie with his girlfriend. It was his favorite movie too. And then like a whole bunch of like freaky Friday movie magic happened, and now he's stuck inside the movie trying to save his girlfriend.
Trying to save his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because like, bad evil guys. Never heard of or played this game? Dude, it's so good. Oh, okay, dude. You didn't have to...
Me, shit. So I gotta look up some of these other,
I was gonna say, there should be
images and
plenty of reference. They actually, you know what's funny too? They actually made like a Super Smash Bros. Version of this game. It was kind of dog shit. I'm not gonna lie. They should have just kept making like the regular like Beautiful Joe games, but they gave it a go, and like it was bad. I definitely would never recommend to anybody. Anybody ever does that, but they figured it out, and then we're just using our slow-mo time, so that way we can. Oh, we're about to run out. Foxy. Now I gotta wait for it to charge, so that way I can continue to be amazing. And then also, because I missed a couple of those beautifuls.
So what are the beautifuls exactly?
So they actually give you a longer, like the more you collect, the more your bar increases. That way you can slow down time.
Mm-hmm.
And then also I should probably just do that. So right now I'm into the first tier, so I'll be able to like keep time slow for longer. And I think the goal, if I remember correctly, is to make sure that it stops on the V's. But it's cool because it replenishes over time. So like even if you don't collect a whole bunch of them, you still have like a decent little bar, which is useful. And then like also it's worth noting Joe is like literally 3 feet tall.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing I have to get with proportion when I'm doing this is understanding his actual like whole part of that be like really small guy, because proportions can make a huge difference in how the character looks with this. So
Oh, for sure.
also, we are now on the front page. They just put us on.
Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
I am proud to be guest numero uno. But yeah, he didn't ever actually want to be like, he just likes the superhero movies, but now he has to rescue his girlfriend. Which, I mean, think about it, dude. When your entire life is like this particular director's favorite like action film, and like that's like your whole identity, but now it's like actually your identity. He's kind of like, he's a hero who was forced to be a hero due to circumstance, and not necessarily like the want to be a hero.
Mm-hmm.
And like, he's not even, I don't know if I could call him a hero. He's just a guy who really likes action movies, which is sick. You know, but like the way you gain health is you eat cheeseburgers. Like, it's
cheeseburgers.
It's not a super hyper like complex universe. It's a guy trapped in a movie, you know, beating up bad guys, and they're like robots.
I will say, I like, for some reason, that game just kind of speaks as like your personality. Like, I know that I don't know you that much, but like I can already tell that just kind of speaks like a Beard game.
You know, it's I gotta say, this game to me when I was like a kid was so amazing, because like, I don't know, dude, like, do you remember the first time you ever watched like The Matrix?
Yeah.
Like, slow motion wasn't like a thing in like video games and stuff until like games like this and Max Payne all came out. And like, you know, whenever you like, for example, the guy I was just fighting, right? He has guns, he shoots bullets all over the place. But if you hit a perfectly timed like slow-mo, Joe like dives around the bullet. You can physically see the bullet like go past him, and his body like curls around it. It's really cool. The small details, like the end justifies the mean. The sum of the whole makes all of the design choices like super cool for this game. But also it's ADHD as fuck. Which, you know, as me, I'm just like, oh hell yeah, I love this. You know, but like now we have like helicopter guys, and they're gonna like attack the shit out of me with their helicopter blades and drop bombs, and like, so you gotta like slow down time and then find out, like, there you go, you punch him in midair, then you beat the shit out of him when he's on the ground, and then you get hit by a bomb because you're still figuring out something that your childhood version of yourself never really could, which was like timing.
So would you say it's like your favorite game of all time, or is it just like up there for you?
Oh, dude, definitely up there for me. Not favorite of all time. Favorite of all time will always and forever be Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal.
Wow, I haven't had anybody that, like, I haven't met anybody that's been that big of a fan of Ratchet and Clank, but that's really actually interesting.
I fucking like love Ratchet and Clank. I actually was going to suggest Ratchet and Clank, but I wasn't gonna be like, yeah, so let's just sit here and watch you build a Lombax, because it's not a hyper popular game. But like, for those who know, no. Plus, like, it, again, very Beard type game. It's like literally full of like dick and fart jokes. Like the whole game series is just super goofy.
Yeah.
And like, you gotta appreciate the good stuff, you know?
See, my favorite game of all time was Shadow of Colossus.
Oh my god, that was so good.
I played that game PS2, PS3, PS4 when it got ported over. I played the emulator on like Dolphin. It's nuts.
Shadow of the Colossus was so good, dude. It was, oh my god.
I
or like,
always
do you
play
remember
that game
Ico?
again.
Do you remember Ico?
Oh, dude, yeah. See, and the thing that sucks is I thought Ico originally was going to be the same thing as Shadow of Colossus, and then I played it and I was like, it was a fun game, but it wasn't Shadow of Colossus, like beating bosses, like it wasn't the same play thing, which
Absolutely.
I get. I know they were supposed to be this whole new thing for them, but man, it just really, like, I mean, I loved it still, but I was like kind of let down because it wasn't what I was expecting.
Oh, absolutely. No, I totally get it. The biggest thing too, and like one of the, or oh man, what was it? Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud was another amazing video game, but Shadow of Colossus was like, I want to say it was like one of those like unavoidable like 10 out of 10 games that like nobody ever heard of because like the marketing wasn't the same as some of the other games.
Yeah. Every time I try to bring that up to people, they never know what the game is.
Dude, Shadow of the Colossus was so good. It was just so good. And I mean, like, you know, there were a lot of banger ass games for PlayStation, like without a doubt. Just like, I don't know, dude, I feel like PlayStation 2 was like just one of those things where I was like, this is my childhood. You know, like I grew up with like Super Nintendo and like Atari, and like I have more fond memories of PlayStation 2 than I do of pretty much any other console ever. Because like, dude, Sly Cooper, Jack and Daxter, literally like every Ratchet and Clank ever, like it was so good. It was just so good. And then like, again, literal classic games like Shadow of the Colossus were just unavoidably amazing. Like, and you're right, not a lot of people know what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those games that's like very out there where like when I try to tell people, they're like, oh, I'll check it out, and they see that it's like cool, but it's like it's still got such an old feel that it doesn't blend as well anymore, which, you know, is understandable. Yeah.
Well, and like the other thing to consider too, right, is like not every game is going to age well. Like some games are just timeless. Like it's just unavoidable. They're just timeless. This looks like a beard game for sure. Dude, it's such a cool game, dude. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. Like right now, I'm about to fight a whole ass helicopter. After I get these, because I need them for research. There we go. But like, yeah, there's just so many like timeless games.
Yeah.
And like a lot of them did not age super well. Like, do you remember what the first Max Payne looks like?
Oh yeah. The first Max Payne.
It's not pretty.
But like, I mean, games in general just didn't look the same back then. But like back then, we were always like, "Oh, dude, this is sick. This is so cool." You know?
Dude.
And then...
Like, my mom irresponsibly bought me Manhunt as a kid. Like, someone explained to me why a parent would just be like, "Yeah, Manhunt. What's it about?" And you're like, "Hide and seek." But actually, it's a horrible for child game, and no kids should ever play it. Like ever.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm out of slow-mo. Because like you're in like a pseudo like super dark city, and you're fighting serial killers for your freedom, but you have to become a serial killer. It's a Rockstar game. It's a really crazy good Rockstar game, but like as an adult, not so much as a kid.
Yeah. Also, for just real quick, for the people that are on the front page, like people that are coming from the front page that are seeing, the whole purpose of this thing, I just want to kind of get this out there now. So I'm creating this character that Beard, who is in my pinned, is playing the game for, Beautiful Joe, and I'm working on the character now. And my time limit is whenever he ends stream. Whenever he ends stream, I'm done, and I'm actually going to do a giveaway for the actual piece as well. So when people like, we're gonna do a 3D print, I'm gonna give one to Beard, I'm gonna give one to someone on stream for a giveaway. We're gonna do a cool little thing with that towards the end of the stream, just to kind of see who can win it. And then I will figure out shipping, all that stuff as well. Not a huge deal. So, you know, it'll be something fun. This character could end up really crappy and be funny, and it's a 3D print that just looks bad. But it depends. It all depends on Beard when Beard decides to end stream. So
I can tell you this much. I'm locked the fuck in, dude. I hope you guys like Nintendo games.
Yeah. And I got a little sidetrack, so I gotta definitely
you're good, man.
Fix that, but.
So what was...
I got so into the conversation.
I know, right? Well, I mean, it's so easy to get lost in the conversation. Dude, I don't know. I'm really excited that we get to do this, because you're right. We haven't really been able to kind of like talk and connect before, which is like, you know, shame on me. But also just like, this is just so cool, dude. Like, I get to watch you, and my chat gets to watch you like do a live sculpt of this. Also, I'm getting my ass kicked by this helicopter. Yep, dead. Fuck. All right. Well, you know. Oh, you know what? I should add a death counter to the stream.
Ready? Action.
Oh yeah, that would probably work better.
But yeah. So okay. Now, what what was your initial pull to like getting into 3D modeling and animation in general?
So I always loved movies, games, stuff like that. As a kid, I always just had this weird connection to movies for some reason. It always just felt like, it felt like something just kind of connected with me and resonated with me, where I need to always where I always want to watch them, always want to just kind of find like the next like cool animated movie, and it stuck out to me. And I originally didn't even want to go to like school for it, and then I went to school for it, and I was like, oh. I was like, I actually really like the idea of this. I like how cool this is turning out. I like, you know, where I'm at now in my life with animation and 3D. But I mean, it wasn't like on my list until after I went to college for something else, realized I didn't want to do that. And then I ended up just sticking with this because I've always been an art major. So
yeah, that's actually really cool though. Like, I guess because like, I don't know, man, I've always been interested in like the technology behind all of these things. Cause like, it's not easy. If it were easy, then like everyone could do it. But like just working personally, very little. I like I'm not gonna try and bullshit or anything. But just working a little bit in Blender myself, it's very complex. It is not an easy program to grasp. And like the concept of doing any kind of like sculpting and anything like that is, you know, it's a bit abstract for some people, because like, you know, some people, like, I don't know, my brain doesn't always tick like that. So like, kudos to you for being able to do that consistently, because like my brain sometimes, man, oh.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a pretty good challenge when it comes to certain things like this. Like, just this character in general is not something I usually do. So it's going to take trial and error to, like, you know, see some things. And people are going to see that side of the 3D. Like, I didn't do any planning for this. I got the thing for it, and I was like, I'm going to come in, just kind of see how it goes.
Yeah.
And, like, I know people in the industry, people in general are going to tell you, like, oh, do this better, do this better. But at the end of the day, if I got there at some point, how does it matter how I got there?
Right.
Like, and if the model doesn't turn out good, that's kind of the point. I said he could end stream in an hour and a half, and I'm nowhere near done, and then that's just the model. But that creates a cool memory where he gets that 3D print of this crappy model that, you know,
well,
otherwise could have looked good. But
yeah, well, and like I think the other thing too is like there's something to be said about, I guess, like the creative process and like what it looks like to each person, because like, you know, some people may not actually understand like your particular creative process, and like, oh, hold on, just gotta dodge a bullet, punch a dude. But like, so what is your creative process, I guess? Like, what makes you most excited when it comes to design?
so the thing that gets me like most excited is when it's a new challenge. Like I said, like this character is a new challenge for me, and there's something really interesting about like specifically this character where it's very low poly. I work on high poly like horror stuff a lot of times. But this character gives me a chance to try something new, something I haven't done before. Now, the way that I tackle these projects is something that a lot of people in the 3D industry are going to hate me for, because it takes me longer to do these, but than it should. And that's because one of the things I don't do, which somebody did mention in chat, is blocking out as much. And I know blocking out can be a crucial part to creating things, but for me, it's the same as people sculpting with real clay. And I get it. I know that it's like, I know that it creates a cool foundation for the character, makes something where you can kind of get used to the character and know what's going where. But I just like to mess around with stuff and mess around with clay and just see, you know, what we get, and then we fix it a little bit later. That's just how my style is. And when it comes to an act, like, I know how to block out. I know how to make these characters the way they need to be efficient for streams. Completely know how to do that. I don't choose to do that because I'm just not... like, if I don't need to, if I'm not working on an actual project for somebody, I just want to create the character how I want to create it and just have fun with it.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
It's not always... it's like we've gotten so used to, oh, let's make the art the way it's supposed to look and find the fastest way. But like, it shouldn't it shouldn't be that way. It should just be, hey, this is how I like making my art. Like it's not like I won't go telling somebody how to draw a character. Like if you
Right.
if you like drawing the character that way, okay, draw the character that way. I'm fine with that.
Absolutely. What's up, Sio?
Like my character's gonna look funky as all for the first like little bit. That's just how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's just gonna look funky until I can fix him, see what I can make better. You know, it's just how it's gonna be. But there's nothing. I'm having fun doing it. That's all that really matters.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here.
Eventually, my characters turn out the way they're supposed to. It's just gonna take a while.
Well, and I mean, I think that's also part of the creative process, right? Is like how to best go about things that like you're used to, because like workflow, I think workflow is something that a lot of people don't necessarily talk about, but like workflow is super important, especially when it comes to like rendering and design. Like if you have a particular workflow that works best for you, it's typically like, you know, it would not be the same as like say mine. But like, what would you say your greatest asset as far as like workflow is? Like what do you spend the most time on versus the least amount of time?
I spend the most amount of time on the actual, I'd say tertiary details, like getting the actual details for the character like already. I just, for some reason, I like putting in like the little pores, little stuff like that. And some people will also say for that, like, well, you could just use textures. I know I could use textures, and textures would be really cool to do it, and it saves time. But like these characters that I make most of the time aren't made for animation. Like my Hugsby character, like that I worked on, is completely made for animation. I've adjusted him so I've made him that way. That's just how it is. But I'm not gonna, like, I lost my train of thought. I'm like the characters I have on here are made specifically for just cool renders to show something cool that I created. So, you know, I like spend time on the tertiary details to make them as if they were just etched out of stone. If they don't have color to them, that's just how I like them.
Right. That's interesting. And oh, there we go. Probably should have saved that. But like, do you, I guess, so like your design process, also I gotta remember what I'm supposed to do here. The biggest thing I guess is like when considering, oh okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. How you doing, Sile? Oh, when you're like in, I guess, like your workflow, like do you find that like you hyper focused on like small details versus large details?
Yes, that's why, yeah, the tertiary details, like all the small details, are definitely like my biggest focus. Like my character could look kind of funky and like a little off proportion wise, and I'll fix that over time as I see him. But I will like work my butt off to make sure that the actual like the details, like the pores and everything, look really good, and then I'll fix the overall look and overall proportions later on.
Now, what is your draw to horror? Because I know you mentioned that, and I actually was looking at some of your models recently. But like, what is like your big draw to horror? Like, are you a horror movie buff, or like?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm a huge horror guy. I love like horror movies. My like like if I could, I would love later on to make a horror film for for like, you know, I worked on one for a little bit with a couple of different people, and I just didn't have the time to put all the work into it that I wanted to.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the actual character that I've created, Hugsby, is my main character that when people follow, they'll see him. He runs around on the screen, he falls. That character, Hugsby, is something I want to make an actual character out of and make a whole short, and he's kind of like a horror creature. But like there's some scary things that'll happen to him. He's a cute little guy, and it's, you know, it's something that's always drawn attention to me. Horror movies in general have always been something that I just love. I love the scariness, I love the creepiness, and freaks my fiance out for sure, because she hates horror so much with a passion, and every time I gotta, you know, if I go to a horror movie, it's not with her.
Oh really? That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, she will not go to a horror movie.
What's your like A1 number one like horror movie? Like what's the one that speaks to you the most?
So I have specific horror movie wise, I was a huge, like, and a lot of people shit on it, but like I get it. I was a really big Conjuring fan. That was the first series like of horror where I was like, I want to always go see this in theaters. I want to, you know, always have fun watching this. But if I had to go actual scariness, the Sinister movies were definitely one of the scariest to me.
Okay. Now, are you invested necessarily in like the aspect of like demonology and like exorcism, or?
Yeah, so I very much like the whole aspect of ghosts, ghouls, like all that stuff. In general, my whole look is like, or that the whole style I like is mythical stuff in general. Like I love messing with mythical creatures, mythical beings, and just making them look creepy. Like when you see those videos of people online who just kind of like, they'll see something like, I don't know, the Bigfoot stuff, or like those weird like skinwalker videos.
Yeah.
I love watching that stuff, because I'm like, man, imagine like the fear that thing just kind of shows, just like a little video, and that thing could be completely fake, but you're still scared to death looking at it.
Oh,
That's
for
just
sure.
how it is, you know.
Now, what about, because it's actually funny that you mentioned that too. Do you understand, I guess, like I guess I shouldn't say understand, because clearly you do. You're interested in horror and you deal with horror aspects, but like there are certain aspects of things visually that like elicits like a sense of like foreboding and fear, and like it could be things like very, very small features on like, you know, from a design aspect, right? Things like snake eyes, for example. Things that are just like through millions and millions of years of evolution, like humans have just been like, okay, we don't want to mess with that. How do you reflect, like, or I guess not necessarily reflect, but like how do you emulate like a sense of foreboding and like elicit the feeling of fight or flight through your design work?
So a lot of it that I pay attention to that people don't like is when you turn the ordinary into something unsettling by adding different things. Like if people look at my most recent art, my most recent art is like, I've been doing this whole thing with anatomy where I'll create a cool creature, but I'll change the body parts around. I'll change how it looks in general, and it's like, it's slightly offsetting to have, like, if you see somebody walking around and you see somebody with like 2 extra eyes, that's going to kind of unsettle you a little bit. You're going to look back and be like, wait a minute, that's not normal. It's something that speaks to you, and your mind, you know, reacts to it right away because your mind's so used to seeing this a certain way, and it throws you off. And like, that's just the part of it that I like doing. I like looking at normal things and going, okay, how can I make this not look normal? What can I do to make this look, you know, creepy? Like, you take normal things and make them look creepy by adding little pieces, doing things that's not normal to people in general, and they see it and they're like, oh, that's kind of weird. Like, when you look at it, like the creatures one of the recent ones I made was just like this guy that had 2 extra eyes, and then he's in this little dark setting, and like the way his eyes look or just kind of make it slightly creepy. He's like this really old dude,
right?
And it just like, it really speaks to you because you're like, oh, that's just something about it. Like when you can look at something and go, I don't know why, that just freaks me out. That's when, you know, you've done a good job as a horror artist. Like when someone can look at your piece and you be like, what do you like about this? And they're like, I don't like it, it's creepy. You're like, okay, good, I did a good job then.
Hell yeah,
that's the point.
No, that's actually
that was
excellent.
The point was to make you hate that.
That's actually a really cool concept. I like the idea of that. And I think that, like, so for me personally, oh, I can also speed up. I forgot about that. The thing I like the most about horror in particular is like there is a like I think you're totally right. I think that there is a feeling of like unsettling, and like when for me personally, a horror movie is not good if I leave there and I'm like, whatever. Like, you want it to feel unsettling. You want it to feel like deeply disturbing. But do you think that there's a such thing as too much of a line when it comes to horror?
Yes, I think like something really cool. So Long Legs, I don't know if anybody's seen that, or if you've seen that, but Long Legs was a newer movie that came out that was like a creepy, like psychological thriller type movie, and it's it's something where like it really messes with you, but then there's parts where you're like, dude, like I feel like that was a little too much. Like there's times where it even skeeves me out, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm able to like really ever think about that the same. Like when things feel like you really have to think, and then you're like, I don't want to actually ever have to think about that. That's when it really freaks you out. And like that's cool to add, but I feel like sometimes the directors will take it way too far, and then it like causes psychological trauma. Like, I get it. It's a horror movie. You want to cause psychological trauma because it's something really interesting and something cool to say. Like, I created a movie so scary that people like absolutely like wet themselves during the film or something. It's like, no, like that's cool, but like the whole experience is something that they'll remember in a good way too, and be like, dude, that movie was so good. Not, dude, that movie was so creepy, I would never watch that again.
Right.
Like you don't want to cause someone to be like, yeah, I never want to watch what you made again. Like you want them to look at it and be like, that's creepy, but like I would look at it again and just be like, oh, that's creepy again, that's creepy, but like I would still watch it, I would still look at it, not, oh yeah, I'm never looking at that again, that was horrifying. Like that's
here's a hot button one. How do you feel about the Terrorizer series? Have you seen them?
I've seen them. I don't know why. There's just something about the series itself that just doesn't. I guess it's not the horrorness. Like they definitely do a really good job with the creepiness and the killing that he does, but at the same time, it's like it feels like they kind of take away a little bit more from the story because they're so focused on making it so insanely creepy that you're just sitting in your chair like grossed out by like the gore and horror.
Yeah.
That like they take away because like it's still, you still need a story, you still need to show something cool. And
Terrorizer,
you know,
Terrifier, yeah,
Terrifier, yeah, I knew which one you meant, but
yeah, my bad.
Like that stuff is something really like interesting that you have to think about. Like you want to tell a story, but you don't want people to get detracted from the story because they're so freaked out by the things going on. You want them to be like if I said, hey, what did you think? Like, what would you tell me is your, you know, the weird parts about Terrifier? Like, what'd you think about Terrifier? Majority of the time, people will talk about the horrible, like, kills, you know, things that people say.
They are very graphic.
Yeah, that's the first thing you hear. But then you're like, okay, but like, do you fully understand the story, or were you more like there for the like whole looks of it? Were you there for like the gore and stuff because you can't believe how crazy it was? And that's always the biggest topic for that is like the gore, but not as many people are talking about the like horrible or about the actual story of it as much. And some people do get it. Some people have the stomach for that, but you have to think about things when you're making movies like that cater to the general audience that want to see horror. It's not just, you know, oh, this is horror and that's it. It's just so
what would I mean, I guess so. I guess as a person who designs, animates, and everything, like, oh shit, what would you say is your recommendation for? Oh, pardon me. What is your recommendation for somebody who is like vested interest in things like horror, or just like even things like mecha and stuff? Like, what would you say is like your biggest piece of advice for somebody who's looking to like eventually learn to like model that stuff themselves?
Like creating horror stuff and all in general?
Yeah.
The biggest thing for animation, it really is just reference. A lot of it is like, okay, what can I look at that scares me and be like, okay, well, that scared me, but what can I do to, like, you're like, why does it scare me? What about it? And you look at those little things and you're like, oh, it scares me because this happens and stuff like that. And it's like, well, that's, you have to really look at the things of what really freaks people out psychologically, what makes people kind of scared and does that type of stuff. And then you can go, okay, well, I get that there's these extra pieces that get put here and here. There's these other things that get put in here and here. Also, sorry, side note, for the people that are watching, I did take this piece from another art like thing that's put on ZBrush just to get the actual base mesh of the body. And that's usually what a lot of artists do now. People don't usually create things from scratch anymore. And this is just something, because I know some people are probably gonna look at this and be like, he just took another piece of something, and that's kind of weird that he didn't make it himself. But realistically, a lot of these characters that I'm getting are going to take a while, and these things kind of help speed up the process to get this base mesh. Just understand that before you're like, hey, You just kind of took a body attached to the head, and that doesn't seem right. Like, it's just how I have to do things for not just time, but just to get the base mesh right so I can make the character right.
That's
Just trying to
pretty
get that
cool.
out there real quick. But but yeah, no. So one of the main things that I always look for in horror is I'll look at horror movies for reference. I'll look at just horror, like scary creatures, different mythological beings. You're like, why do they bother us? What's so scary about them?
Yeah.
And like I said, the biggest thing is when you make normal look not normal, when those things kind of hit you and you're like, wait, that doesn't look right. Why doesn't it look right? Why does that kind of freak me out? Because you're taking certain things like the body here. Like I could show people on stream, like this body here looks normal, looks like a normal human body. But let's say, you know, he's got these like pecs here or something, and then I go, okay, well, he's gonna have another set of man boobs or something. You're gonna look at that and be like, well, that looks weird. Why does that look weird? Like
An
or he
interesting
has, like,
concept.
yeah, 4 extra, or he's got 2 extra arms. Why do you like when you think about gods? One of the ones that stick out to you, you know, when you think about like old, you know, people's gods and stuff, or you know, the one that sticks out to me the most for a horror perspective is the a lot of the Indian like gods in general. They have the 6 arms and stuff like that, and the different body parts, and like it's not that the gods aren't cool. It's not that they are, you know, it's just that you see that abnormally, like that sticks out to me a lot more. That god, I'm like, I can think about that. Like you might not, I don't know the god's name. You might not know the god's name, but anytime anybody brings up an Indian god, that's the first thing you're going to go to is, oh, like 6 arms or like extra legs or something like that. And that stuff really sticks out in you.
Right. Absolutely.
You know?
Ooh. Well, so now I guess like here's another good question, right? So like what is like an atypical like horror movie that you would just like watch at home?
So something really interesting about me that I actually don't get to that a lot of people don't know, well, only a few people know, is that a lot of times movies are not something I watch more than like once or twice. And it's a really weird thing to me. And anytime I mention to people are like, that's why though? Like, why wouldn't you watch another movie again if you liked it? And I'm like, I like new stories. I'm a storyteller, and I'm constantly imagining new things. So when I have this cool story that comes to mind, and I'm like, oh, like that's cool, but like, you know what, like I want to see something else new. Like what else new? I have a very curious mind. So when I find things and I'm like, this could be really cool to do, like this, I'm trying to think of the way to describe it is like I can imagine things a lot in my head. Like I'm one of those people, because like you ever seen one of those you ever heard people talk about how some people can picture things in their head and other people can, or they have that voice in their head that other people don't? And
it's actually
like,
really
funny.
Like my roommate and I had a really interesting conversation. Some people don't have dialogue. Some people don't have mental dialogue.
Yeah. And I think that's really interesting that like people don't, you know, have that dialogue. Well, some people might not have the imagination where they're like, they can just constantly, like I'm constantly playing movies in my head, constantly like just making things up in my head, creating scenarios. Like it's an artistic thing. It's what happens. You're just like, oh, they're like, I wonder what would happen if this happened in real life. And you're like, okay, you create this cool artistic look in your mind. You have this whole movie playing in your head, and then people are like, it's kind of like daydreaming, but you're like, oh, like this is like only in your head, and then when people like bring you out of it, you snap out of it and you're like, wait, what the heck? You're like, it felt like a movie in your head that's playing. And it's something that always stuck out to me, is when I can do that and I create so many different stories in my head that I just always want to look for something new. And that can be very interesting, making something new like that, because it gets me to constantly want to see new movies. So I always get like, you know, worried about like when I want to see something new, I'm like, okay, well, I don't really want to watch this movie again. And my buddy Bisher hates it, because like I'll you know, sometimes we'll want to rewatch a movie and I'm like, I already saw something like that. Like I don't really want to watch it again. Yeah. And I feel bad because, you know, you want to, you know, some of these movies you're like, I would watch again, but I don't really want to watch that. Like I already kind of watched it once, or like I've already, like I do the same thing with playing games sometimes. Like it's very rare for me to have a game that I'm like, I want to play a couple times, want to play like more than once, like through the story. So I'm like, all right, I already played the story. I want a new story. I want something.
For me, Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is like a crazy long game that I will probably play forever. Just based on the fact that I don't know if I've actually like seen 100% of it yet. You know what I mean?
You know what's crazy about that is the game that Beecher will be like, he'll play. He has 700 hours on the game and want to play it. And I told him before, like we played one full story playthrough, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't want to get into it until like they release like the mods where like a new map is made and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, there's still so much more you can see. And I'm like, I don't know. There's just something about it where I'm like, I just want to wait till there's new like maps or something. Like I've seen all of Baldur's Gate. I might not have seen all the dialogue or all the cool story pieces, but I don't know. It's just something visually that always bugs me. I don't know if that's a form of autism or something, but
well, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I will say that like something visually about Baldur's Gate, which I think it's a game could do no better RPG wise. However, yeah, visually, it's got a little something that it might be lacking. I don't quite know what it is, but I will say on a smaller screen, so like in your Stream Deck or anything like that, Steam Deck, sorry, not Stream Deck. It's not as nice looking and things feel more pixelated. It really shines on like a much larger screen. But also, there's only so many greens and browns that you can use to like emulate the world. And I feel like lighting probably would help a lot, but you know, the fuck do I know? I'm not a designer.
Yeah. Like I said, and the game is amazing. I will like Baldur's Gate was one of the definitely one of the top like 5 games I've ever played. But I just have this weird thing about like playing a game a couple times unless like something just sticks out to me like all the time where I'm like, all right, I got to keep playing this game. Like it takes a very like interesting game to do that. And the only game that I've been able to play more than like 5 times is Shadow Colossus, and that's why it's my favorite game. Like I don't know why, something about the story, something about the way it works, it's the only game that I've been able to be like, oh, I would play this game multiple times in a row, and that's hard for me to do. Like I said, I don't know why, can't explain what happens that I can only do it for one game here or there, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, no, I mean, man, if there was, I mean, you know, as a as a guy who plays video games a lot on stream, there is a select few games that like I will constantly go back to. One of them I literally was playing before we actually hopped on, which is Tarkov Arena. But Tarkov Arena sucks. Escape from Tarkov in general is it's sitting on a cactus without any pants. But I fucking love the game so much. It's just visually it sucks ass. And again, same deal, dude. There's only so many greens and browns that you can use to emulate a world, but it is I don't know, I love it so much. I just love it so much. But like playing the actual game, I'm like, man, I hate this game and I hate the way it looks, and you know, but like what was it? One of the greatest disappointment games that I have ever played was Bethesda's take on an open world survival in space. What the fuck was it? Like Starfield. Starfield was terrible. They were like, explore 1,000,000,001 planets. Kind of. Like, explore the planets that actually have life on them, and then the other ones are just kind of like lifeless blah blah blahs. And it's like, what's the other thing that raised like over $850 million, by the way, but it hasn't made it out of like early access, and they're like, why can't I think of the name?
Oh, I know. Yeah, hold on. Didn't it like the company had to like? Are you talking about the one where the company had to shut down? Like they had to stop making the game or something? Or
I think so. All I know is I bought early access, and they were like, all right, cool, yeah, no updates forever. Also, your top of the line PC can't run this. And I was like, what do you mean it can't run it? I was getting like 4 frames, and I was like, what is going on here?
Also, quick thing for those in both chats. apologize if we are not responding to everybody, but like we are having very deep conversations. We're talking about a lot of stuff, and that's kind of the point of this pitch, is to kind of like talk and, you know, learn some things. It's kind of like, I take it as kind of like podcasting, but we're playing games and we're doing other stuff as well. And there's a lot of people that have come into the stream from the front page, and I appreciate all the follows. It's crazy love. Like, I just want to, you know, let you guys know I am reading the chat as I go down. I am very sorry that I'm not replying at the moment. And don't worry, I still see your chats. I appreciate what's in here. Greetings from Morocco. I saw that as well. Appreciate that. But you guys are awesome, and I will definitely be showing more love as we go. But I just want to let you guys know as well, we are doing this. We are doing a giveaway at the end that I'm going to set up. Beard and I are gonna, you know, I honestly might just have Beard help me out and do a little thing real quick. We can kind of get it through on my stream as well, because Beard, I don't know if you've done giveaways, but giveaways are not a huge specialty to me.
So what I normally do is I use Botrix, and then I set up one of like the giveaway commands, and then I do like an exclamation point blah blah blah, and then if everybody types it in, you run a roll on it.
Yeah.
So I could definitely run that.
Yeah. I would appreciate that, because I would love to. You know, I could find other ways, but I'm trying to find the best way. Being on the front page, it's tough to find the best way where there's not going to be bots that win these things.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
And like, look, if someone wins that, that's how it is. They still get a cool gift for that. But we're definitely doing a giveaway at the end of the stream. I don't want to do it while we're on the front page. I mean, if we end right when front page ends, that's different. But, you know, the people who are going to stick around, you will be rewarded with a giveaway where when I'm done this character, it's a free 3D print. I know packaging is going to be crazy. Shipping's going to be crazy. I'm paying for that out front myself. I will ship it to you no matter where you're at. If I got to pay ridiculous packaging fees, that's fine. You are more than welcome to accept, you know, we can figure something out. I'll get it to you. I don't care where you're at. It's just, I want to be able to give back to the community, give back in general, and show you guys this cool stuff. Like I said, this whole sculpt could be completely like awful by the time I'm done. I think it's, you know, in my opinion, it's not looking amazing right now, but like you can see the image, you can see what I'm doing. It's looking decent. Yeah, you know, it's got a little bit more work to do, but we're also what, an hour-ish in, a little bit more than an hour, something like that. So
wow,
like,
it's already been an hour? That's crazy.
Yeah, because like we've been having conversations and it just kind of goes by. So definitely stick around towards the end for that, for a giveaway, and then we're both going to double host out somebody at the end as well, just kind of show some love. I know they want me to try to host out somebody that is doing pitch kick as well. If we do not find somebody on there, we will show love to somebody else for sure. But yeah, I just, you know, I know we're yapping, and I know it's a front page thing, and I appreciate everybody with all the follows. Definitely everybody check out Beard as well. I have him, you know, pinned on here. We're doing this whole thing together, and you guys can hear the conversations. He's a genuine cool guy, awesome dude, and you guys got to show him some love while we're doing this. Even if you're just kind of hopping on his stream and have him muted, you can watch him game while I'm doing this. You know, he's playing the game of the character that I'm making. So if anybody's curious about that, I know someone just asked what the character is from.
Yeah.
It's Beautiful Joe. So if you guys want to see the game that he's playing, that's the game, the main character that I'm making right now. And depending what time Beard ends, like I said, this character can end up really good, could be really crappy, because it depends on timing. I also get a little sidetracked talking to Beard, but you know, that's the whole point of this. I could have a really cool sculpt, it could be really crappy. In the end, it's a memory that we're making tonight.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, let me I'll set up like the giveaway thing, and I typically do like best of 3 rolls. So first 2 rolls, just so that way everybody knows it's random. And then the third roll is like a go, so we can test it over here, so that way you don't gotta worry about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And then I will leave you directions for you to be able to do that as well. I can also show you how to set that up if you're unsure.
Yeah, and for people coming in on the new page or on the front page, Beard, why don't you introduce yourself, talk about what you do, and then I'll talk about what I do. Just kind of let people know. You know.
Sure. Hi guys, my name is Beard. I'm a small creator here on Kick. I mostly play FPS games, and I've recently started getting into cooking streams. I'm a web developer by trade, and you know, I have a lot of facial hair. and so that's my thing. But yeah, no, I typically stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then I do a little bit of weekend stuff. And yeah, I'm here with Big Hugs tonight, and we're doing some really cool stuff and having some great conversation.
Yeah. Awesome guy. Like I said, this is our first time that we've talked before a little bit in chats, but like this is our first time having a full conversation with each other. So, it's a lot to talk about, and it's why it feels like we're yapping, because we have so much to talk about.
Absolutely.
We haven't gotten to have full conversations, and it's been a ton of fun. So I, again, appreciate everybody that's in here hanging out. Appreciate the fun that we're having, everybody on the front page. And so I am Hugs. I am a 3D animator / sculptor first. I will always, be doing that for most of my streams. I do play games on streams as well, but I'm a horror artist before anything else. So that's why this character might look a little scuffed, just so you guys know. I don't create characters like this usually, but that's the point of this whole thing. So I create horror things before anything else. I'm a huge horror fan. I am actually working on something really cool that I haven't gotten to promote as much, but I am working on the character that you guys see whenever I get a follow. Hugsby is my character. I have copyrights for him, trademarks as well. We're doing a lot of cool stuff with him later on, where I'm hoping to make an entire YouTube series out of him and like 6 other characters that I have set up. And I actually have a buddy of mine that I'm reaching out to, where if the pilot and the first 2 episodes go well, we can potentially get it put on TV. So that's a really cool thing that's going to be happening if it goes well. Now, this project's going to take me a few months to get done, because I'm doing it all off screen, because I don't want to spoil a whole lot. There's some animations I'm doing on stream so people can kind of see some work, but I don't want to spoil everything of the show so you guys can watch it. My YouTube's not the best right now, but when it comes time for me to show Hugsby off and really show what I'm doing, I will definitely be doing that so you guys can see the cool. I'll be promoting the YouTube a lot, showing off a lot of that stuff as well, because I want I don't want to spoil things for you guys, but I also want to show you guys the behind the scenes, because people don't get to see that a lot. That's the whole reason I started streaming, was to get people to kind of see the behind the scenes of how games are made, these characters are made, how animations are made when you see films and movies. Like, a lot of people don't know that. So that's why I started streaming this stuff in general. And Kick's art community is smaller. We know this already, but our 3D people are definitely smaller than that. I probably have about 2 or 3 other buddies. I know Otanka's another one that was in here earlier that I saw. Awesome 3D artists. I've seen a couple of 3D artists that are in here, but in general, the art scene's kind of smaller on Kick, but we all support each other, and I try to stop into a lot of my 3D modelers buddy streams that I see and show love to them, because they've all are killing it. And I love that we're doing this kind of work on here. And, it's the whole point of this pitch kick is to merge art and games. I don't get to play a lot of games as much anymore, because I'm constantly creating this artwork. And I have a ton of friends that play games. Beard, cool guy playing games all the time, but I don't get to play with him because I'm doing this stuff. Something you guys got to realize with that is this whole point, this pitch kick, is to kind of branch out. I'm still going to be working with some artists, but some other artists on this, but it's to branch out and show that you could create something cool while talking to a buddy who's gaming. Like, what's the one thing that most people do in art streams? You're watching Bob Ross. Like, Beard, you probably know when you're watching Bob Ross, then you're doing something else as well. You're not just watching Bob Ross. You're always staying busy doing something else. So while art streams are cool, we also know majority of the time people are lurking. That's what lurkers do in art streams, is you lurk while you're doing something else, and you come back, you're like, oh, this is the progress they made. The character's looking cool, or whatever, their painting's looking cool. That's how the art community is. I will never, ever, I'll never say, like, you guys should always be watching my stream. It sucks you walk away for a little bit. No, that's how the art streams are, So
Absolutely.
Definitely, this is something that's like that. You can watch Beard play the game while I'm streaming. It's something for you to do while you're listening to us talk. And, you get to see how the character gets made later on. That's a huge thing that I just want to put out there. That's the whole point of this. And something I want to tell as well is there are 2, so I'm doing 6 episodes that are 90 minutes each of this with different streamers. There are 2 other streamers that can join. I still have openings. If you are a streamer that wants to be a part of this, I will post my X account on here. You can give it a follow and just DM me. Let me know if it's something you'd like to be a part of. We can kind of figure something out. I'm very open to the idea. Pretty much, you'll give me a prompt like Beard did. Beard gave me this prompt, and I have to create it while you're streaming. And if your stream ends, I have to end the model. No matter where it's at, there's no redos, no undoing anything, no fixing anything. Like if Beard wanted to, he could end right now, and this is what we're left with. This guy here. This is it. This is what we're left with, and that's just how it is.
Well, we don't want that.
Yeah. So it's all for, you know, it's the streamer, the other streamer's chance to they can go as long as they want. They can figure out how this artwork wants to be. They could end whenever. My clock is based on the other streamer. So I posted the X in there, my X account. Feel free to give that a follow and send me a DM if you'd like to be a part of it as well. I have 2 slots still open. 4 of the 6 slots are filled that I had people for, but I'm always looking to meet new people. We can have cool conversations like me and Beard are having, and just talk and chill while we make games or while we do stuff. You do your stream the normal way. There's no, you know, like Beard's playing a game just chilling and we're talking. There's no, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It doesn't have to be nice and proper. Like, you know, we're just joking around sometimes, hanging out. It's just how, you know, how the stream can go. So don't feel pressured like you have to go out of your way to come up with something fancy. Like if you have a cool prompt idea you want 3D modeled, it'll be, I'm sending one 3D print to the streamer that's with me and one 3D print to a lucky viewer that will be entered into the giveaway. So definitely something cool. There's my whole spiel about that. Feel free, yeah, feel free to hit me up on X if it's something you'd be interested in. I'm all down for the collab work. I have 2 more spots open. I can let you know the 2 days that I have, and if they work for you, we can, you know, get that going.
Absolutely.
So
all right, let's see here. Sorry, I've been totally neglecting chat, so I apologize. Okay, Star Citizen, it's not a real game. It's a cool giant tech demo that promises far too much. Fair. And then yap the fuck on hugs is what Faithless said. So everybody here is big chillin'. They enjoy the fact that you're just going. We did a Rust giveaway. We did do a Rust giveaway, basically 1 hour exactly. Beard's going for 24 hours, surely. Absolutely. Yo, thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Scrolling. Beard's going for 24 hours, surely. Oh, it's gonna happen. What in the 80s comics is going on here? This is Beautiful Joe, dude. This game is so good. ZBrush is you. Well, you know, he happens to like ZBrush. How you doing, Josh? This guy have any tutorials for modeling? You should go give him a follow. He's actually really good. His link is pinned right up there. He said he's going to be working on some YouTube stuff, so definitely give him a check. Hugs for Hugs and Beard, of course, even though he just got clapped. I did get clapped. I did actually get clapped. Thank you so much for those follows, guys. I do appreciate you. My name is Beard. I'm sure you heard me fucking yap about it earlier, so I'm not going to bore you with all the details. But, hi. How are you? Acme Oil Painting and Shepherd the Goat, thank you so much. Yeah, dude, so like, oh shit, I just did a thing I probably should not have done. Actually no, we're good. I think we're good.
how many times do you think you've played this game so far?
As a kid or just in general?
I mean, you could add up as a kid, but like in general, probably.
I will say that I have played this game, God, dude, I don't even know, probably like 20 or 30 times in my life.
Jeez. I mean, hey, you know, when you like a game that much, that's just how, you know, what you end up doing.
It's true. I suck at ZBrush, dude. You should seriously, Josh, go check out Hugs' stream. It's actually super cool. What am I? Okay, I'm doing something wrong here. I wonder. What am I missing?
Yeah, also, yeah, if you guys, if anybody's ever curious, like I will, you know, I did go to college for this, but a lot of my knowledge is more of an animation thing. I do a lot of modeling, but I will say I'm definitely a way stronger animator, and people will see that on stream as well. I do animate my stuff, and you'll see some cool stuff like Hugsby running across the screen. When I get a follow, I've animated that. That's completely from me. There's some other animations I'll do on stream as well, but I will say I'm an animator before a modeler. My models are still pretty fun. I like doing them just to show the cool stuff, but horror will always come first. That's why, you know, you're more than welcome to critique this as you guys go, and don't expect it to be anywhere near my other model work. Like, just because I'm super realistic, like hyper model for horror work and creepy creatures and mythical beings. So my work will always be amazing for that stuff. Like I take pride in what I do, and I consider myself a good artist when it comes to my horror stuff. But like I said, that's the whole point of this, is to take advantage of creating new pieces that otherwise might not have happened. Like, I would never have thought to create a character like this if Beer didn't recommend it, you know?
This game's just cool, dude. I was planning on playing this game this week anyways, so then I was like, wait a minute, I would love to see what this looks like as like a statue. This would actually be really cool. And I thought, you know, considering like just how unique Joe is as a character, like I thought it was kind of like the perfect first canvas.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's like I said, it's a challenge to do, but it's a good challenge because it's something new for me to try, something cool. And you know, who wouldn't want like a cool character like this, where it's just kind of something you can add to just kind of sit around as a statue at some point, you know, just kind of a cool 3D print to do. And I do have my own 3D printer. This is not going to be like I ship it out to get 3D printed and get done. Like, I have my own. I've 3D printed a couple things as well. I don't have them around me at the moment, but I have 3D printed a couple things already and know how to use it, obviously. But yeah, it's not going to get like sent out. I'm already doing the 3D prints myself and going to send them out to you guys. And I will not, like I said, shipping's not an issue. No matter where you're at, don't be afraid to enter in. If you're like, oh, I'm in a whole other country, this is gonna take too much shipping, he's not gonna send it. Like, I'm willing to push out the money myself to give to you guys, because you guys deserve it. You know, if you're in here watching the stream and you stick around past the front page stuff and you're willing to hang out, all on board giving it away to you. Like, that's why I'm not going to do it while we're on the front page for the giveaway. I'm going to do it later on, because if you're going to stick around and show support, once I'm off the front page, gets rid of a lot of the bots, gets rid of a lot of people. So this giveaway is a little more fair. I said, two, you know, it shows that you're really willing to, that you like the content, you want to stay, and you really might want the giveaway of this specific character. You might like this character and be someone on stream that is like, oh, I actually really like this game, I kind of want this 3D print, you know?
Absolutely. It is, you know what, I'm gonna say, it is an absolutely obscure video game, but it is super cool. And I mean, I don't know, dude, I think that it's like one of those things where I'm just like, dude, I haven't seen or played this game in forever. I love playing GameCube, and like as I get older and everything, and like PCs are PCs, and you know, I'm really just kind of like, man, imagine if we had some of like the tech when these games came out that we used to have. Like, games would be so different, I think. And I don't know, dude, I have a larger appreciation for the games I grew up with as a kid now as a result. There we go.
So a really cool fact that I love telling people, because a lot of people don't understand how much work goes into these type of things. So just for reference, this awesome fact that I found out, because I actually have a buddy that I went to school with that works over at Pixar. And something really cool that he brought to my attention was the original Toy Story, created back with the software that we had back then. Like, it's already like tough as a computer, like my computer, to make some things, but I can definitely render out a whole animation, make some cool stuff. So something interesting about Toy Story is the original Toy Story, they had to use a whole series of render farms to get the whole movie out, rendered, everything like that. The original Toy Story, if made on one computer, would have taken about 20 years to make.
Oh my God.
Because of how bad our technology was back then. That if they didn't pay for render farms and pay for all these other computers and have, you know, people working on it, if it was just a solo person making that movie, it would take about 20 years just to render out using old technology back then. Newer technology now, You could have small teams like Flow that make a movie in about 3-4 years with a team of 10 people and make a really cool full film. But back then, there's no way you would have been able to do that. And that's a really
so
cool
crazy.
fact that he was telling me that he actually found out. My buddy found out while working there. He had a bunch of older guys that originally worked on the film and were telling him like exactly how much power goes into making these types of things, and you don't realize it. You're like, oh, that was just a whole bunch of people that made something cool. You don't realize how much fucking effort goes into that, how much time it takes, how much that goes into make your favorite, like all these movies that you loved as a kid, and it's a lot of progress. It's a lot of work that has to be done. So I always love giving that back when people don't know things about 3D and about how movies are made. So that's just something cool that I love sharing with people, because they always get nobody understands how much work went into movies back then.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy.
I mean, well, considering too, right? So like animation style has kind of like definitely changed over time. Like obviously things have gotten more efficient, and like rendering has. Yo, Draco, thank you for the raid. I hope that you had a really good stream. Animation has like changed so much, I think. Is that like a thing? Draco, how was the rest of your stream?
Yes. So another big thing that I like to talk about with that is most recent Pixar movies in general, like Shrek, the newest Shrek that got announced, right? Shrek looks completely different. Doesn't look like he's got you can definitely tell that he's got different looks compared to what he used to look like. That is just newer software makes him look different. We don't have the same software that we used to make back then, and it reacts differently.
Right.
Newer hardware. You have different styles that Pixar uses now, and like those things can change, and even animation styles can change over time. And people got upset. They're like, "That's not original Shrek. This is dumb." Blah blah blah. But like, it would take them twice as long to make the original Shrek if they made it the original way than they would if they made it now, because they want to get this movie out for you. You want to wait like twice as long for this movie. Like think about how long it took for the Avatar movies to get made.
Dude, Jesus Christ. And they couldn't push patches to fix stuff, so more QA as well hurts my brain. They managed to do so much with older tech. It's true. Very true. Hi. Stream was great. I really enjoyed Fragpunk. Oh my god, I love Fragpunk. Fragpunk is so much fun. Oh, dude. So like I don't know. I was actually, Jesus Christ, I am so terrible. I was doing some reading in regards to like the new Shrek, and like you're right, Shrek does not look remotely the same at all. How does that make you feel as like an artist? Like, do you think it strays too much away from the original formula? Like,
this is something that like I've seen a lot of, like I said, I saw a lot of the hate online for it, and I get the hate. I know, like, from someone who doesn't do that, or they might see it as, oh, well, this is dumb. They should just make it the same. It can't be that hard. And like I said, it can be harder to go back the old way than to make it the way we are now. It can take a lot of effort. It's kind of like trying to make a movie that is in that looks like it's from the 80s versus like making a movie now. You have to put more effort in to make it look like it's 80s like style movie, because you have to fake those effects. You don't just have a camcorder that's going to do that anymore and make that look. It's going to take a lot of effort to make it look that way. It's going to take more time, because you can't just be like, I mean, unless you're lucky and you have one laying around, you can't just be like, oh, here's a fucking camcorder from the 80s and I'm just going to record everything for this movie on here. It's like, no, we're going to make this high quality movie, then we have to put the graphics in, we have to make everything look like it's from the 1980s, all that stuff. Like it's a lot more work to make things look old than it is to just do a newer version and kind of like stay similar to the vibes while still adding new stuff to it. It's something where I get it. I know why they did it the way they did. It sucks. It always will suck, because you have nostalgia. You have things hit where you're like, damn, dude, I really wish it looked the same again. I really wish it was old, like the way Shrek used to look like. That's how I loved it. But you can't get that anymore without them using more money than they already want to. And unfortunately, in the animation business, executives want to save money. They are not going to go out of their way to create a film if it involves them spending more money on software to get that old look. They're just not going to do it. It's unfortunate. It's just how the industry is. You're not going to get that look because majority of the industry is run on big execs, and that's something really cool that I like about the movie Flow. And you'll hear me praise it a lot, because the fact that an indie dev company with no funding, no publishing, just made a movie like that shows that we're getting towards the age of indie in general. Like you guys, and I know you guys see it for games as well. We're getting in the age of indie developers. Schedule 1. Prime example, solo guy, you know, indie developer makes something insanely cool, makes a ton of money off of it, makes this cool game. You ask a big company to do that, they're gonna be like, that's dumb, we're not gonna do that. And look what that just costed them. If a bigger company would have thought about that and done that,
right,
they would have made that money. But it's the age of the indie developer. That's what it is now, and that's how it's going to be. These bigger companies are not going to be able to keep up. They're not going to anymore, because they're going to try to replicate nostalgia, and it's not going to work. They're going to try to
do you think companies are kind of like stuck in their ways as far as like design?
Yes, and that's like kind of how I was saying before, like it's all up to the execs now. Like you'll definitely have the whole team of animators and the lead animator going, well, you know, like the Shrek movie, let's make him look new, like the old version, but we're gonna have to put about probably another year's worth of work into it to get it to look like that. And the execs are like, okay, but how much is that gonna cost? They're not like, oh, that'd be cool, that'll get our fan base. They're like, no, how much is that going to cost? Because regardless, people are going to watch the movie. How much can we just spend? How much little can we spend to make more profit off of this? That's just how it is now, and it sucks. And that's why I said indie dev. It's the time for the indie devs, because indie devs are going to take that time and effort because they have the time and effort to do that. They want to make a passion project. It's not some exec telling a bunch of people, no, we're going to do it this way because we need to make money.
Right.
And you know, that's how things are, and it sucks. Sucks that things are that way. These bigger companies are at that stage now. Like think about how much effort Pixar used to put into their movies versus you could see the difference now. You could very much see the difference. And and in no way am I hating on these companies. They still make good movies, but you look at it from back then, and you're like, man, what happened? It's money. It's people running the companies that never were in those positions. They were never in those bottom areas and saw how these things are made, and we're like, you know what, the public is going to love this a lot more. We can put that effort into making this movie like that. It's going to cost us more money, but we'll make more money in the long run because people want to see it the old-fashioned way.
Right. Which is definitely fair. Nostalgia is something, you know, ironically, we talk about nostalgia here, but like I'm very nostalgic for like the era of GameCube games. And that's why I enjoy my GameCube games now. But like at the same time, it's kind of crazy to me to think that like, you know, people are so nostalgic at times that they are willing to spend, you know, I mean, I guess it's not that crazy. Sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants, you know?
Yeah, like, because everybody wants to go back to their childhood. Nobody wants to. When you get to adulthood, especially, you're like, man, I really like how things are now. You're like, I want to go back to being a kid and not having to care about stuff. Like that's part of the psychological part behind it. You're not part of you misses those old shows because they remind you of when life was easier.
Oh, absolutely.
Like you might have dealt with some trauma back then. You might have had some bad things happen to you as a kid, but at the same time, you're like, man, I didn't have to worry about stressing about a job. I didn't have to stress about like money. I just, got this thing and I got to play this fun game. I didn't have to do anything else for it. I just got it and got to sit around for like 16 hours a day. Like imagine now, like with a full-time job being like, oh dude, I'm going to spend 16 hours on this game. I used to be able to stay up till 6 a.m. playing a game. Now I'm lucky if I'm up past 12 some nights because I'm like, I'm tired and it sucks because I want to play this game, but I'm too tired to play this game.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Like, and there's so many other responsibilities. Like, you know how much fun I would have if I could just like sit around and play video games. Like you guys, like people like you, like Beard, that get to do that when you get to experience this on stream. Obviously you do other things, but like you get to play these games on stream, but that's not something I've been able to do because I've wanted to progress my art, and that's something I have to do on stream. There's plenty of times where I'm like, I'll start up a stream and I'm like, man, I wish I could just play like a game and sit back and relax, but at the same time I'm like, I have all these art projects I need to work on. I can't just play a game. I need to work on this.
No, I definitely get that. Like, so I've recently been doing like cooking on stream, which has been super rad. And like, I really love food. I really love cooking, and like it's something I'm very passionate about. And now I get to like share it with everyone, which is extra exciting. But like there are also nights where I'm just like playing games, and then out of nowhere I like look at the time and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, dude! It's way too late for me to like have like a full meal. So like one of the things to consider too is like, so me big into food, doing everything like that, and I this is more of a me issue than it is like a stream based issue, but like recognizing that like sometimes you just need to like stop and do the thing, because like I don't know, man, you should always take time for yourself to like do an enjoyment thing. You know, obviously like where time permits. But you know, like just remember, like prioritize things that like make you happy, but also do things that will bring you like a feeling of accomplishment and success, because like that's important too. But like for me, you know, sometimes feeding myself, like I get home, I immediately start up and I'm just like, all right, it's time to do the thing. And then before I know it, 6 hours blow by and I'm like, oh my God, I've not eaten since like noon today. And it's already midnight. And I'm like, I've gone 12 hours. What is going on with me? You know? So like, sometimes, right, like even when doing something, because like art is important, I think that society as a whole doesn't really give enough credit to artists, because like art comes in many forms, and many forms of things can be considered art in my opinion, but I will definitely say this. I already have the power, we're good. But a lot of things can be considered art, and I think that it's super important to remember that, like, you know, art is expression, art is, you know, dedication. There's a lot of things that can be art in my opinion. And, you know, like if that's what you're impassioned by, like do that until it hurts, because like that's where success is generated. And you know, a good friend of mine told me that recently, which is like, you got to do things that you're impassioned by until you're like crazy, because that's the only way you're going to be successful. And like it resonates a lot. But like, you know, just also remember to like work all of the time, and then like suddenly, you know, everything just kind of happens all at once. You're like, what have I been doing? Like I've taken no time for an enjoyment. And like, I don't mean to get like super hyper deep or critical, but like, you know, just make sure to take time for yourself too, buddy, because like that's super fucking important. Balance, as with all things. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's something that, you know, you get caught up in some things, and like there's even times where like I'm doing, you know, I do my art, and it's never something where I'm like, man, like you get in those points. I mean, you probably see it because you're a web developer, right? Or that's what you work in. So there's probably times where like, oh, you know, this is kind of an interesting project to work on. You're like, and you get into it, and then the next day you're still working on. You're like, I'm just not feeling it today. Like I just want to just chill and not have to deal with this project right now. Like it's a fun project, but for some reason today it's just not it for me. I'm just not dealing with it.
I think,
like you said, it is good to deal with that type of stuff and be like, okay, I'll take a little breather. You know, I got to remember that this is something that's fun for me, but I shouldn't burn myself out to the point where I hate it. I shouldn't turn this into, and that's the issue with, you know, turning into a job sometimes, is you get worn out. You're like, oh no, I hate doing this right now. And you shouldn't. In the end, you got to remember you're getting paid to do something that you might love, and you know those type of struggles can be annoying to deal with sometimes, but at the same time that's just how it is.
Oh, absolutely. So like, I don't know, man, I just always remember that if there is a like a moment of time where like you're just not feeling it, like capitalize on that moment and do something that you might be feeling, because like, you know, the reward of being like, you know what, my eyes are tired, I think I want to walk away from this for a moment, is quite literally it's a reward. It's reprieve, man. It feels good. But at the same time, again, society doesn't really give enough credit to artists. You know, like, dude, imagine if Motley Crue never existed, right?
Yeah.
Like, erase all of their music from like the annals of fame, and like think about like how that would make everything. You know, like what?
Yeah, that whole butterfly effect too. I love looking into that stuff. Like you can see like, okay, well, if this music group didn't make this, we would have never had like half of these music groups that are out now, because they derived from that.
Well, and they like, so that's what I mean too, right? Is like the impact of people and like their contributions to society is kind of crazy, right? Like the littlest thing can make sometimes the biggest impacts, and like it's really interesting. It's funny, somebody just played Motley Crue in my channel after I mentioned them. But like, imagine, dude, if Kickstart My Heart was never a song, you know, like imagine the cultural impact and implications that would have, where like we didn't have badass hair metal bands or like all of that crazy stuff. And then like, you know, think about like if the Sistine Chapel was never a thing, or like the Black Church, or like literally numerous amounts of architecture, or fuck, dude, even Banksy, dude. Imagine if Banksy wasn't a thing. Like all of the contributions to life that art has provided is, I think, sometimes neglected, right? Because like, you know, then now we've got people making like Studio Ghibli photos of themselves, and like, you know, the premise is like, yeah, it's cool and they want to do that and I respect that, but at the same time, like, somebody had to hand draw all of those things, and we just punch something into AI and we're like, all right, do this thing now. And it's like, what?
Yeah. And like so I've had this talk with a really cool AI artist that I'm creating this piece for, because he created this piece and I'm turning into 3D later on. His name's Mischief. We had this whole talk about like without humans, like in general, the AI art would not be good. And even now, like AI doesn't always do everything right until you give them the right prompt. That's just how things are. But you gotta understand that art came from somewhere. And I get people's they get upset too, and people are like, oh, well, AI is just copying my art, you know, it's not fair that like you can just press a button and make something cool that was made. But a lot of people forget that art is literally just copying off of someone else's work and changing it for yourself. That's all art is anymore. It's not. And the whole science behind it is always fun to talk about, because it's like people think that ideas are original for art, and it's not. There's not really a such thing for art as an original idea anymore. You're really just taking mashed up versions of other people's artworks to become your own, and it looks original because you're you know, making something that people haven't seen before, but technically they have seen it before. Right. But you don't realize that because it's made in a different way. So it appears original to us, but realistically it's taken from other things in life. Like, you know, this character here, I'm sure the people that, you know, maybe Beautiful Joe got some other ideas from other companies or other games or other, you know, artwork, and they're like, this is how we're going to make this character. They might not know it, you know, consciously, but subconsciously they saw something that reminded them of this that made them make this character.
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm pretty sure that Beautiful Joe was heavily inspired by Power Rangers, right? Like I said it, all right? Nail me to a cross, but like, at the same time, how many people have watched like Power Rangers as a kid? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually pretty badass when you think about it. And like at the time, you know, when we were all kids, like it had a functional grip on us, right? And like, I don't know, art often imitates like many things. Like, you know, I don't necessarily know if there's like an original concept at this point, but I'm not an art expert, so I couldn't say, but like there's a little bit of something from everyone everywhere, you know, like that's just inspiration as a whole.
And like the term, so when I use that term too, like it's not saying that like everybody's completely just like nobody's coming up with something original at all. It's more of like it's original, but at the same time, like it had to come from somewhere. It's not right. I don't think it's possible to just like, you can't think in your head of something new right now and be like, that's completely new, I never got it from anywhere. Like that just kind of popped in my head. Like there's always part of you that saw that somewhere, like little bits and pieces. Like majority of my horror work is based off of horror movies, but Hugsby is completely based off of Coraline. I'm a huge Coraline fan. That's another movie that I love to death, and that's another one movie I will rewatch over and over. Hell yeah. Hugsby is heavily based. The button eyes, the sewed up body, like that's the majority of his look is based off of Coraline. I love that movie, and I will, you know, that's where you derive it from. And there's a lot of different artworks that are derived from it. You can talk to artists that have worked on movies, and they'll tell you the same thing. They're like, oh, you know, I kind of got that idea from this old movie I watched. And it's a lot of, you take from older things to make something new. And it's like the term original makes it seem like you're making something out of thin air that's never been thought of, but it's like you're still deriving from other things. So it's not that things aren't original, but it's just like, I feel like that's not the word that I would use a lot of times. Like I know that's how we use it and how we describe things, but I wouldn't describe anything as, I feel like it's the wrong word to use for it, you know?
For sure. And so like, I don't know, what would you say is like your biggest inspiration?
I my biggest inspiration is Tim Burton for a fact.
Okay.
Tim Burton is the entire reason for the stuff that I do. Now my horror stuff, a lot of it is creepy stuff that doesn't always look like Tim Burton.
Right.
But like you can see some of, like I said, the Hugsby work is my favorite work. I love getting into it, but that is completely derived from Tim Burton type stuff. I love I love like the idea, like I said, Coraline is a lot of my work that I love getting from. I just love the creepy doll stuff type of things.
Absolutely.
Like Annabelle. I like Annabelle in those movies, but
Annabelle creeps me the fuck out, dude.
Yeah, like and something about that just kind of sticks, and you're like, I wonder if part of that is also I just like the idea of this inanimate like doll object, and that's what sticks with me. And then you look at Coraline, they're all dolls, like the inanimate like doll stuff, like the creatures and stuff. They're really just like, and then the whole thing, Coraline's doll itself is a whole meaning and stuff, and that just kind of always stuck with me. So I like the idea of these creepy doll characters that do these types of things, and it's I don't know, it's something that's always been there that I'm like, man, I really it just vibes with me so well that I just get stuck making characters like that, and it's my favorite type of character to make. And I'd say Conjuring definitely gets another one of my, like, the things that I derive from, a lot of things that I get ideas from is definitely Conjuring. I do take a lot of stuff from them, like that, the original lady when she turns into that like horrible ghost, like the way it looks, just something about that, just I always have that in my head, and I just want to make things that look like that.
I mean, that's totally fair. That's definitely fair. One of like, I guess, dude, specifically like the Conjuring series in particular, dude, like, I don't know, I find the study, or I guess the historic study of like demons and ghosts and spirits and everything to be like really quite interesting, because like origin stories had to, like, how did these things come about? They had to have an origin story, but like, where do these things come from, like, and that I've always found sort of like interesting. And then the way it's portrayed like in media is also really interesting, because oh shit, getting my ass kicked. There we go. But like the way things are portrayed in media is super interesting, because like we take an original like script, but the concept of it is very much like originating from somewhere. And like there's no patent on ghosts, you know what I mean? Like ghost stories and ghosts in general have been around for fucking ever. But like, over time there's new like, this ghost comes from this or that or the other thing, and it's just like, it's so interesting to see how people invent these concepts. And I'm genuinely like, I'm really curious where and how. There we go. Like where and how, like who invented the first ghost story type stuff,
Yeah. And like, that's a whole, like, you go back to, folklore in general, how people came up with these stories and how much it's delved over the years. Like, I love when we take horror movies that come from like old stories that people created, and you create something so like wild out of it. And then you're like, it's just like how people used to tell stories back in the day was like so much more crazy than what we do now, because we get the ideas from other things for sure, but these people had to have seen something that reminded them of that and created this type of story. Because like, we have the internet where we can just look something up and we're like, that kind of sticks out to me, I remember something like that. But now, back then, they just had to have seen something that made them think of that. Like, so it's wild to me. It's nice to think about where they might have seen something that back then that reminded of it. We can look at a movie now and be like, oh, that's cool, but imagine someone when movies weren't a thing, like shows, like any of that stuff, and they're just like, they come up with a really crazy, folklore that was passed down from generations, and you're like, that's so wild that they had something like that pop into their head, something that they've seen that could have caused that. And then you get into the whole like conspiracy part of it, of like, well, what if this stuff was real? Like, what if unicorns were real back then, and that's why it's a story now, they don't exist now? And you're like, we'll never know, right? But it's just that's just how things are. You'll never fully know if they were real back then. And what if that's where these stories delve from? Also, could have just been someone just saw a horse one day and it got something stuck on its head, and that's how unicorns were passed down through generations.
Let's put a fucking horn on this shit.
Yeah,
hell
like,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's crazy to think about that stuff when you're like, well, how did this come to be? Like, what caused us to come up with these creatures and like these beings? And
Right.
like I said, I love like wizards, witches, like mythical creatures in general, old history, like supernatural beings and stuff. Like, I love creating stuff like that because it's just cool to think about that stuff and find something
Mm-hmm.
unique and, you know, special where you could be like, I can't believe that they came up with that, and you're like thinking in your head how that originally came, and it's just
Right.
it gets crazier the more you think about it.
Ooh, hey, guess what? I just read this in my chat. I will return to that thought. But somebody just notified me that channel points are now actually live. So dashboard community to enable them. So
Gotcha.
that's actually kind of sick, dude.
Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, that means for my future streams, I can set up channel points for like giveaways and stuff too. People who,
Absolutely.
like, chat and stuff, and
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that means we're gonna be abandoning the old Botrix channel points. Huge. Thank you for letting me know. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to interject. That was just actually super huge.
yeah.
So when you okay, actually, you know what? Here's a really good one. What is your favorite horror story? Like, what's something that stuck out to you, like as a kid? Like, what was like your biggest, scariest like horror story?
So, as a kid, I will actually say a horror movie even that stuck out to me, because a lot of times horror stories, like I got into horror when I became more of a teen, and like I was a definite like scaredy little kid when I was like younger, but so like I wasn't huge into horror movies, but when I got into like when I really got into horror movies, the very first movie that I ever saw was 13 Ghosts.
Oh my god, I was going to dude, that was like the one that scared me the most as a kid.
Yeah, dude, I remember that's the only movie where I could watch other movies as a kid, and you know that's just how it is, but that is the only movie that gave me a actual panic attack after watching it, where I had to like sit down. I had like really bad asthma back then. I was having like an asthma attack and stuff, and my mom had to sit me down after watching it because I was watching it with my brother, and I will never forget that. That is the one movie that, and it's weird because then you look at it now, you're like, that was so cheesy. Like,
Yeah, dude,
I
it was
afraid of that.
so crazily bad, but like, holy shit, as a kid, that fucking freaked me the hell out. I could not for the life of me, like, dude, what the fucking the thing with its head in the box just like freaked me out. And it was like, it wasn't even that it was a ghost, it was the way it moved. Like, it undulated, it just like it tweaked, and it freaked me out so much, Hugs. I literally could not stand it. And like the idea of like an all glass house also like really freaked me out. I was like, oh god, dude, unreasonably afraid of all things about that movie, and I couldn't even tell you why. It's just like, oh god, the way the body like tweaked and just moved, and oh god, it was so terrible.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I was dealing with. I freaked out as a kid, and that's the only movie where I've been so scared. Like, I've watched the Sinister 2 movies, and Sinister movies in general are like fucking crazy, like creepy, but like they still are. I don't know, something about just watching that at that time in my life was just such a creepy movie that just threw me off and had me like having nightmares, and I will never understand why to this day why I had such bad nightmares from it. It just, and then, you know, I've rewatched it before and I'm like, why the was I afraid of this?
Dude, it's crazy how the human mind works and responds to like outer stimulus and fear. Like, seriously,
And then one of my favorite stories that I actually like now is even though they made a movie out of it, The Curse of La Llorona.
Yep.
That's just so creepy to me too. Like, when you have just a random woman in like a white dress. Like, imagine if that really happened to you. You're just like out and like chilling with like friends, and you're like in the woods somewhere, and then suddenly you see a woman in a white dress just kind of standing there staring at you. Like, your first instinct is, all right, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I'm not gonna go up there and talk to that. I'm not gonna wonder if she's okay. Like, there's a woman in a white dress here. Like, no. And it's already too late at that point because that's the whole story. Is when she, you know, she's a weeping widow and like she fucks you up, and that's just it's like that's just how it is. That's how life goes.
Dude, it's super crazy. What about Tanashi or Joe Hendry? Yeah, what about them? Bill, I'm trying to make you even better. Hone your craft. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Speak of the devil. Yeah, no, that's totally true. Unrelated note, but like, what's like your favorite food of all time?
Favorite food.
Mhm.
So when I was younger, I was a huge Hamburger Helper fan.
Oh my god.
Loved Hamburger Helper.
Are you like my long lost brother? Holy shit. Okay, what was the best one?
See, I love like the 3 cheese or 4 cheese type shit and the fucking I don't. And then whenever my mom occasionally got like the beef stroganoff one, I was like,
Oh,
was
dude,
I
we
kinda
just
like
became
it, but,
best
like,
friends,
yeah.
dude.
I was really enjoying it.
Oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. That's so sick. Hell yeah.
What's weird now is so my go-to thing that I will if I'm ever like I'm always craving it, but I could really always fuck up like Buffalo Wild Wings. Like B-dubs is my shit. I'm always like, I could fuck up some B-dubs right now.
Dude, I love B-dubs. B-dubs does not love me though. Oh man, I love it so much, dude. And mango hob sauce is like, I love the mango hob sauce. Holy shit, dude. All right, man. Ultimate respect, bro. That was a good answer. That was a really good answer. I fuck with that. I fuck with that heavy. That's so fucking cool.
I definitely have to watch more of your cooking streams as well, because me and my fiance do meal prepping now before for work lunches, and like my favorite thing that I've been making myself that I learned how to make is my own homemade crunch wrap.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I actually made some of those a couple weeks ago.
Dude, I just something about when I made it too, I was so proud of myself because like you see that and you're like, man, you're like, nobody just makes a crunch wrap at home. Like you get that from Taco Bell, but when you make it yourself, you're like, dude, like I made a fucking crunch wrap. Holy shit,
dude.
it actually looks good and tastes good. And you're like,
It
what
tastes
the
so much better too. What's up, Guppy? How you doing, homie? Dude, I love the fact, so cooking at home is awesome because like you can even do something like take inspiration from like, you know, whatever fast food joint and then just like do it completely on your own with like better quality ingredients, and like you're just like, oh hell yeah, this exists and it's in my household. Like,
yeah,
dude, I love Big Mac tacos. I am a Big Mac taco guy. I would much rather have a Big Mac taco than a regular Big Mac any day. And it's like you have control over the quality of the beef. You can cater the sauce to yourself. I prefer romaine lettuce over whatever garbage lettuce that they just kind of eat on there. I like my onions to be like diced up a certain way. I have so many particularities about things, and like, let's be honest, a Big Mac is not a good sandwich. It's just not. Because like, I don't know about you, but like all of my local like fast food burger joints put way too much like mayonnaise on everything. Not that you should ever be getting a Big Mac with mayonnaise, unless, I mean, you can. That's like your prerogative. But like, you know, even just like the Mac sauce, I feel like they underdo the Mac sauce. That's like the whole thing. That's like the special sauce for the burger, and they fuck it up, dude. How do you do that? Like that's what, like, because the meat patties are basically paper thin, so it's not like you're getting like, you know, more bang for your buck or anything. But like the whole point of it is it's supposed to be like a saucy burger and everything, and they just eat a handful of lettuce on it, and then they're like, all right, enjoy that, and it's like it's impossible to enjoy it. It's just so bad.
Also, little side note, in case people were wondering, because I'm sure some people are seeing that it doesn't look like the same pose as the actual image, but long run, what's going to happen is off stream, like once the character is done, I can't change him, but off stream, what I'm going to do is pose him in that way. So he's not like, I'm not adding anything, I'm not doing anything. I'm creating the character, and then it's kind of like animating him, and he's going to be posed in the way that the picture shows, so that we can get him in that way and get him set up. Because I still have to add something. I'll have to add at the end, which is the only thing I'm allowed to add, is a stand for him to sit on, so that he actually sits right and he doesn't fall over as a 3D print. But those things obviously are things that I wouldn't say count as making changes, because I'm just making it able to stand as a 3D print, and then I'm posing him in the way he needs to be. But the easiest way to make a 3D model is to make him in A pose or T pose, and then you switch him after, because it helps to keep symmetry, to make sure the character is done right. And then it also helps to make sure that everything looks the best way possible before you pose it, because you can make a pose and those things could look like, the pose could look really off, and it's a lot harder to make the pose look like it's supposed to, because you have to make the character based off of how the pose looks, and it just looks weird. So it's definitely a lot better.
Diamonds. True.
It's definitely a lot better to make the character in this form and then add him in after, like actually pose him after. So you guys probably won't see the posing on here unless I somehow get this all done and we're chilling, then I'll definitely like pose him on stream. But majority of these streams, I'm kind of just making the character, and then I'll pose him real quick for the print. I'll post the print on X, and as well, like the final, I'll post this one, and then I'll post the actual print when I'm done printing it, to show people like what it looks like when I pose him. So I don't want people to see this after and be like, oh, you made changes after stream. That's kind of not what you're supposed to do. It's like, no, I didn't make changes. I made him as the character, and then I changed him, just kind of like animated him slightly to get him to the right pose, because it's a lot harder to create something at the actual pose itself. It's better to make it this way and then pose it after, just so that people aren't looking at it and they're like, oh, this is not how the character looks, and like, oh, you after stream you post it, I post a thing, and they're just like, oh, you changed him, that was part of the rule, you're not supposed to add anything to it. Like,
would you say that posing is one of the more difficult parts of finishing a model?
Yes. So the hardest part for me, there's a whole system of things that go down. So you have the main pipeline for creating this stuff is you do a concept piece where you create the artwork, like the artwork of the character that I'm looking at. Then you create the actual sculpt like this. And the best thing about this is you set this up to rig, which is where you add bones inside and you rig the character up so you can move him around. So that's something else I will do, is rig him up. I'll add a little skeleton inside that I can use to move his body around. And rigging is the most complicated part, because you have to tell the bones how they actually work. It's kind of like if you were to create a skeleton for a human and you're like, okay, the bones are in there, but that doesn't mean it's going to move the skin the way that it normally moves it. You got to tell the bones, like, or the skin, like, this is how you react to the bones moving. Like, it's the same type of deal where you have to set that up in animation and be like,
right,
all right, like, why when I move my arm bone does my leg move? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
You're like, so you gotta set that up and make sure that the actual leg is moving only when the leg bone moves, and that's the hardest part to me. I have a buddy of mine, Major Mayhem, that used to stream on here that does rigging, and he loves it. I hate that part so much. I really do, because I do not like adding the bones in.
That's fair.
But I have to add the bones in to animate it, so I can't do the part that I'm the best at without doing the part that I hate the most. And that's like a whole life lesson thing. You got to deal with the annoying parts before you can get to the part that's really fun.
Absolutely.
But I will say that's the hardest part. And then the next one that I hate is this term we use called retopology. So anybody that is looking at the stream, these objects are formed of these little squares, these little polygons, we call them. And to you, they might look like normal squares, but like to me, these individual squares could cause where I move the arm, and then for some reason, if I move the elbow, normally the elbow would move, but suddenly it's like stretching this part of the arm. It's like pulls it down. That's just how it is. It sucks, but that's just how you have to set things up for topology. So you have to go to the character and put on a bunch of squares over top of him to make him still look right, but add less topology as well and make the squares work right. And that is a gigantic pain as well.
Sounds like it would be
that in the industry. It's not fun, because another thing too is like people could see in this little top section it says 3.131 mil. That's 3 million polygons. a character in a video game should only have about 20,000
Right.
polygons.
So my my roommate actually is building a game, and he was showing me a cool mesh that he had found for like a tree, and it was like ridiculously sized. Like he was telling me about how many polygons he had, and he was like, "This is insane. It should have like X amount of polygons." And I was like, I mean, by the looks of it, I was like, I didn't even know it had that many. Like, but he was just like baffled that the sculpt of it, I guess, was just like so crazy. Like, it seems like a lot of shapes, you know, like for a tree of all things. No way channel points are out. They are.
And that type of thing can make this like a lot, like I said, these sculpts, I don't plan on fully animating them. The rigging process will be a little slower because I have to rig it up, and that involves putting the bones, which are it slows the games down a lot when you do stuff like that. Like when you create these games and you wonder, like, you play like a certain game you might play where you're like, dude, why am I getting such dropped frames even though I have this fucking 50, 90, you know, thing, and my CPU is the newest thing? Well, it's not your end, it's the game. The game is not the game is, you have to blame Dez for not lowering the poly count. Like a character like this, if I offered this to a game studio and said, hey, put this in your game, they're gonna fucking laugh at me and tell me I'm an idiot that doesn't know how to do my job because I did not topologize it right at all. But so you're supposed to, there's two ways to do it where you can topologize it as you go, so I could just kind of mess with the squares. It takes a lot more time. Or you create the character and then you kind of put like another bunch of squares over top of it and make the topology to make it look right.
Right. Interesting.
It takes, it's a whole like thing to make that, and it takes a lot of time, but it's necessary for games to work. Movies do not give a shit about topology. That's another reason why I like. That's another reason why I like working in the movie industry instead of games, because I can make characters like this and not get yelled at for the topology and not have to do the work that I hate.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
But, you know, movies don't need that because you're going to have the character do, like, simple things. It's not constantly rendering. You're just rendering out a one scene and hoping the computer works. Obviously, you still need decent topology, but you can get away with having shittier stuff. And it's a whole... And that's what, you know, I like explaining this stuff. It's actually fun. I'm glad you're asking me these questions because, like I said, my streams, I try to explain it. But having people here and letting them understand, like, the process that goes into all this shit is ridiculous.
Well, I'm, you know, like, not to like toot my own horn or anything, but I do find myself to be like, you know, naturally inquisitive, especially if I don't understand. Like, I want to understand. So like, it is, I think, super important to be able to ask like some baseline questions. And like, obviously, I'm not an animator. I would not consider myself proficient in 3D rendering or 3D modeling at all. But I have, like, you know, at least some knowledge of it. And like, you know, thankfully, again, I have like a really amazing like best friend in my life, and you know, he does all kinds of really fucking cool shit. So like, he'll be like, dude, come check out this thing that I did, and I'm like, yeah, all right. And he like shows me something, and he's like, yeah, it's not quite finished yet, but like, what do you think? And I'm like, oh, this is really, like, dude, he was busy like developing, I won't give away too many details, but he was developing a game, and it's like super cool, like, honestly, super cool stuff. And just watching him work through the process of, oh, is the camera off? My bad, guys. There we go. It might just be taking a little nap. Let me just go over to, there we go. But yeah, no, like, watching him work through the steps of like doing all of the design and doing all kinds of like super sick shit is like so awesome to see, because like, he's really passionate about it, and you can tell he's really passionate about it. And like, I'm really excited for him. And, you know, like, I saw like some concepts that he was working on, and I was like, dude, this is actually super sick. And like, I don't know, much like me, he's just kind of like, oh, you know, and I'm like, no, this is actually really sick, dude. Like, what do you mean?
That's the biggest issue with being a 3D artist or making games, making anything like that. Is to you see all the little problems and you're like, oh, dude, this has got so much work to do. But to a normal person's eye, like anyone that doesn't do this stuff, they're like, dude, this looks sick. Like, I can't believe this is done. Like, the amount of times I've gotten things where I've created this model and I'm like, this model doesn't look good. I'm like, I can't believe I finished this. And it's just, I'm like, I gotta fix it at some point. And then I show it to people and they're like, dude, this model's sick. And I'm like, it's not. Like, I can fix this little thing. I can fix this little thing. I can make this better. And they're like, no, this is sick, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Absolutely.
And I'm like, it's that artist thing where you just pick apart your own piece, but like to the normal eye, it's like really cool. People like that, but
no, totally. And it's just like, dude, like just watching him like work through it, I'm just like, this is some really cool shit, dude. Like some high level stuff that like I don't understand, and like, you know, I still need to like work on like Blender stuff because like I'm interested in it and because I want to be able to like render out some like custom STLs so that way I can like, you know, just randomly be like, yo, I feel like modeling out like a custom robo guy because that would be really awesome. Because again, I really like GameCube and I think it would just be a cool thing to do. Plus, I'm super into Warhammer, and so like if I could eventually get good enough,
dude, Space Marine 2,
so good.
Dude, I haven't gotten to finish yet, but I've been waiting to have a buddy that will play it with me. I want to play Space Marine 2 like with people, and
hi, my name is Beard. I'm a 40K nerd to the max.
Like I'd never got to play a lot of this like Warhammer games. I played a couple here and there, but when I got into Space Marine 2, dude, I was like, this game is awesome. I said, I really want to play more of it. I said, but when you play alone, like the game's fun and there's cool story, but when you can play with somebody else too, it's like, oh, this game is so sick. I want to do more.
Big time. The biggest thing is like once you get on the multiplayer, so like PvP. I don't know if you're like a PvP gamer, but like Space Marine versus Chaos Space Marine combat in that game is so good. And like the only thing that I severely dislike about it is the fact that their idea of matchmaking is you plus like 2 of your friends, and it's like, what if I have more than 2 friends? Like, like they didn't really think about it, but then they made a 6v6 game, so it's like you and 2 of your friends plus 3 randos, and it's like, why would you do this? Like, somebody make it make sense, because like in my Discord, we have days where we'll just hop on to Space Marine 2 just for like PvP. And then we have to like rotate people out every couple of games so that way everybody's getting to play. And like, you know, I'm glad that everybody is like capable of sharing, but like if you're hearing this, creators of Space Marine 2, I want you to fix the multiplayer system so badly. I have more than 2 friends and we all want to play the game together. But yeah, no, it's just, dude, Warhammer 40K is probably like my most viewed YouTube stuff, my most viewed wiki thing. I have been playing tabletop for like 5 years. I've collected and I paint models and I do all that, but it would be really, really cool to like self-design, self-model, like, you know, like commanders of my army. Because like there are rules for proxies, so it would be really cool to like homebrew out like, you know, a special character and then like do something sick with him. So you know, that's like a pretty big interest. And like I know I've been grinding really hard on stream and everything, but like, you know, when I have some downtime, I sometimes like open up Blender and I like fuck around in it a little bit, and nothing, much like music, nothing ever really comes of it, but like eventually I'll get there, and it's super sick. So like I have like a vested interest and kind of like a special sort of like, this is extra cool to me because I'm effectively like watching you do some work, and like I don't understand ZBrush, but it looks cool, it looks interesting, and like obviously you're very talented and skilled, which is like so cool because I'm watching it in real time, and like for me that's just hyper interesting.
And like that's why I said I really like the idea. That's the whole point of this pitch kick, was to get people that don't usually watch art where they can watch something in the background, because that's all it is. And I, like I said, I know people are going to be like, some people are like, oh well, you know, I like watching the art, and it's like, yeah, I know, but majority of art watchers, you watch anyone in Bob Ross video, like fucking streams, the majority of the time you have it on the background while you're cleaning your room or while you're doing something else. You're not
Yeah, that's true.
actively sitting there for like 2 hours watching Bob Ross do paints. It's cool what he does.
Mhm.
Sometimes you're in there for like 10, 15 minutes watching him slap his brush around. And you're like, holy shit, like, well, he's just fucking spanking that thing, but it's awesome. And like,
Yeah.
it's cool what he makes when he's just like happy little trees and it fucking makes shit. But at the
Mhm.
same time, you're not actively watching 2 hours of Bob Ross straight without like doing something else. So like it's good to understand that, and that's, you know, this whole point is like you guys can watch another streamer do cool stuff while I'm doing my artwork, and you don't have to sit here and listen to just me, because that's the majority of my art streams is you listen to me talk to chat, but you can listen to me while we, you know, have a conversation with somebody else. We create something cool. You're playing a fun game. People can watch that while they listen to me in the same time. It's a whole experience, and I think it's really fun.
Elite
And Kick
says
seemed to like the idea.
Bob Ross is my dog! Exclamation point cabin chance. Hell yeah, dude. I'm really glad that Kick picked this up. I think that, like, you know, the whole premise of this, where it's just like a couple of guys hanging out, or guy, gal, whoever, just a couple of people hanging out and just kind of like chopping it up while you're like doing something cool. And like, hopefully, you know, and I say this as like, you know, somebody who's very interested in what you're doing right now, but hopefully other people will keep it like relative and related to like their prompt, like whatever they might be doing on the side.
A lot of fun.
So like I think it's cool. And I mean, it really like encouraged me to just be like, dude, it's time to play some GameCube, because I love playing GameCube. It's like super fun, and like now I get to watch like you render out Joe, and like this is such a badass game, dude. It's like so cool. It's so cool.
And like you said, like you get, I have that artist mentality right now where I'm like, this doesn't look good yet to me, but to you, other people who are on stream are like, this is pretty close to the character already. But like to me, I'm like, this looks awful. Like I'm not fully done like anything yet. And like, you know, realistically, I could say I'm pretty much done with the body. I could add some extra details here and there, but the body's not something super difficult to have to make. Like I could fix his hands, make a little more blocky, you know, that type of thing. But majority of people will probably look at this and be like, that's pretty close. Like when you look at this character and you render it up, you're like, that's almost like, you know, you gotta do a little more work on the face, but besides that, it's almost there. So it's definitely something where I'm getting that. I'm looking at it now and I'm like, dude, I just feel like I have like 6 more hours I could spend on this character trying to get stuff done. It's just like bugging me, because I'm like, I want to, you know, I feel like I'm nowhere near done this character and it's just not looking great. And, you know, you get that self-doubt as an artist, which sucks. But I know deep down, I'm like, this is fine. You're doing good. Like the characters, you know, for almost 2 hours of work-ish, you're doing, you know, this character's coming along great, and you don't need to stress about that.
Oh, absolutely. And dude, again, I think it's I mean, like you're very talented. I've looked at your other models and just been like, wow, that like, dude, the most recent one, the thing with the ears, dude, I was like, holy shit. Like that's crazy. Also, I do apologize. I do have to be RB just for like a minute, okay?
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
I will be right back.
Alrighty. Oof. For everybody that's still in the stream, appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. And yeah, I mean, like I said, it all depends on Beard when he ends, but I think we're doing a very good job with this character so far. I will fully set him up to match with the pose that he has. I still have to do the cape. I really got knocked that down. And I appreciate everybody that's sticking here. We will be doing the giveaway at the end. I should have figured that out beforehand, but I did not have a lot of time to get this first one set up with Beard. And I was trying to do other stuff as well, but I will try to get it set up as quickly as I can. And we will do the giveaway at the end for somebody that can win this. So I do appreciate that. We are... Just don't let Beard leave. He's your prisoner now. I'm technically Beard's prisoner. He decides when I end. We could be here until like 3 in the morning, and I work at 8 a.m. So you know, that's all his choice whether or not we stay. I'm technically his prisoner right now. That's the fun thing about this too. Is like I don't I don't usually do long streams, but I'm forced to do a long stream until the other streamer decides to stop. I gotta fix this nose. It's really, it's not bad from the sides, but that front profile is just Again, also sorry for not reading chat as much, but we were really zoned into this.
Yeah, no, we were really chomping it up, dude. Which is a good thing too, because like, you know, we had said before, like, you and I haven't really got a chance to like interact, which again, like, you know, my bad. But like, it's been super cool to be able to like just talk with you. And like, I mean, part of the process of like getting to know somebody is like, you know, you gotta spend a little bit of time with them to just kind of like get oh shit, you know what I just realized?
Huh?
I might have to throw a bomb at the ceiling. But yeah, no, it's actually, it's really refreshing. I think like you're like a really chill dude, and like I'm excited that I get to speak to you about like literally all of this. I think that art is like super cool. What the fuck is that streamception? Oh, Jesus, I'm on the wrong screen. My bad. Let me just fix that real quick. I don't know what happened. There we go. Okay. And then we go here. And then we go here. Okay, that should fix it. Boom. There we go. But yeah, no, it's like, it's actually super cool to like just be able to like have this conversation, because like, again, it's like a rare opportunity for me to just be able to like get to know a new person, but also just kind of like watch you in your workflow. And also like introduce you to my community, because like, you know, my community is, you know, they're a bunch of fucking goofballs. Gotta go poop. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, I had to go pee, if we're being honest. But at the same time, I also wanted to grab another beer, sip on some water. I was about to say, I haven't hit the pen recently enough to be seeing Streamception. Now's the time. Weird degens. No, you guys are chill. You guys are good little beans. But no, it is really cool to like get to know people, especially like, you know, in trying to like associate with everybody and like grow a community and like do a thing. It's hard sometimes to like keep up with everyone and everything all at once. Chill is not the word I would use. What is the word that you would use? Also, I do apologize as well. Like Hugs was saying, we were super focused on like the conversation, and I mean, that's a good thing, right? Because like if we were just kind of like yawning at each other, then it would be far less interesting.
Yeah, then there's no point in me being on the front page, you know, if you're just
Right.
gonna.
You know what? Maybe. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. Nope, I was wrong. Okay, well, that's an interesting one. But yeah, no, totally. Like, if we were just like yawning at each other and not like, you know, actually like having a conversation, then yeah, what would be the point of like being on the front page? No, you're good, man. It's been a nice listen. That's good. I'm glad. Thank you.
And I do feel bad, like sometimes about like the people that came in, you know, gave me a bunch of follows, word talk, and I saw a ton of people's names floating through, and like I would have loved to keep up with chat, but I mean, you gotta, you know, you think about all the bigger streamers that are just constantly like on these front pages and they're never even interacting with chat, and like I get sometimes why they're doing it. They're trying to make the content, and like I still feel bad, but I also have to understand that we're doing something cool for the front page to show people like something interesting, seeing if they like the idea, because Kick's always promoting new ideas. And like I said, the fact that they promoted this means they thought it was something cool that they could put and show people on this on here, and it's something that people probably wouldn't normally see because. One, like I said, 3D community is very, very small. Like our community is small, but 3D community and on Kick is extremely small, and it's definitely something that I thought needed more love. And my 3D homies that are always around, I always appreciate them, and it's good to show people this side because people don't see how these characters are made. Like the very first viewer that came in off the front page was like, he was like, "Why are you not blocking it out? That's going to take you way longer to do this." And I'm like, well, I have a certain way that I like doing things. If I was making this for a game, I would do it the right way, but I'm just having fun and chilling. So I'm not gonna, do it that way because I'm kind of just taking it as if I was doing normal sculpts. I get, that stuff is how it's done, but that's not how I want to do things right now. And I don't think it should be, and I get it. I get why they said what they did, and there's no ill will against them at all.
Right.
Also, if I did blocking out, I guarantee you this would be like 3 times faster, and I would probably be done this character already just sitting around. And like that takes away from the point of the stream because you're the one in control of the stream, and there's more edginess to it if it's like I might not get this character done if you're streaming, and it's completely up to the other person to decide when this model is done, because you could be looking at it and be like, I want to wait until he's done this whole model, but then you could be like, oh well, I gotta go to bed, it's time for work, and then it's like, oh cool, this model looks kind of silly and dumb, but it's hilarious how it looks. You get that memory where you're like, man, we had that whole night where we just talked and vibed, and this is a good memory of that night. We get a cool little sculpt, and then some other viewer gets that memory as well, where they're like, man, I watched that one stream and that dude was like making that model. It was a cool stream, and we got to see listen to some good conversation, and I have this like funny looking model to remind me of it. Or if it turns out good, then I got this cool model out of it for free for a giveaway. And that's this whole idea that went behind it, and I'm very much on board with trying to get the art community bigger on Kick, trying to do things like that and merging, because it's hard. And I know you can probably see this too, that it's hard as an artist to merge with the rest of Kick, because
absolutely,
our content's way different from what you guys do, and it's hard for me to be like, I never am in a call with someone when I'm doing art, but this is a newer thing, and look at how it turned out. Like, I was making this art and I haven't even realized how much time's passed, and I don't remember making half of this character, honestly.
Which is awesome, because that's the other thing too, is good conversation I find helps pass time extremely efficiently. But the other thing too is just the general vested interest. I don't know, I feel like we have a lot in common as far as viewpoints and other little things. We both enjoy horror, for example. You probably enjoy horror a bit more than me because I can be a bit of a scaredy cat. But I think A, you're overall very interesting, and B, I think anybody would be really excited to spend time with you while you're learning about the you're doing the front page thing, man. That's fucking crazy, dude. I was taking a look at your channel, because obviously I have to have it up so that way I can dual broadcast your workflow while I figure out what the fuck to do with a bomb that keeps showing up in a room. But you had over 1,000 people, man. That's crazy. Yeah. That's insane. And that's big time shit, dude. Not many people get to say that. So pat yourself on the back, because you really deserve it. Because again, dedicated to the task and doing the good thing. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. So kudos to you, dude. I'm proud of you, man. That's fucking awesome. And the other thing too is I get to walk away from this with a new friend, which again, super fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, if we didn't do this, think of how long it probably would have been before we actually got to get into a call and hang out with everybody, and
Yeah. So it's little stuff like that where I get to be appreciative of the fact. Oh, let me see if bomb in this room didn't do anything. Jesus Christ, dude, what do I do here?
I think the other cool thing about this whole, like I said, it's bringing the art community to other people and showing that it doesn't have to be just watch me do art, or when I'm not doing art, if I want to work with people, I have to go play games with them. I'm not playing a game, you are, and yet we're having conversation and chilling. And there's people there's people that already asked me about being part of this that I've never had conversations with, and it's you. I have another one, Creation X. He's an awesome artist, but I've never had a conversation with the guy, and we get to connect and talk more, and it's going to be a very fun experience to talk to someone that I haven't gotten to in the art space. It's all about collabing, which I know Kick is trying to be big on. Is trying to be bigger on getting people to collab and talk more, and I know that that's something that they liked about this whole pitch, was getting more people collabing. So
no, absolutely. Hey, so you remember when I said I was going to find the piece?
Yeah.
So it's actually right here, and it was laid on top of my PC case, attached to the cable it needs to be attached to. And despite me grabbing everything else other than this cable, it's right here. It's right here. It's right there. Okay. Well, what can I say? I told you it was going to happen, and it happened.
Yep.
So let's see here. Channel points are a thing now. Yes. Catch up, bruv. I've got 40, 60 peasant. I have 50 W. Scammers Madge. Calm down, Elite. Yeah, Elite. Calm down. But yeah, so I found the piece, so that's fun. Welcome back, GPP. Okay, so I might, you know, we didn't have the power of the internet when I was like a kid, or at least not hyper fast and efficient internet. I might cheat and look up a guide on what the fuck I'm supposed to do next, because like I'm lost. I'm trapped in 3 rooms with what I assume is a very so it's got to be something with that, right, guys? Like that would make the most sense. Do you remember Comic Zone on Genesis? Yes, I remember Comic Zone. Dude.
So this is going to be interesting.
Oh?
Something that so he's closer to looking like an anime character in general. Like
he's
when
kind of anime-y.
Like the overall face structure. And so I kind of took a piece from an actual anime model thing of the nose, so I can get the facial structure right to make him look more like the cartoony version. And then I'm realizing now like how much I'm gonna have to move some things around, which is cool because like I said, that's something now where I'm like, oh, this kind of needs to be fixed a little bit, and something I wouldn't have realized if I didn't take that.
Right.
And it's helping the proportions probably look a little better now because I can figure out what I need to do exactly with him.
Well, I mean, that's cool.
It's definitely something where I'm like looking at it and I'm like, this needs a little bit of work, because like his nose is definitely closer to an anime nose than, you know, other stuff.
It is pretty muted and pointy. So like depending on like one thing being like if you look at him while he's running, it's very pointed, but it's muted when he's standing still. Like you almost can't tell. And I think it's part of like the GameCube pixelization and also the shading on his character, because like it blends seamlessly with his face and then immediately goes to his red suit sleeve. But the other thing too is like you can tell it's very pointed when he's running. And the other thing too, and maybe it's just me and it's the camera angle, but the way they display his left and right eyes are very interesting, because one part of his body, I guess depending on what direction you're looking at, is more shadowed than the other. So like if he were standing, I guess like left and right, so assuming we're facing the right side, his left side would obviously be the one closest to the center of the screen versus right side when he's facing left. But like when he's moving, his right eye is barely a yellow blip, whereas when he's standing still, his left eye is like very large and obvious, but his right eye is completely obscured. And I wonder if there's like a particular reason for that, or maybe it was just like graphical limitations at the time.
Because like now we'll see, because I'm doing it the way of the actual anime nose, and hopefully the facial structure will make a little bit more sense with him now. Regardless, he's gonna look a little funny in general because of the type of character he was back then, trying to turn him 3D. And you know, obviously, like I said, it's not my usual, but I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I'm happy with how it's turning out for not being my usual.
That's perfect.
But it's definitely going to give me a good insight of how I have to fix him up to make him look the way that I need him to look.
Well, that's good, dude. I'm really excited that you're having a good time. This reminded you of Comic Zone? W. Oh, sorry, I'm punching some ballerina robots to death. But yeah, no, this game, dude, I don't know. It's just like the premise of like time manipulation and then just like just some good old fashioned like video game brawling is kind of super cool to me. I don't know. I don't feel like we get like the same experience or feel out of video games these days. We just kind of just have things.
So hopefully I can move this and then this will all look how I need it to proportion wise so I can actually know what I need. Let me see. This might look a lot better to me than what currently looks.
Ooh. Just got punched into a elevator with 1 health left.
How long do you think the game takes to beat?
God, I don't know, man. I guess it really depends on how you want your score to be, because like it does do rankings based on letters. So like if you collect all of the beautifuls, if you eliminate the enemies without like getting your ass beat, it could be relatively long, like definitely over 10 hours. But the other thing too is like I just love the game for the sake of the game. Like the gameplay itself is just like so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is gonna look a lot better proportionally. Before he kind of like his head was like too long, and now it's starting to make a little bit more sense to me. And that's like I said, that's the thing about the way that I model is I'll find things later on where I just delete and then remake, and it's like people are probably like, dude, why like you just waste all that time? And it's like, I didn't, because like I wouldn't have gotten to this point if I didn't do it that way.
Right.
And like there's a blocking out phase, sure, would help, but I'm having fun doing it, so why does it matter?
I was gonna say, is it really a waste of time if you're like, you know, A, having fun, but B, like you're also genuinely interested in like what you're doing?
Yeah, exactly. It's just definitely a lot. Like this is a character I normally wouldn't do because I'm like, like is it something for me? But I'm having fun making it, and it's interesting it teaches me new things too because I'm always learning as an artist, and this is definitely something where I'm like, like I wonder how exactly I'm gonna do this, because I did not do any research into making sure that I had everything I needed to make this character look the way he needs to.
Right.
Did not do any research into that because. And that's another thing as a 3D artist you're supposed to do is do a lot of reference photos, a lot of research before you get into a character so that you know exactly what you're making.
Mm-hmm.
This character still looks pretty damn good for not doing that, and it adds to the suspense of like if I looked up this character, it'd be like as soon as I'm done in like 2 hours, and every character I do in this series is going to be perfect and it's going to look amazing, and then it's like, oh well, where was the challenge for that?
Right.
And it's like you know.
Sometimes. So okay, so here's you know, I would say relative within a certain aspect, but not so much that I could be like, hell yeah, dude, I can totally relate to that. I don't know anything about the culinary scene in China. I have been self-teaching myself Chinese cooking, and I've been super stoked about it because like there's a lot to be said about like the flavors of the provinces of China. It's been hyper interesting, like truly hyper interesting. And but I went in completely blind. Like there was no like pre-training for food in China, and like a lot of ingredients we just don't fucking have here. Like I didn't know about the amount of use for spices that they like, dude. They are crazy with spices, and a lot of their flavors are like so vastly different than they are here in the States, and like so it's hard to source some ingredients. But like, you know, you do a little bit of research. But a couple of weeks ago, I decided I was going to make two recipes, mapo tofu and chili chicken, with like no research at all. I had 2 photos and identified and just like did the thing, but like no setup, no prerequisite, just like quickly read a recipe, wrote down notes, and then was like, okay, I'm gonna make this. I've never made these dishes in my entire life, and I can show you the pictures of the recipes, or sorry, the pictures of the dishes. And they were really good, man. They were like, I actually really enjoyed that. But like, the biggest thing is like, I didn't really prep. I just decided I was going to make them. And I'm glad I did, honestly, if we're completely honest, because like the food came out amazing, but like it took the mental part of just being like, okay, I want to do this, and then not preparing for it at all. Because like that's the other thing too, is like sometimes when it comes to food, you can psych yourself out completely. Because like difficulty of recipe is also a thing, and it's, you know, obviously if you invest money in a recipe, you don't want to you don't want to ruin the food, because food's expensive as shit. But like, you know, sometimes it's good to like have fun with it and explore. And I may not have made like the most period accurate representation of like what those two dishes are, but like, god damn, dude, they tasted great, and I got to share them with my roommates and my family, and it was really nice. So like, all in all, and all be all, you don't have to be like hyper prepped for anything. You just need to be able to openly be like, I want to have fun with this, and it seems like you're doing that.
So, are you going to DreamHack?
I am unfortunately not going to DreamHack. I'm currently working towards going to Vancouver to see my girlfriend.
Gotcha.
But DreamHack next year is definitely on the docket.
So, only reason I was asking is because the more that I'm hearing it too, you also, I think another reason why we get along is because you're very similar to, like, your likes and dislikes are very similar to my best buddy, which is Beecher, one of my mods as well. And like he, you know, like I said he'll play Baldur's Gate. If you ask him to start a new run now, he'll start it. And if you said, yeah, I want to start another one in like a week, you're like, all right, cool, we'll start another run. And he went to culinary school for a little bit, and he likes cooking shit. He's a really big fan of different foods and stuff like that. So you know, it's just the things that you're describing are like exactly how he would be as well. And I'm like, damn, like this, I'm like, you guys would get along great with this stuff that you guys talk about. And he's a very unhinged goblin type guy too.
So would, he gets it. He gets it.
Yeah, like he literally just said in my chat, I also love cock. Like,
dude, bro, hell yeah, let's go, dude. See, he gets it.
Like he is definitely somebody that, like, you two having a conversation together, you guys would just definitely vibe a lot. It's just, for some reason, every time when I was hearing that, I was like, damn, I was like, this guy is literally like the same type of personality as my best buddy. It's like, that's why we're vibing so well.
I like to think of myself as like somebody who's just, oh shit. I like to think of myself as somebody who's pretty just like hyper relaxed. Sometimes I'm a bit high strung. You can ask literally anybody in my chat. Sometimes I'm a bit of a dickhead, but like I try to not be.
Also, side note, I fixed that head, and this guy looks a lot better, like pretty close already now.
Let me just pause the game and then open up the full screen so that way I can see it, because I'm actually genuinely curious.
Like I fixed the head, and he is looking a lot better.
Oh hell yeah!
Pretty close, like already.
That's sick.
Like obviously, there's some details here and there with the body to add a little bit more, but his face is looking a lot closer to the actual character now.
That's cool.
When I'm looking at the reference images, I literally just had to fix, like, so that proportion for that head was all I really had to fix. Like the nose could use a little bit more, but it's literally like that anime type nose where like you're looking at it head on, it's just like not really there. It's kind of pointed, but then when you look at it from your side, you're like, oh, there's a nose there. There's a whole.
I also like I like the way you did his mouth. Like his teeth look, dude. It's so Joe, dude.
Yeah,
it's so Joe.
But like I said before, like I'll even show you, like I'll say this real quick and I'll show you before so you can see the before and after. So like this is his head before, and this is not this one. We'll do this one. This is his head earlier on. Like that's, you see the size difference?
Yeah,
like it was too tall, and then his nose was giving me issues because his nose was like too low for the face, and then I brought his face down, brought the helmet down, and that's like proportion wise a whole lot better.
That's so sick,
which is what
dude.
I love. I love that I could just literally make that little change and it makes it look so much more like the thing.
Yeah, that's rad. Bros got head, bros got head. For sure. For sure.
That's awesome that you're going to Vancouver though. I want to go to Canada in general to practice my French, because I'm not I'm fluent to understand it, but not fluent to speak it.
That's fair. I don't, so I mean, like, I don't speak any French. I have a few friends that speak French, and I know a few Canadians who speak French, but I myself do not. So, my dumbass, man, I can't believe it was right here the entire time. I'm legitimately like, what is wrong with me? Like, that's just crazy. But I'll tell you what, dude. France made a lot of contributions to the food world. Let's see here. Okay, we want to go here.
The only thing I couldn't eat when I was in France was escargot. I wanted to try it, but I couldn't get around to it.
So, I mean, I can tell you this. Snails is bugs, man. They don't taste that good. You can put garlic and butter on pretty much anything, but meh.
And like we probably had we had the chance to in a couple of restaurants, but I was like, my mom, because I took my mom for her birthday to Paris. We'd spent 7 days there and then a day in Amsterdam.
Ooh, nice.
So we had the chance to try it, but neither of them wanted to really, they were kind of iffy on trying it. So I was like, I don't want to get it and not like it. And then I had this whole fucking bowl of snails plate of snails just sitting here. So I never ended up getting to try them, but
yeah.
Something where every time I was like, do I really need to try this? Is this like something that's like on the bucket list of like, all right, I gotta do this?
SJ says, and I quote, "I'm only eating snails if the other option is starving to death." I respect that.
Understandable. Also, I don't know if Snap is here, but he gave me that's a really cool model for me to do for his, because he's another one that's part of it. But he sent me his model and I actually really like that. And he's it's his main skin in Fortnite, and he's probably gonna play Fortnite while we.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
It. The one, like I said, the one I'm honestly, and like the character that I'm most afraid of is when I have to do a character with creation, because he is a horror sculpting god. Like he does clay like IRL, so like he's constantly creating these cool masks and stuff on stream, and he's going to sculpt the character in real life at the same time I'm sculpting it in 3D.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a sculpt off. And I know he's going to do better at the character, even though we're both horror guys. But I think it's going to be a ton of fun to do a horror creature with someone else that's a big horror fan. And I cannot wait for the conversations we're going to have about horror-related stuff.
It's going to be sick.
And like, it's another one of those things where I'm like, damn, dude, like this is cool. I get to meet this other person, and it's going to be a very, very crazy stream for sure. But things could also surprise me, like this stream. I honestly did not think we were going to be talking as often as we did. Like when I first was thinking about it, I was like, I feel like this is going to be slightly awkward for a little bit until we get comfortable. But we started talking right away and just kind of,
yeah,
went right at it. And...
I'm going to be, I mean, conversationally, I think that, I'm fairly well versed in conversation. Like, I don't know, like I said, I like to yap. I like to yap a lot. And like, I'll talk to anybody about anything, but honestly, I got the immediate feeling that you were like super friendly. So like, I didn't have to like worry myself that I was going to like A, scare people off, or B, like upset you by just being myself. Shutting up Beard is essentially impossible. How's about you suck my finger? But no, I've been really excited to just talk,
Another thing I will say is your community, like I've only been there like a few times, just kind of lurking, but just reading chats, like as we've been going, your community is a very awesome and caring community. Even though they do a lot of, like you said, they do a lot of Galvin shit, and you guys do a lot of funny stuff. Your community does care a lot. And even just getting someone randomly be like, dude, yap away, like it felt good to have someone say that to me, just because I felt, I get a little worried about my streams. I don't want to talk all the time because I like to talk to the people in stream, and I felt bad. But your community is definitely very welcoming, and you guys have very awesome group over there of people that are very welcoming, but also not afraid to do some dumb shit and joke around. So that's really cool.
Well, and so like that's kind of the community that I've always wanted to build. I want a solid group of people who who love me for me, but also love each other for each other, because like it's important. It's important that like they can all support each other. And like, dude, if you go into the Discord literally at any time, somebody is hanging out with somebody doing something, or they're all conversating about something, and like it doesn't matter like where you're from, everybody just is like open arms. And like our one rule is like, just don't be a dick, dude. And like not that you are, but like anybody in general, as long as you're not a dickhead, like my community is pretty much like, yeah, you're cool, dude. Apart from the French, apparently.
Another thing I will definitely say for sure too is like it's and this is like the probably like the craziest like compliment I could give, and like I mean it like wholeheartedly, dude. But like I feel like were you on Twitch before this, or did you start on Kick?
I was on Twitch for like 5-ish years before I was on Kick.
And did you just made like the full transfer over?
Yeah, I made the full transfer over. Not without being too personal and everything like that. So my father passed away. I did not have a great relationship with my father, but I ended up making the switch after taking a year off of streaming to sort of like figure myself out. And like the first like month or so of me being on Kick, I streamed to nobody, and I just streamed because I wanted to get back into it, not because I had like any ulterior goal other than just being like, this is a hobby that I have and I'd like to I'd like to do it again. And as a result, I streamed to nobody and I talked to a wall for a couple of hours, but I did those things in silence because I didn't want to pester anybody with the fact that I was streaming. I just streamed to stream.
So, how long have you been streaming on Kick?
I have been streaming on Kick now for 1 full year and some change.
I will say, for someone that's been streaming for 1 full year, dude, the community that you've grown and how fast you've grown as a creator is like crazy. Like you've had a really nuts rise on Kick already. Like when I first found out about you through like Greg and stuff, I was like, this is a cool new guy we get to add to the group and stuff. And then I was like seeing how many people you were getting, like your community, your viewers, your like in general like following and all that. I was like, this dude is like growing fast. I said, and I like the streams you do, the content you do is awesome. I was like, I can't believe like how quickly like you've grown as a creator on Kick, and it's awesome like that your community is pushing you up and helping you with that, and just the growth you've had is like insane to me. Like seeing someone new come on and grow as fast as you did in a year is just mind-blowing to me. So like big props to that for the work you put in and your personality overall. I can see why you've grown the way you have, and it's awesome what you've done so far, man. Like I've noticed it in the background, even though like I said, I've been lurking, we haven't had conversations. I keep an eye on a lot of people in the background just to see how they're doing, and I've stayed behind and like watched you like growing, since Greg first showed me you and everything, and I was like, damn, I was like, this guy's definitely going somewhere. He's doing an awesome job, and like your community's doing awesome. Like there's a lot that I was shocked with.
It really does mean a lot. I the only thing I can say for myself is, I just want to create a community where people can always feel welcome, and like regardless of what like anybody else says, right? Like I'm not perfect. I'm certainly I have my moments, but like I think people appreciate somebody who's just real. Like, and relatable. I think that's the other thing too, is being relatable is something that I think a lot of people crave, because like in a world of streamers who are like, you know, over excessive and everybody owns a mansion and everybody's like, oh, just do this and you'll be successful and everything. Like, dude, I work like a full-time job and like I'm dedicated to it. Like there's no scandals in my life because like I'm not a shitbag. Like I love my girlfriend. My best friend is literally like my brother. And like I live a very simple and non-super complicated life. My life is like I go to work and then I come home and I play video games, and then like sometimes I want to learn something, so I learn something, and I've afforded that lifestyle by just being honest and trying to do my best to be a good person. And like that's what it's about, dude. It's like just trying to be a good person. It has done more for me than like trying to clout chase and trying to attract like the wrong members of the audience and, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Like I just want everybody to know, like, constantly how much I appreciate them for just existing and hanging out with me. Like if you vibe with me and if you fuck with me, like that's all I could ever ask for as a creator. As a creator, that's all any creator could really ever ask for, is because like we want you guys to want to feel welcome and to feel loved, but we also want to create a space where you can feel loved. Vape Beardion was a game changer. That's true. I do wear onesies of various things. I did it to get affiliated, but I have a Vaporeon onesie. But like, you know, like there's so many great streamers out there, and these guys chose me and they continue to choose me, and I love them all for it, because like it's important that, like, you know, the stream started as like just a me thing for a while. Like I was just doing it because like I wanted to stream, but like, you know, people come in and they tell me how their day is, or like they ask me questions about like, you know, miscellaneous things that like I might have an answer to, and like that's important to me. I want to create an environment where they can do that. And like, you know, as long as you like stay truthful to yourself and like truthful to everybody else too, because like that's the other thing, right? Is like you just want to create like a really good environment for everyone. And I feel like a lot of people, I don't know, one of my biggest gripes about the internet is everybody is fast tracking themselves or trying to find a way to fast track themselves into like internet success, and it's like, is it real? Is it real? I go bench now. Thank you so much, Elite. You somehow got cooler. Thank you. But like, you know, I have no intentions of like slyly trying to fool people into thinking I'm anything that I'm not. You know, I tell people straightforward, like, I'm a bit of a fucking weirdo, dude. When it comes to like the internet, I'm a gigantic weirdo, but like people love me, and like that's awesome. That's awesome, because that's all I ever want, is like an environment where people can be like, you know what, dude, I really needed that today, and I appreciate you for existing and saying those nice things, because like I needed to hear that today. Because I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily get that, whether that be at home or in relationships or like, you know, with their parents or anything. Like, dude, sometimes you just got to tell people like it's okay to not be okay, you know?
Yeah.
And of course this also goes into like my own personal philosophies, and like I talk to a therapist about like some deep like me shit that I have to like work through, but I do it for the betterment of myself. And then like there are other times, dude, where like it's just raining inside my head that day, dude, and like it's not fun or easy, and like it kind of sucks, but like, you know, we make it work, because like that's what we do. Streaming used to just be a hobby, but like now it's a hobby. It's like new hobby plus, right? Like I still have all the same stats, but I'm playing a new playthrough because like it means more now. Like it's not just like sentiment, and I don't just want to play video games. I also want to be a safety place for numerous people who like need a place to be unapologetically themselves.
Yeah. And like it's hard to get things like that nowadays, because there's so much judgment in the space. Like I avoid drama as much as possible, but like when you go on to X and you see people beefing all the time, you see all these issues going on, you're like, it just feels like no matter where you are on social media, it's always just so sad, and it feels like it brings your mood down wherever you go. And it's like, like it doesn't feel like there's that many people that create that type of vibe where you feel comfortable, you feel like happy, you feel like you joke around, and like that's something, especially at LS, like in general, that we try to do, because we all try to, you know, create that, and that's, you know, you definitely embody that. But like in general, you go to any social media site, within probably about 10 minutes, you'll get sucked into something where it just brings your mood down. And you're like,
Yeah,
why
dude,
the
and
hell
it
was I here?
sucks. Good night, and lol, yes, Vaporeon hoodie is something I need to see one day. I'll just stick around long enough, it'll happen. Twitter doom scrolling is a hobby of mine. But good night, Elite.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. Definitely to doom scrolling in general, like anything you go onto is just awful.
One of the biggest things is like finding ways to turn a negative into a positive, right? There are beautiful spaces in dark spaces. It's just how much are you willing to expose yourself to these like dark spots? And how are you willing to change them? Because like, dude, Twitter fucking sucks. Twitter is terrible. But like, you know, if you follow enough people who like consistently like post funny things or nice things or things that make you feel better when you read them, versus like, you know, the grotesque amount of like people who just add negative content, in order to win in life, you must surround yourself with people who improve your life. And like, it's the same thing with like social media following. If you don't surround yourself with people who are enriching your life, and you only surround yourself with people who create disappointment in your life, like, you're gonna be disappointed. And it sucks. It really does suck, because like I see a lot of like really grotesque and terrible things, and like I obviously, like, there's only so much that I can do. Like I don't have like a voice on Twitter. I'm just another faceless soul. But like even in just being like, hey, this is gross, don't like, why are like anything, literally anything, and I'm not saying like I do this regularly, but like I do occasionally speak my mind, and then I get fucking crapped on for it, and it sucks. It doesn't feel good. But sometimes you have to, you know, sometimes you really have to. And like, it's not always easy. It actually is. I guess it's really challenging. It's really challenging to sit there and watch, like, I don't want to use the word society, but like kinda society exist in the state that it exists in, because like there used to be time when like none of the tech that we have today is like this, but now people just like actively shit on and around each other like terribly. What's up, Coochie? My wife got mad at me because I have no sense of direction. I packed my shit and right. What's up, dude?
I get it.
How you doing, buddy? Happy Sunday. But like, yeah, dude, I don't know. Doom scrolling sucks, and like, I don't know. Surround yourself with things that enrich your life. You know, even if you have to do something like journal and like do little things that like make you feel good. You know, it doesn't always have to be like directly like, oh yes, this will make me feel good. But like, do something for yourself that like you're happy doing. You know.
Yeah.
This morning, instead of just Advanced GG, I drank coffee. I love Advanced GG, you know, and they don't pay me to say that, but like, you know, I love it, but like, I missed coffee. I had myself a nice coffee, and it was good, and it felt good, and it tasted good, and I was happy about it. And for me, that was like a tasty little treat, you know?
I got like extra in the zone on these little details, but I feel like overall I'm like pretty close to done this guy for the most part. I just have to do like small little things here and there and then pose him.
W.
But in other good news, I got another DM from a pretty big streamer about possibly collabing on one of my pitch kicks.
That's awesome,
So that's
dude.
another cool thing. And it's weird because like I I've like reached out to a lot of people on DMs. I wouldn't expect a single DM back because you know I don't, and like you said too, like I don't consider myself. There's some people where I look at, I'm like, I send this DM and I'm like, what? Like, there's no way they answer me right because like it's just I'm not at the level they're at, and plus I took a break from streaming for like 3 months, came back, and my streams haven't been as crazy as usual, and I'm getting back into things.
Right.
So definitely getting these people that have been reacting and seeing it, and like people that I'm cool with, but I don't talk to. Like I said, Creation never had a conversation with, but the guy's cool in the art community, and he answered me back like right away. The other one that just answered me was Lola Buns. Actually, just answered me.
That's rad.
And, I reached out to her and I was like, "This would be a really cool idea." And she was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Just let me know, you know, a good time, and we can figure out if the times work." She's like, "I'm moving this week," and I was like, "That's cool." Now, obviously, I'm not expecting her yet to answer yes to that.
Right.
Creation's a yes, but the fact that other people reach out like that is just always nice to me because I forget about like how nice people can be in the space if you genuinely just ask. Like, don't be afraid to just ask because you never know. So I was like, why would I ask her? You know, she's not going to say anything. And then I asked her and she actually responded back. I'm like, that's just, it's not like, oh, dude, she's too big for me, blah, blah. It's like, why would she answer me if we don't have conversations? And it's like, it's nice that people, you know, you put your foot out there and stuff like that happens.
I mean, so ultimately the biggest thing too, right? Because like, you're right. If you don't ask, you'll never get an answer. So you have to, you know, first and foremost, like consider, you know, a lot of people think streaming is like, oh, positioning, like you gotta know to know, et cetera, et cetera. But like, you really don't. You just have to be a good person, and most people are pretty receptive to that. Because like, there are a lot of people who are scumbag streamers, and like, you know. I have personal reserves and opinions about it, and like, you know, but like you're never gonna know who actually is like okay with like helping you out unless you ask them questions. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's definitely like an act of courage thing, because like some people are 20,000-30,000 followers deep and probably want nothing to do with you, but more people are like, you know what, I remember. And it's same deal with me here too, man. Like I'm fucking afraid as shit to like talk to people who are infinitely more successful than me. Especially like in the streaming space. Like, I don't know, dude. It's just one of those weird things. If you're a good person, most people are super like receptive of that, and like you just have to like show them that you're not out to like clout chase or whatever the fuck the kids say these days. Like sometimes being a good person to some other people is like a weird conditional thing when it never should be.
Little side note, would you be able to send me the DM for those instructions for getting that stuff set up? Just because I think I'll do the giveaway now, just while there's still people here. As it gets later on, I don't want, you know, everybody leaving. But this way I can get this set up quick for you guys.
Do you have Botrix actually installed on your stream?
Yeah, like he's a moderator and everything, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Whatever.
So then all you got to do is log into Botrix, okay? And then from there, I mean, I can DM it to you, but like
yeah, I mean, you kind of just walk it through me if you need to. It's
absolutely
fine too.
So it's Botrix, and then sign in however you sign in. Go to widgets, and then go to raffles, and then you just enter a command, which for this case would be, we'll just say !Joe. And so let me just see here. Okay, cool. Can I get some !Joes in the chat? I'm good, bro. Yesterday was my birthday. I'm 28 now. Oh, dude, happy belated. Sorry, dude. Happy belated birthday. That's so fucking awesome. Gotta go to bed, but lovely stream again, and make sure Hugs knows he's doing an awesome job on the Joe that he's making. Pika Fangirl says, you're doing an awesome job.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So yeah, !Joe. We already have one person signing up. So yeah, it's quite literally just underneath your widgets tab. It's raffle. It's right next to some of the beta features.
Yeah, I'm freaking Botrix wants to act up a little bit on me right now. That is
lovely.
Botrix being Botrix.
Good night, Pika. I hope you sleep well, and thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight.
That's what I wanted. Widgets. Raffles. Here we go. So today's command will be, I'll do each command based off of the person that we're doing. So we will just do beautiful, and I'll type it in chat for people like that. Accept that. So I just have to hit accept for that, right?
Yeah,
Or do
that's
I just
it.
like type the?
You just type it. You don't have to hit accept, I believe, but you just type it, and then like you let everybody know, like, hey, exclamation point Joe, and then people will show up and run it.
Let me say, does anybody want to try? I'm gonna do it this way, that way people can see. Believe that's how it'll work. Yeah. All right. Yeah. If anybody wants to try that, I typed it in chat as well. You can use exclamation point beautiful and type in, and possibly get a chance. If anybody wants to come over to my stream, anybody from Beards, anybody over here, you can type in exclamation point beautiful like that.
Yeah, guys, yeet yourself in there. You yeet yourself in there right now. Get over to fucking Hug Stream. If you're not already following Hugs, click the link. It's right there, and you need to go in there, and you need to just do it right now. We're gonna spam his link. Oh wait, no, Kick is not letting me spam your link. Well, that's you know, damn it. But let's see. I know I'm getting one anyways, but bada bing, bada boom. If I wouldn't just re-roll it.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, that's it. That's literally like a giveaway command. What I normally do is when I roll it, I just open up like a new window tab, and then I just post it right in there.
Yeah. And if we don't get, let's say SJ is the only one that enters, I can give it to SJ, and this is it's a lesson to try to do it a little earlier on, obviously, but it's the first one we're learning from these. But if it's just SJ that enters, then I will give it to him as well. So if anybody else, I'll give it like 5 more minutes. People can enter as they want, and if you guys can get the 3D print. It's free. It comes to you. Obviously you have to be a little comfortable with giving me an address to send it to. You don't have to pay for anything. I'll pay for shipping and all that stuff. It's completely free to you guys. Don't stress if you're worried about any of that. It doesn't matter where you're at. I will gladly put in the money to send it over to whoever wants it.
Hell yeah.
And then my next stream, I'll know to do it a little. I'll probably do it during the front page thing. And if a bot gets it, a bot gets it. But
yeah,
this way it's makes it a little more fun for people on the front page as well.
Absolutely. I don't know, man. How was your experience with me as a guest? Were you like nervous, less so, more so? Like what?
Honestly, the first like 20 minutes when I saw me go on the front page and saw the fucking number jump up, dude, I was shaking while I was here. I was legitimately and I was trying to focus on you in the conversation, but at the same time trying to do my art stuff. I legit just there was points where I was just staring at this thing, like not doing art, and I was like, oh no. I was like, fuck. I was like, am I not going to be able to do this model today? I was like in my head for like the first 10 minutes. I was like, there's so many people and I'm not used to this. And I was so excited and giddy. And this isn't just you as a guest. As a guest, obviously I was nervous because I didn't know how our talks were going to go. But like I said, at the same time, I was super nervous being on the front page. And I was like, I don't want to, I wasn't sculpting. I was like, I'm not going to do this model today. I'm not going to get this done. I was like, it's just going to look like shit before I even, my first one's going to be a giant fail. And I was getting super in my head and shit. I was like, and then I got halfway through and we started having conversations, and I wasn't reading chat, and I felt kind of bad, but at the same time I was like, I'm not reading chat, but I'm having a good time. I said, I feel bad for not answering people from on the front page, but I'm having a really good time here. I'm enjoying myself. I said, and I just got lost in the conversation. Next thing I know, this character just kind of popped up.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome.
I don't know how it got here, but it popped up. So you definitely made the experience way more comfortable for me, and I'm very, very glad that you were the first person, because you making this comfortable for me makes me feel a lot more comfortable about my next streams as well.
That's awesome. Because glad to hear that.
Like I said, this is definitely something I wasn't expecting to go as well as it did. When I saw that number jump to 1,000, I was like, holy shit. I was like, that is... Then there's all these chats coming in, and then my follow button, my follower alert is broken now. The sound is just really off now because of how often it was going off.
Yeah, that's fair.
I went from, let's see, 492 followers to 553.
That's huge, dude. Congrats. That's so sick.
that's just nuts that it jumped that high, and it's only the first day, and like, you know, some of those are probably bots, so they'll probably die off in like a day or two, but it's just nuts to see like my like, and the whole time we were talking, I just kept hearing dring dring like my fucking alert, and I just kept looking over, and I was trying not to, like, I felt bad because I wasn't thanking anybody for the follows, but I couldn't, we were having such a deep conversation, I didn't want to just let it go.
No, I get you. And I mean, I don't know, man. I don't take any offense to it. Like, dude, do your thing, man. This is the you show, dude. You earned it.
It feels so good because, like I said, coming from like having 3 months off, and then I wasn't sure how I was going to be coming back. Like, I even told Beecher, we were having this big conversation about it at one point, and I was like, all right, I don't know if it was him or my fiance. I was talking to one of them, and I was like, I just feel like I came back and it doesn't feel the same anymore. It doesn't feel good.
Right.
It feels like I'm just going to be lost, and like I shouldn't have like came back yet. Like, I should have just taken more time. And then I came back and I got some good welcomes, you know, but it still didn't feel the same. But then I got accepted for the pitch kick thing, started reaching out to more people, getting back into it. And I was like, I feel like I'm back again. Like, it just feels good. It feels like I'm back in this. And then, you know, obviously getting on the front page today just made me feel all like giddy, and like having this conversation with you. It's like,
hell yeah.
Like, it went from like, I don't feel like I could do this anymore to, why was I doubting myself? Like, I'm having fun and enjoying myself, creating an art piece, and like, there's a lot I could offer, and there's a lot I could do, and it definitely raised morale this whole stream. So I know I'm already gassing you up as much as it is, but I appreciate you as a person and a streamer and your community for the love you guys showed, because you definitely kind of pointed me in the right direction of whether or not this was something I wanted to continue doing.
Absolutely.
So you guys,
I mean, I'm glad.
Grateful for that.
That's the number one goal, dude. It's always celebrate when your homies are winning, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you'll never catch me being like, man, I really wish Hugs wasn't doing as good as he's doing right now. Like, I don't know. And like, that's the other thing too, is like, streamers, I don't know, I feel like I'm guilty of it too. Like, I want to understand how to make my streams more viable and make it like more watchable and everything. But like, you know, I look at other streamers' contents and I'm like, why am I looking at them instead of just putting in the legwork? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know that like people have long established you know, audiences before mine, but like, they're not necessarily doing anything so different from me that like, is it really worth like watching other people's contents, dude? There's only so many ways you can play a first-person shooter, you know?
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, I think that humor and everything is kind of like my strong point. And you're right, I have a really amazing community. I'm very lucky to be where I am in streaming right now. You know, there's a lot to be said about like the generosity and like kindness of people, because like, you don't just get all the time back, and people are willingly being like, you know what, I'm gonna spend this time with Beard, and like, I fuck with that. That means a lot to me, guys, like, truly. So I don't know, I just, it's always important to remember that like, you don't have to be perfect to be a streamer. You just have to be like honest with yourself and honest with everybody else, and everybody will come and find that. So like, I'm glad that you're feeling good about being back. That's ultimately like, that's the best thing to hear, you know? And if I'm the blessed one making you like feel like it's worth it again, like, hell yeah, dude, that's fucking the highest compliment I could ever get as far as streaming is concerned. Because like, you should never feel self-doubt, you know? And like, there's like statistics on like how often people quit streaming and everything, and like, sometimes you do need a break. Because it is oversaturated, and it is a grind, and it is like one of those things where you're just like, oh man, if only. But like, you know, start today, start tomorrow, start whenever you need to start. But like, if it's something you want to do, or it's something you want to add to like your repertoire, like, there's no better time than right now. And plus, like, with kick changing, like, dude, even in the middle of the stream, we got fucking channel points. Points, dude.
Awesome.
Something we've been asking for forever. And like, that's rad. That's so rad.
I will say I am like it's definitely, I said, it put me in a way better position feeling today, and like the love that the people that have gotten back to me and love I felt just in the community in general, like it's something where I'm definitely grateful for it, and I want to continue doing it. And I definitely have to thank like everybody in like this stream in general. Definitely pushed me to a point where I'm like, okay, I enjoy doing this. I shouldn't have put myself down the way I did, and I get it. You know, the break was needed, but at the same time, I should be happy with where I'm at and understand that there's plenty of people in the streaming space that appreciate the work that I do too, and being here, and it's nice.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
definitely like well received.
All I can say definitively is like, in order to truly like, pardon me, in order to truly like feel happy and feel contented with like streaming and everything, like, don't make it like, if it feels too much like work or you feel stressed about it, like, don't stream that day. You know, I do that sometimes. Sometimes I be getting home from work, dude, and I'm just like, I can't do this. And I will stay completely away from my PC. I won't hop into Discord. I won't be like out playing video games. I'll just literally like spend the entire evening doing the exact opposite, because like I don't have the mental capacity. And that's good for you. That means like you're not willing to force yourself to do something you're not comfortable with. And sometimes people need that. Sometimes people need to be able to like sit and relax, and like, you know, not every night is a stream night. And as long as you remember that and like treat yourself well, like streaming gets a lot easier.
Yeah. I will say I have 3 people that we will run for this. It's Coca-Cola, Buckfutter, and SJPD that could win this. So
Nice.
I will run it now, see what we get, and I will also kind of I will show it as well, just to see if I can get window capture. Yes. This one. Yeah. So you do best out of 3, you said, right?
Yep, I usually do 2 rolls, and then on the 3rd roll, that's like my final one.
Okay. So SJ got the first one, obviously.
You just got to give it
Do I
time to
have to-
cool off.
Yeah, to cool before I do that.
Unfortunate, but that's Botrix for you.
All right. We'll run it again.
And it does tell you the latest winners too, so like that's the thing. If you have multiple things to like give away, it does keep track of like who won last, which is sick.
Gotcha.
All right, lucky number 3.
What if it's all 3 of them?
Well,
All right.
Warning, a bomb has been
It actually was.
damn.
It actually was all 3. So I got to do one more then, to be fair, and then that's
Yep.
whoever it picks is the.
Yep. I think that's
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 funny.
the fairest.
And yeah, if you guys need to, if you want to, I know you guys are all part of Beard's community, but if you need to, I don't really have my Discord set up, but if you need to follow me on X, or you need to get in touch with Beard as well for the Discord for the giveaway, like, I'm more than happy to get the information from him to send to you guys at the same time I send to him. You know, if you're, as long as you're comfortable with it, you want, you know, I'll take, you just have to give me an address that I can send it to, and then I'll pay for everything else. Like, you can always follow me on X. I don't really have my Discord available because I don't have a Discord for streaming. I had one before, but I got rid of it just because it was just something I felt personally to do. But yeah, if you guys need to get in touch with Beard as well, he can get you in touch with me to figure it out.
Absolutely.
That's weird. It says the second winner was SJ, but it showed Coke when I did it.
Botrix is not perfect. We've had to do some rerolls, but like as a quick, cheap, and by cheap I mean free, free, user-friendly-ish giveaway bot, it does the thing. I actually personally want to get the Kick Tools one. That one's gonna be pretty good.
Oh, I have that. And I forgot about that.
Well, there you go.
I completely forgot I even had that. But yeah, it looks like Coke won.
Damn, there you go.
So yeah, Coke, if you need to, like I said, you can reach out to me via X, or you can reach out to Beard, and Beard can give you the information as well, like give me your information so we can send it to Beard. Beard's getting one.
She's my girlfriend.
Oh. Well,
So,
then,
I can just mail it to her.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, shit. Now I got 2 of them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They
No,
make
I
them
mean.
fight to the
Oh,
yeah. Beard, whoever I'm streaming with always gets one first. Don't worry. They get one, and then I send it away to a community member as well. But this is a good lesson for me to know to do it like as I'm on front page, like towards the end of the front page thing, just so that people can, I can have a better like kind of giveaway.
We learning things today, homie. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But yeah, so you can say, do you want me to send them both to you, or do you want me to give the address for that, or?
Oh yeah, no,
whatever
just
up to
send
you.
them both to me.
Okay, gotcha. It's not rigged, I swear. It doesn't just go right to. Beer just gets 2. That's how it works.
W.
Cheaper too because of duties. Yeah.
That's also true.
You want to answer and cost me the 200. It's not a big deal. I have a full-time job that I can live pretty comfortably right now, so I'm not like, I'm not stressed about the money. And like I said, it's something it's kind of like a good giveaway thing that I really want to show more love to you guys. So don't stress about if it's too far away from you. I don't mind paying.
I just appreciate being included, honestly, man. Like, this has been fun for me.
Yeah, and the character is looking really good. I might even add in, I think I'm gonna add in those leaves too.
Oh hell yeah.
That's actually pretty smart that she sends everything to you and picks it up.
Yep, saves her a lot of money. Oh, I didn't know you get one too. Yeah, I do. I'm really excited. I'm gonna paint him. I'm gonna do my best to paint him in the proper shading and everything.
Yeah, I'll even show one of the. Hold on, I'll go grab one of the cool ones that I have.
We all love models here, so. Okay. Remember what I need to do here.
Pretty much ended up grabbing like 4 of them.
Hey, nothing wrong with
They're all
that.
here, and I was like, you know what? Let me just go grab them. See if I can get camera to actually show these right. All right, so this first piece is something Fluff actually made this cool AI image, and I made a 3D version of his AI image for him.
Mhm.
And I have all the pieces done. I just have to sand them down, get them like prime them, and then put them all together. But this is just the head for the guy.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. He's got a pretty solid head on him. Like, I didn't make it hollow, but this is just his head. Unfortunately, my green screen's kind of acting up, but yeah, this is, I can get it to kind of
that's
focus
sick.
on without much light. But yeah, it's like a whole, like, it's like a goblin creature. He has like this space helmet and stuff.
That's sick, dude.
I have a bigger version of this somewhere. I don't know if it'll focus, but this is my favorite character of all time that I made. Her name's Axie. She kind of looks like a Pokemon.
Mhm.
Ignore the hair on it. But yeah, she is definitely my favorite character of all time. And I even made her a cool little stand. This little stand that has her name, and it's like a crystal area she's going to stand on when I get her like put into there. So she'll go on top and sit inside.
Yep.
But this cool little 3D model that I made for that. And then another creature model I made. This is with a different type of resin. It's kind of clear.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like a spider bug, like a wood spider bug creature that I made as well.
Nice.
And then obviously the one that everybody gets when they first start 3D printing is the chess piece.
Nice.
But yeah, so I've done and there's a couple other 3D models I've done and worked with, but those are the only ones I could find at the moment. I actually don't know what happened to my other ones.
That's actually super sick though, man. Like, honestly. And like, I'm glad you're having a good time with it, because like, I don't know, dude. I feel like a lot of the time people, like, there's just so much to 3D printing, and like, I don't know, like, it's super cool. Josh and I have been like, we've dabbled with some 3D printing stuff. I have a resin printer in my living room, actually.
What printer do you have?
I believe it is. Hold on, let me go look. And also, I'm out of beer, so perfect time.
Yeah, I have a resin printer as well. That's what I use for a lot of my stuff.
All right.
All right, cool.
I'm back. It's a Uniformation GK2.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's I got the Mars 3 when I did mine. No,
Nice.
Mars, I think it's the 3 or the 4. It's one of, I can't remember which one exactly, but yeah, I got the resin one. I have it. It's literally right next to my computer too, like sitting right next to me now. But there's some streams that I was doing when I do 3D prints. Like, I'll probably do it during the next stream too. I have another camera that I set up inside the 3D printer and have it streaming like the 3D printer in the corner that it makes stuff. The only thing that sucks is because it's a resin printer. Resin printers don't always look good when you're trying to record them, because they like, it's hard to see the object being made for like the first 2-3 hours.
Yep, that's fair. I've seen
Like,
some like time lapses that are kind of crazy.
Yeah. What's up, Kelvin? But yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing for now. Do you see, I have a whole ventilation system that goes out my window right here. How do you guys deal with the smell for you? Do you have a whole ventilation thing?
It's semi self-ventilated, but honestly I just huff the fumes. I don't need these brain cells. But no, it has a really nice like HEPA filter attached.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have an automatic one that's like a filter, but it also it keeps the temperature to the perfect temperature, so it'll like gauge how much it is inside and then adjust by adding more heat if needed.
That's
or
right.
like air. So it because like resin needs to be at specific obvious temperatures to be like the perfect thing. So I think it's at 26.4 degrees Celsius right now.
Nice.
And it keeps it at that, but it has filters in it as well. And then I have a tube connected to the case that goes outside my window with like the whole window like boarded up to let the air flow out, because we used to just keep it here and I didn't have any airflow, and then I realized like how bad that smell gets.
And
I was like,
super important.
Yeah, I was like, that's not good. I was like, it's really bad to like inhale that stuff. And I was like, I'm gonna try to fix that a little bit. It's because definitely needed to get some of it out. I have a carbon filter and have my printers in a pot grow box. I was gonna do that. Because I used to grow things. I'm not gonna say what on stream, but we know. And and so I have a leftover whole box for that, and I was debating using it for that. I was like, you know what? Like, this would be a good box to use for that. And I ended up buying one that like fit the printer because I needed to fit it on my desk so that I could just have it next to me and like check it and stuff while I'm doing streams.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be a cool idea to like stream the printer when it goes off sometimes.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. The age-old tradition of huffing a little of melting solvent. That's true. Hey, what's going on, Donut? How you doing, buddy? It's been a while. How you been? That's in Beard's ass. Let's see. The rest are with the GameCube adapter. Nah, keep it Coke. Nice to go to you. The rest are... Oh, hold on. What am I missing here? Heck yeah. Okay. He said, hey. He said, duty. Heck yeah. I was about to ask about painting it. You can have mine if you want it. Faithless. Nah, keep it Coke. Nice to go to you. The rest are with the GameCube adapter. Okay. Fuckface, shut up. All right. You miss one thing and suddenly everybody's just fucking ripping on you about it.
What's funny is it wasn't even, you didn't even find it after stream ended. You found it during stream.
I know, that's
We
the
thought it
worst
was gonna
part,
be
because
after.
like now I have a totally authentic I have a totally authentic save file right now. I have a totally authentic save file for my game that I totally didn't want to play on original hardware. All of that stuff. I'm not gonna lie, it is chapped my a-hole. Only a little bit, but you know.
I will say, well, definitely now that I'm doing this too, some of my streams that I'm actually doing outside of Pitch Kick are definitely going to be streams that I don't have to do art stuff. Obviously, I have some other projects to do, but they'll probably wait until after I'm done with Pitch Kick. But I am very much down to play some games at some point.
Yeah, dude, just hit me up if you ever want like somebody to game with. Literally, just hit me up. I try to stick to a schedule for the most part, but like on off days, if I'm not like futzing about doing anything, like I usually just game with the homies. So like, you're welcome to join my Discord if you want. Like no pressure or anything, but like if you're feeling like you want to join a new community or anything, we're pretty friendly.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for that. And so you can always so you can either put it in your chat or you can send me the link later and I can join into your
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Discord,
if you do exclamation point Discord, you can get access to the channels.
Gotcha.
And then we'll just immediately give you a role. I'll kiss it better, Discord. There you go. Yeah, it's like I'm just literally dying. Why? What do I have to do here? Game.
Also, if anybody wants to, if Lola accepts it, the only day I have left that I have to fill a slot for is Tuesday. So if anyone happens to know another streamer that they think would be interested, feel free to reach out to them for me. Just let them know about the opportunity, because I'm still searching. I could find someone, but it's just definitely helpful if anybody knows somebody that wants to be a part of it, because I am completely open to that. So
yeah,
if anybody does happen to know anybody on stream that's listening, feel free to reach out, let them know, and you know, like they can reach out to me and we'll figure it out, because Tuesday is my next stream and I definitely got to find somebody for that one, but it seems like the other days are all filled up. So I think it's Tuesday at 4 p.m.
If I didn't have to work, I was going to take like one of the weekdays, but like I'd be working at that time, and I don't get out of work normally until 6 p.m. EST, so I'm just kind of like, I saw the timings and I was like, fuck, man, how cool would it be? And then I was like, no.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Like I said, I'm glad that you ended up being the first one anyway. It was good timing.
Yeah.
One, because it's a lot harder to get someone to stream on a Sunday most of the time, because a lot of people, like, it seems like the streaming world, especially like the people that I follow, seems to kind of, nobody wants to stream on Sundays. Seems kind of be a little slower paced.
I mean, yeah, it is slower paced, but I like a Sunday stream, dude, because like in the same way that it's slower paced, like people are like, oh shit, there's nobody streaming on Sunday. Great day to capitalize for it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Especially for art, dude. There's not many people that stream in the art space on Sundays because they all take off weekends most of the time. So it's a very good opportunity for me to get into those slots.
I think now with the weather being nice, people go do shit. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. It's a dangerous world out there. It's a dangerous world out there. Why go outside when you can watch your favorite local internet goblin? You know?
You know what? Why go outside when I can go outside in VR?
That's true. That's
I can just pretend
so
to
true,
be outside
King.
and make the perfect climate, so I don't have to deal with being sweaty or too cold and wearing a hoodie.
So
I could
true, King.
Like if I want a nice breezy day, I could just put a fan on while I'm in a nice breezy atmosphere and make myself feel better.
You're so real for that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Coachella. Is Greg there? I feel like I saw him at concerts this weekend.
I don't think he's at Coachella, but I know he's at a festival right now. Or was. I don't know. I think maybe he went live earlier today. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's in Colorado.
Missed.
Yeah, I have. I mean, Dallas is the only trip I really have for the like year so far. I mean, I might be going to Sarasota in October, but besides that, I'm trying. A bunch of my buddies and I are trying to get together the money to buy World Cup tickets when they go out in July.
Oh hell yeah, that's gonna be cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting experience, but I'm not. No one knows what the prices are yet, and I'm not looking forward to what they're gonna be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're expensive. If I remember correctly, I feel like one time I read a stat on it, and I was like, fuck that.
Yeah, because like the guitar ones, they were showing the stats for them, and it was like equal to maybe like $200 for like pretty nice seats in our money. But it's the U.S. We like making things expensive. Now, as the home like place, they give you cheaper tickets if you're from the home area, and they give more expensive tickets to people traveling.
Yep.
Like, you get first come, first serve. So we might get better deals, but I'm still expecting to pay like close to $1,000 for a person.
Sounds about right.
Like, it just seems like that's how things are going to be, and you know, it's just what we're going to have to deal with. But I already am planning on saving the money up, and then I got to pay for an Airbnb, and that's going to be an expensive thing.
Yup. Oh my god, I've missed this one area fucking too many times now.
I will say I enjoy the aspect of this like a lot more with somebody else controls when I end stream, because majority of my streams are like 2.5 hours at the most, and then I get a little exhausted, and I'm like I gotta relax. I'm gonna get off for a little bit, guys. I'm like, it's fine. I don't mind streaming that many hours, like that little bit, but getting someone else to control it, like I definitely wouldn't have streamed for 3.5 hours today.
I mean, you let me know when you're tired. I'm just kind of like chilling right now, man. So like I'm happy to end here.
No, it's all you. You're, like I said, that's the whole point of this, is you pick when I get off. So like if you decide you want to leave now, like it's more of a lot of it's really, I tell them too. I tell people like it has the model that they pick has to grow or has to go for at least an hour and a half for pitch kick, obviously, but they have to think about themselves as well, and think about just in general, like, do they want to stream for 4 hours, 5 hours? If not, then you can let me know when you're ready to go and pick a model that I can possibly get done in that amount of time.
Yeah.
And they could also give me like a 10-hour model and give me 2 hours just for the shits and giggles to see what like the model itself is. But I like the idea that it forces me to stay on because it's somebody else that chooses it. And people could always end whenever, but I have to eventually. I'll end and host out. We'll double host somebody. If we see anybody that has a pitch kick title, we'll double host them. If not, we'll host out somebody that we know, because that's what they kind of want me to host out someone that says pitch kick.
Right.
So we'll whenever that time comes, we'll look for that. But yeah, no, it's like I said, it's whenever. I'm fully expecting one of these days where I stream with someone. One of my streams will be at 7 o'clock. I have to work at like 8 in the morning next day, and I'm probably not going to bed till like 1 or 2 in the morning, because that's just how long that person's gonna stream.
I was gonna say, I mean, I've been live for almost 12 today.
Yeah, see, and if we were doing it the whole time, I'd be here for 12 hours trying to just add pieces to the character. Well, like, it's good because like you guys, whoever's with me can look at the character and be like, I think that's a good spot. This character looks good now. I think it's a good time to end. And then you guys get the decision in that as well. Yeah. So that's another thing that I like about it. Because then, you guys could be like, it also coerces you guys to stream a little longer. If you're like, I'm going to stream for like 2 hours. And you're like, you know what? Character doesn't look that good yet. I'm going to stay on longer until this character looks right.
Gotcha.
So it encourages us both to stream longer until we're both, obviously you guys, you get the final say in it, but that's just the point of the whole game.
I can tell you this much. I have not grown bored of slow-mo punching robots. I can definitely tell you that. I've not grown bored of slow-mo punching robots. I think this is probably the most fun I've had slow-mo punching robots in quite some time. Like, I don't know, dude. This game's just so fucking rad. It's just so rad. It's so easy to like pull you in.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the host, Sisters of the Hook.
W host.
Thank you. Welcome in. My hosting's a little weird, but that's okay. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Sisters of the Hook wasn't here earlier. I appreciate you being in here. I am Hugs, for those who don't know. I am a 3D modeler / animator. We are with Beard. We were doing Pitch Kick earlier, where he pitched this idea of a character to do, and I'm gonna hide that, but he pitched this idea of a character and I have to model it, and I can't end stream until he ends stream. So we could be here for another hour, we could be here for another 10 hours if he decides. So completely up to him. I will also put his name back up there, so if you guys want to check him out as well, he is currently still streaming. He is playing the game that of the character that I am making currently, so you guys can also see him. But yeah, thank you for the follow, IndieCD, and welcome in, guys. I hope your stream was good, Sisters of the Hook. Also, I'm not sure, you might not know her, but she's she does a lot of like I think the term, I don't know if it's crochet or is it, it's a lot of like knitting, yarn work, cool stuff like that.
Oh, that's sick.
Just a lot of cool artwork. Yeah,
that's actually really cool. I don't feel like I see a lot of that on Kick, but maybe I just honestly haven't like been looking. But I know that there's to my understanding, there's like a decent artist community here on Kick, which is super rad because like, you know, you need it. You really like, Kick needs like artists. Which is, again, it's super cool. And like a big shout out to the artists on Kick.
Yeah, I remember, I think Sisters of the Hook, I remember running into your stream. I think we hosted you out. I hosted you out like maybe 6 months ago, 7 months ago, something like that, when I first met you. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. I love seeing all the different mediums that people do for art. It's amazing to me that you can make different things like that. And one of the things, Sister of the Hook, that I mentioned was like my whole style is Burton-esque and Coraline. And like you saw the character for the follow when Indy followed me, that little character Hugsby, I made that. And it reminds me like the kind of stuff you do. Like if I ever had the chance to, I would definitely commission you to make my Hugsby character as an actual little stuffed guy, because I eventually want to sell him as when I make his animations later on, because I'm going to make full-length series to put on possibly a TV show later on. It's going to go on YouTube first. I would love to just see like a little prototype of her like knitting, crocheting a cool like version of him with little button eyes and like a crocheted Hugsby character. It would be so much fun. But yeah, definitely check out Sisters of the Hook for her stuff, guys, and appreciate everybody that's here. Definitely anybody that's coming in, check out Beard as well. He's an awesome guy. I don't know if that link ended up working.
There we go.
Let's see if that
followed Sisters of the Hook.
Yeah, definitely check out Beard as well. He's a cool variety streamer, really good, well, gaming mainly, but he's a really cool guy. Very down to earth and is very appreciative of the art community in general. Very respectful of everybody. He knows, he gets it. That's the word I'll use. He gets it.
He gets it. Shark Man.
Yeah, the Kick community, the Kick art community is crazy.
I mean, it seems like it's very full, which is awesome. You know, and like obviously, like I don't know, I fucking like Golden Boy Brian, for example, is somebody that I follow. I see him doing cartoons all the time, and I think that that's super fucking cool. You know, and like he's a homie, dude. He's mad chill, and I always like appreciate going into his streams because he's like super entertaining, and like sometimes he'd be just making cartoons, which is super cool. But the other thing too is just like, you know, support all of the artists, dude. They're all good people, and they're just trying to express some cool shit by like doing something off of a medium, you know, like art. I mean, I don't know, dude. I like to cook. Culinary arts, you know, it's like a whole thing. Like last night, for example, I made chili relleno, I made salsa roja, and I made cilantro lime rice, and like something that would probably take me like an hour at best ended up taking 3 because I was like recording it and chatting and doing all that. But the end result was beautiful and delicious, and I was like really excited about it. And like I got to share that with everybody, and I think that that's super sick.
Yeah, that's awesome. You can do stuff like that. Like it's its own form of art in a way because you're making something that's not only very tasty but something that's very cool looking. And you know, when you like, there's something about when you make a certain dish and you look at it and you're like, that just looks so appetizing. Like you can look at a Big Mac burger and you're like, that looks, you know, all right. But then you look at someone who makes like I you know, I'm all for like cool, you know, ways that people set up their food and stuff like that. I'm not huge on paying, you know, $500 for one piece of like rice or something.
Totally
you know?
get that.
But like the amount of stuff you can do is like crazy to make the presentation just look so much better. Like when they have that like those I don't know what they're called, when they have those like chocolate balls that you like have to crack with like a hammer and they open up and make something cool. Like I love that type of thing. I don't think it's worth the price that people pay for it.
It's definitely not, but you know, but like that's the thing too, right? Is like the experience itself is super cool. And like for some people it's worth that money, but like I can definitively say you know, like that's all stuff you can easily do at home as well. Like with enough gumption and some YouTube tutorials, you can pretty much like do anything. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, man, I really wish I could cook like you. And I'm like, you can. Like the internet is so full of knowledge at this point, especially about food, that like it's crazy to me that more people aren't like going out of their way to like try crazy recipes. Because like, holy shit, man, imagine if everybody was just like, you know, basically a Michelin star chef.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like it's totally possible to do.
Also, she said, Sister Hook said, art is amazing. Bonus points if I can eat it. Hashtag be motivated.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, in the NACD, you do 3D printing as well. You just haven't had time to figure out how to make it yourself. Yeah, that's something Beard does as well. He does 3D printing. I do 3D printing. The part of our whole thing earlier was we did an actual giveaway too, where I 3D print this character for the streamer that I'm partnered with on Pitch Kick for the day, and then we give away the same 3D print to someone on stream. And like I print it, I'll pay for the shipping wherever you are. I don't care if it's $200, $500, whatever. I'll pay for the shipping to get it to you because you're someone that came into my channel, and I very much appreciate that. You're here, you stuck out, you know, stuff like that. So definitely tune into the other Pitch Kicks. I have 5 more. I'll be doing giveaways for those ones as well. You might see a character or something that you like that someone does. I think one of my characters is a Fortnite model that I'm gonna have to make, so I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people that won't mind a Fortnite 3D print.
No, that'll be sick.
You know, people will love that, and it's free. You know, you just enter in. So I appreciate you being here and that you love watching 3D artists. Yeah, it's this character. If you saw the beginning, I can even show it so that everybody can see the transition, because it blows my mind when I do this to myself and I see the transitions. So I'll show you guys as well, in case anybody wants to see. We'll start off with this early rendition. I'll even go further back. We had this head first, little wonky, little bigger than it should have been. And then I went over, I learned a little bit, I did the body, created most of the body there, and I was like, this head just still doesn't feel right. It was too tall. Lowered it down a little bit, did a little bit more work. I think got to probably about here, where he's pretty well done. Like you could see the drastic differences in the character itself. And then obviously we're at this point now where I'm creating the leaves for him and moving on. But yeah, it's nice to see the different experiences. And like I said, check out Beard for sure. The dude is playing the game with this character, so if you really want to see how the character looks, and you know, you can pinpoint and see what I'm doing different, if I did something differently, if it's not right, you could definitely see the character from his point of view as well as he plays. Plus you can watch the game that I'm making, or the game that I'm like making the character from.
You can watch me play it badly if that's you know. Play it badly, but playing it nonetheless.
Yeah. And I'm also using ZBrush to do this.
Thank you so much.
It's crazy. It's crazy when you think like, so have you ever heard of ZBrush before today? Beard.
Yes, Josh has mentioned it. And then he was like, you should check out Blender, and I was like, all right, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, so Blender, everyone knows like a pretty good amount about Blender, and you can do almost the same exact stuff you can do in ZBrush. Like, and there's nothing wrong with choosing those. Reason I'm on ZBrush is because I went to college for 3D animation, 3D modeling, all that stuff. Like I said, my strongest suit is animation. That's what I'm best at. But modeling, they taught us through ZBrush. This was before Blender got popular, so obviously we didn't know about Blender. And they taught us through ZBrush a little bit. And the good thing with Blender is Blender and Maya, the other one, are really good at hard surface models, like models that have like machinery or like, you know, when you're handmade stuff where it's not as organic. Blender and Maya are really good at that. Blender can be good at organic sculpting as well, but it's a little... you have to like really get to know the program there as well, and I still think it's better at hard surface modeling. Whereas ZBrush, you're taking a ball, like you saw me start off with a little round ball, and I made this by just sculpting it out. It's like playing with clay versus Blender, which is a little bit better for playing with hard surface stuff. Yes, you can create the same type of stuff in Blender, but this ZBrush is specifically like an overpowered machine for organic modeling.
Absolutely. No, that's actually, I mean, I don't know, perspective, again, like, I don't know enough about it to be like, yeah, I'm an expert, but I know a little about a little, and Blender, specifically the class that I was taking, is like hard surface design, like oriented, so like definitely like more on like the robotics technology and stuff like that, and less on organic form. And it's hard. It's definitely hard. And there's also like a lot of like key macros to try and remember. Like, oh man, there's so many key macros to try and remember.
Yeah.
But like, it's so interesting. It's so interesting.
I think what's really cool about Blender too is their, I don't know if you've delved into it yet, but their geometry nodes functions.
I've taken a peek at it. I don't understand it quite enough yet, but it looks cool. It looks actually really cool. And I mean, again, it's nuts. Blender is, it's a very complex program for me, but like the more I play with it, the more I'll begin to build an understanding. And like, that's what's exciting.
So one thing I will say for sure about the geometry node stuff is it's like imagine, honestly, it might even be better for you to learn geometry nodes in the future. Like, I would definitely recommend it for you because you're in web development. It's like modeling for coders.
Interesting.
Like, the more, like, you can literally plug in a bunch of things into a socket and make, like, honestly, if you know how to do geometry nodes, you could probably make this exact character I'm making by just plugging in geometry sockets into each other and just code geometry to make this.
Damn.
Like, I'm not, like, it's crazy. Your art is absolutely enthralling, but it's 3:48 in the UK. I need to get some sleep before I go out at 10 a.m. Good luck on your finished product. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate you being in here. And yeah, definitely get sleep. But yeah, no, I would definitely say that, like, from your experience as a coder type person, that geometry nodes, look into them, because like I said, you can do amazing stuff. Like, you can create like fully procedural buildings where you just kind of change a slider and it'll change the amount of windows on it and move them in the right place. You can change like how many doors, where the doors are open, like lights, all that, by just moving a slider when you know how to code right.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, and I feel like it's an easier approach for you as well, like I said, with the whole coding perspective, where it's something you can be like, oh, I kind of understand this, like I have to plug this into here, and then it's just like coding it together, this whole thing. And Blender does have Python capabilities.
Yep.
I don't know how you are with Python, but Blender does have Python capabilities to do the same thing, where you can just kind of put in a script and it does the exact same type of stuff.
Interesting. I'm not hyper proficient with Python. I would be a liar if I said I was, but it's on my docket of things that I want to learn.
If you ever want, I actually have a class that me and my fiance took that I paid for. That's like this whole bundle I got from Humble Bundle.
Sure.
And I can send you the link. You can use, like, I don't care if you use my account, but it's like all like Python, JavaScript, C++, all that stuff. And it's a huge like class portfolio that shows you how to do more stuff. We've been doing it because my fiance is in web development as well, actually.
Nice.
So she's trying to learn more Python and get some more coding to try to find better paying jobs as well. So she's been using that to get a little more knowledge when she can.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
she said it's been extremely helpful for her. But I got it. I think it was like 200 courses for like $30
Not
Humble
bad.
bundle. And I was like, I'm gonna keep this in case I ever want to learn more coding. I said, and I will show, if anybody else ever wants this, I'll give this out because this is a crazy deal.
Yeah, that's insanity.
This one, wizardry, I say.
Dude, I am having the hardest time beating up Sharkman, and he's healing.
Also, yeah, I saw your thing earlier. So it's just the hook. It is kind of like, it's not. Yeah, it is kind of like a last man standing thing. But like, I'm stuck here no matter what. Like, I don't end until Beard ends, and then we just host out a streamer together.
Yep.
Like, no matter what, I can't. Like I said, I might have a streamer where I have to get up for work at 8 in the morning, and we could be here till like 2 in the morning. And I just, if I don't get sleep for the night, it's not a huge deal. I'll take a nap the next day because I don't have to stream the next day. But
What's
yeah,
your time zone, if you don't mind me asking?
EST.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, like I do have to, like, obviously if we somehow get to like 7 a.m. I'm gonna have to call it there because
Yeah.
I'm like, I do have to go to work, but I don't
Totally
expect
fair.
people to actually have me out or up here for 12 hours working on characters, because then they're honestly kind of monsters for that at that point.
Yeah, big time.
Go play. Oh my god, it's almost 10 p.m. here, and I have to go play live action Frogger for my day job tomorrow on the interstate. Look forward to catching you on that stream.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Indy. Yeah, much love, man. Thank you guys for being here for both of our streams. I appreciate
Seriously.
everybody that's been hanging out.
It's been really lovely. Okay, I have enough of those.
Yeah, there's definitely points where I'm expecting some streamers to keep me up pretty late, but
I mean, I'm
I will
not
say-
remotely tired at all, but I also understand the need to wake up and go to work because I
Yeah.
work at 9:30, so I definitely get that.
But
The
it
leaves are
is
cool.
what it is. I signed myself up for this, and I knew what I was getting into, so I came prepared mentally to some of these streams be stuck for a while.
Mm-hmm. It'll be
Like I
worth
said,
it though, man.
I have a feeling Creation's gonna have me up the longest,
Yeah,
because
probably.
we're gonna fall in love with trying to do these models, and his sculpts take like 2 to 3 weeks to do. Like, that dude will have no problem just staying on stream. But I might get lucky because he's doing pitch kick this week and next week as well, so he might stop just to get ready for his pitch kicks.
That's fucking rad.
Yeah, I'm doing a collab with Creations. Yeah, we're doing Saturday. Saturday stream. He's actually gonna pick the prompt, and he's gonna sculpt it like with his actual like hand stuff that he does while I sculpt the character. And it's kind of gonna be a sculpt off in a way. But
That's
mine's
exciting.
a lot easier because I can just press an undo button. How are you feeling so far with the game as you're going through it? Does it bring back a lot of nostalgia?
It's
Do you
super nostalgic for me, but I'm also remembering like highly annoying points. Like, for example, Sharkman. Sharkman's been kicking my ass, dude. Sharkman's been kicking my ass, and I'm just like, man, how did I beat him as a kid, dude? But like, it's hyper nostalgic. I love this game, dude. This game is so cool. I just the one regret I'm having right now is my adapter piece. Big bummer on that one, if we're being honest.
Sleep is for quitters and those who have nothing better to do, so I quit for the night.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, that is going to be an Escalade. When I thought about that, he brought the idea. I didn't have the idea for him to sculpt at the same time as me. I was like, no, you just pick a prompt. We can chill in Discord if you want to do something. You know, you could work on another sculpt you were doing or whatever, and we'll just chill. He was like, if you want, I'll just sculpt the same thing and we'll sculpt together. I was like, that did not cross my mind, but that's a really good idea. I should have said that. I was like, that's actually pretty cool.
Super cool, dude.
Yeah, I was like, to have someone sculpting it in real life and me sculpting it in 3D and then printing out he gets a print plus someone else gets a print and then he creates the actual sculpt itself. I was like, that's crazy that he thought about that.
I mean, that's rad. It's going to be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard from you what your favorite food is. Unless I
My
missed it,
favorite.
but...
Ooh, no, I don't think we actually discussed that. My favorite food. That's. Ooh, man, it really depends on the day of the week, for being honest. But like, there is something that like, I don't know. I think the perfect food is honestly pizza. Like, and I know that sounds almost like a cop-out answer, especially like I don't want to be like, especially of a chef of my caliber.
Yeah.
But like, pizza is just like universally, dude. I've never had a pizza so bad that I was like, this is terrible. Like, pizza
So,
is
like,
just so good.
You never had you never had something like maybe Papa John's or Little Caesars or something where you're like, oh,
man.
this is...
So okay, so it's funny that you mentioned that. I have a blood feud with Papa John's.
Really?
I have a blood feud with Papa John's. This will span generations. My son's 500 years down the road will hate Papa John's, and here's why. And I have proof. Papa John's delivered me a completely clean, empty box and then tried to pass it off like it was my fault.
What?
Yeah. I have proof, dude. I have proof. It happened, and I will never forgive them and their transgressions against my bloodline. But like, honestly, so like, typically, right? Because like, sometimes you just be getting drunk. But like, typically, if I'm doing pizza, I'm either making it or I'm ordering it from like a local spot. Like, I'm very pro small business, and honestly, chain pizza it's just not as good. It's just not as good. I would rather my money go further, even if it costs a little bit more. So like, a local spot will always treat you infinitely better than like a Papa John's. And like, at least I know if I order, like the local Italian spot, like, chances are they're gonna deliver my pie, which is highly important because pizza is like $20 for like a decent pie. But like, I don't know, I feel like pizza it like encompasses like carby, dairy, and vegetal and herby all at once, and you don't need a fork or a knife to eat it. You just kind of get in there and do the thing. And like, that's what I love about it. It's like, it's such a hands-on food. And because like, don't get me wrong, dude, I would honestly, I would take pasta over pizza like any day. But the perfect food is pizza because of its simplicity and the ability to make it as complex as you want. Pasta has rules. Pizza doesn't really have rules.
Be sure said chain pizza is not good, but I will put my wiener inside a Domino's pizza right now.
I mean, same, but also, if you had the option to not eat a chain pizza, right? Because like, it's late enough that you can just be like, what do we got for pizza options? Domino's. You got Domino's open, and don't get me wrong, dude, Domino's hits the spot, but it's not the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Sisters of the Hook, yeah, you heard that right. Yeah, they offer it. They literally gave him an empty box. Apparently, I'm still in shock at that.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually real. There are pictures of it on Twitter. I'm not even kidding. I was so angry, Hugs, like basically unreasonably angry, if we're being honest, because I was, maybe it was a fluke, but how do you as a delivery guy pick up a box, feel that it's not warm, feel that there's no weight to the box, and think, yeah, This is the box I'm gonna deliver to the house. Oh, by the way, they paid me a 20 bucks. You know, delivery like tip. And like you're just gonna pick that up and then you're gonna like literally shit on my doorstep like that? Like, nah, dog.
Yeah, she said I need the origin story here.
The origin story. Okay, I'm pausing my game. We're gonna get into this. We're talking about it. We're talking about it. So there I was, drunk as a skunk off of expensive whiskey, hanging out with my roommate slash best friend, and suddenly we got hungry. However, it was fairly late, which meant all of the good pizza places were closed. We had very little options. Papa John's, on the other hand, was open. Now, I'm not much of a betting man. I tend to stay away from blackjack tables, and I mostly stick to what I know. Papa John's was a variable. It was the first time I ever had Papa John's. And by first time I ever had Papa John's, I mean specifically the first time I ever ordered Papa John's. I've never had Papa John's in my life. Now, you might be wondering, who the fuck hasn't had Papa John's? Well, lots of people. I live in New England, so we have places like Papa Gino's. We also have places like Domino's, and we have places like Pizza Hut. Although Pizza Hut's kind of out of business at this point, at least in my area. And I know that Pizza Hut is more popular elsewhere, but for us, not so much. So we get some Papa John's, and I'm like really excited because they had like a fully loaded pizza, and I was like, I need me some of that garlic butter to get in my super drunk, oversaturated ass, and I need it quick. My roommate got his pizza. I was very excited about my pizza, so I open up the box. I open up the box with eyes full of sparkles, my belly grumbling, and I'm just like, yes, it's about to happen. Except it wasn't. It wasn't about to happen, and my world was shattered at that moment. So there I was, wasted. Yes, as most of these stories go, I was wasted. Now, maybe it was a fluke. I'm not sure. But here's the thing, okay? If you go into my Discord hugs, there's actually an event. This event has been here for a while now, but it's National Fuck Papa John's Day. It's Sunday, May 18th at 6 p.m. I will be wearing a cultist robe, making a pizza by hand somberly while I remember the time I didn't get a pizza delivered from the Antichrist. Also, I will be getting re-drunk on whiskey.
Now, hear me out on this.
Uh-huh.
What if you get really drunk that night and in protest of Papa John's, you actually end up giving it a second chance to see if they screw you again?
No, I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. I don't trust them at all. And like I would rather wear like heavy goth makeup. Like I'm talking like basically paint my face white and then shadow my face with like heavy black makeup and lipstick black and eyeshadow and liner black and then like smear it, then give them another shot.
She said dude needs to do audiobooks as a side note. I'm not gonna lie, the way that you started the story and then you got into the mic was definitely very intriguing. It got me a little more in. When your voice changed like that, I could not stop laughing because I was like, this actually is like kind of you got like really into it and it made it so much more of an enjoyable story.
I mean, but like that's the thing. So like here, hold on, let me find the I actually made a series of memes too because I was so pissed, dude. I was so pissed. Like there is a paper trail of like my anti Papa John's like propaganda in my Discord. Like here, let's see. Way too much mayonnaise on my phone. I'm gonna send you some things. You can review them whenever you want to review them. But I'm gonna go find the specific items. Like somebody even drew a doodle of me when somebody says Papa John's. This is great. This is actually hilarious to me because for a multitude of reasons, because I've just been so staunchly against, and dude, like people in my community will threaten to order me Papa John's, and I'm like, you would be
that's what-
wasting your money.
That's what she said. She said Chad has even offered to buy him, but he won't do it.
I won't, dude. I literally won't. Papa John's is literally the
So-
Antichrist.
So what would you do if a viewer just like you got to the door because someone knows your address and you open the door and it's Papa John's with a delivery driver right there?
That viewer's being banned, and that Papa John's delivery driver's being punched in the mouth. Because
She
I
said,
know,
but
I
how
know
did they
that box is
possibly-
empty.
She said, "How did they possibly blame that on you?"
Honestly, I have no idea. So there I was, sitting at the table after I received my Papa John's box. I actually have to download those photos from my fucking Twitter, dude. Hold on. Because I'm so angry. I'm angry about it.
I'm not gonna lie, you could definitely. She made a point there. You could make some T-shirts out of that.
Yeah, I'm going to start an online community. I'm going to start a second Discord that
Get
is
a
involved.
subreddit going.
Yes, such a good idea. I'm doing that later. Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay.
Fuck Papa John's or like protest Papa John's pizza.
Yes, dude. Let's see here.
And what you have to do is record yourself in that voice telling that exact story again and just leave it up there as the pin thing for that Reddit.
Let's see. Ooh, beer burp. Scrolling. Okay, hold on.
Oh, another thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, I'm gonna send you something you'll really fucking like.
Hopefully it's more anti-Papa John's propaganda.
It's something that's wild but reminded me of this, and I was like, let me it's like I definitely need to see if I can find this. And I don't know if it's still up, but we're gonna see.
Let me see here.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to put something in your chat.
Okay.
And can I send links? Do links work in your chat?
You should be able to. If not, just DM it to me and I'll just pull it up. Where are those photos? Hey, hun, do you know where those? I feel like I posted them.
I want you to look at this. Look at his TikTok, and you can show it on stream too. And I just want you to watch some of these and see your reaction.
Let's see here.
This is what it reminded me of, something just wild like this, and he should have blown up on TikTok for this, and I don't know why he didn't.
All right, it's on my screen. I just got to make sure.
I showed Greg this, and Greg couldn't believe it. And now it's an actual, like, one of the sounds that he makes is an actual meme. He said, bro, this is an actual, like, he's a meme in Greg's chat for this.
Let's see here.
I heard the Hot Pockets are pretty good cold.
Hot Pockets are good cold? Shut the fuck up. Oh, dude, what is he doing? Bro, you're gonna chip your fucking... Oh, you dirty bitch.
You gotta watch the other ones. They're all...
Oh, no.
I'll put it in my chat in case anybody wants to see these, because this guy's a legend and he should have blown up for these TikToks, because this is like wild.
Okay, hold on.
And I know he hates me bringing this up, but it is so fucking funny.
Nothing I can do about that, you know, just gaming. But it's Hot Pocket time, bro.
It's Hot Pocket time, guys.
I will constantly push this because he deserves to blow up for this. These TikToks deserve to be seen by everyone.
Dude, he's literally here right now. Bro!
I don't know if it's this one you're watching. One of these specifically, he takes a bunny, he's like, holy shit, that's fucking hot. And that's one of Greg's things when you fucking put, I think, exclamation point P-shirt. It's
Dude.
a soundbite that says that.
Dog, it's the cold Hot Pocket for me, dog. It's fucking Hot Pocket time. This is, I mean, gangster as fuck. I respect it. What's the best flavor Hot Pocket, though? Be honest with me.
Dude, we did a taste test with Greg on stream one night.
Yeah.
We did a taste test where we bought like 8 to 10 different Hot Pockets, and Greg bought a bunch, and we fucking rated them. I can't remember what we said was the best one. Fuck, was it?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Meatball marinara.
We were like trying a whole bunch, and we were like, dude, some of them were like so bad.
All right, ladies and
Isha,
gentlemen.
do you remember which one we voted the best? I couldn't remember which one it was.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's fucking beautiful.
Every one of the reviews are pepperoni. At least you guys are consistent about it. All right, can we at least agree that ham and cheese hot pockets are dicks?
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't remember. I think I remember him saying that it was the worst one or something. I just every time I remember that, I have to like show people because that is a legendary TikTok and
That's
like
so good.
Oh, yeah.
They should have gotten way more views back then
All
for
right,
what
well,
he did.
here's what we're doing. We're actually gonna hit him with a follow because I respect a man who, yeah, no, this is just.
Like if he would have done like a year's worth of just review, and dude, I'm pretty sure he said it's literally the same hot pocket every time he reviews.
That's totally fine.
Oh yeah, oh this is good. Don't say
I just he got really famous on Greg's stream because I had him. He literally had the soundbite where he goes, "Holy shit, that's fucking hot," and I made that my my sub sound at one point. So every time someone subbed, it made that noise, and then it played like Skrillex after.
Yo, Skrill, drop it hard. That's so fucking badass, dude. That's so fucking badass, dude. Oh
Look,
my god.
I love you, buddy, and I know you don't want me showing these to people, but like you should definitely be TikTok famous.
You should absolutely be TikTok famous, dog. Like there's in my mind, there's no reason why you wouldn't be TikTok famous for that. That's so fucking badass. That's so fucking badass. I'm proud of you, dog. I don't even know you and I'm proud of you. That's so fucking awesome. Okay. Yeah, anyways, full circle. Fuck Papa John's. Your pizza is ass because it doesn't show up. I don't even know what it tastes like, but I refuse to ever try and find out because let's just be honest. It's just fucking bad, dude. It's just fucking bad, dude. And like I don't even know what to say about it other than like, wow, I'm surprised that they managed to fuck up this hard. And like, sure, maybe my dollars don't mean anything because they are a corporation, but that's a soulless ass fucking corporation if we're being completely honest.
Yeah.
You know, like pizza's not that fucking hard and like listen, you can get baked as shit and still manage to make a pie and get it delivered. So like I don't know. Like real shit, Hugs, real shit. It's okay if you like Papa John's. I respect you.
I'm iffy on it. I don't always get it. My fiance absolutely hates it. We don't order it because she doesn't like it.
She's
like,
based.
She thinks it's disgusting.
She's based.
But definitely like something I don't usually order. Now, Domino's, B sure loves Domino's. He said he loves a good like family restaurant, but he like a family chain thing, but he will always crave Domino's. I only crave Domino's for their desserts. Something about Domino's desserts just make me so good, but then my stomach regrets it after. Like I fuck with Domino's desserts, but man, my stomach is never happy after.
Yeah. So here's another little secret for you. I don't have much of a sweet tooth unless I have imbibed in the giggle lettuce.
Wait. The first and only time I had Papa John's was at DreamHack Atlanta. There's no way.
Well,
that shit was clutch 10 beers deep. He said.
Nah, dog, that's crazy. All right, I'm unfollowing you on TikTok now, dog. Sorry, bro. You get unfollowed. Dog shit opinion. Brownies. Well, yeah, the brownies are always better when somebody else makes them for you, but like if I have to make them, they suck.
The lava cakes at fucking Domino's are like God sent to me, but man, I'll buy like 2 or 3 of them, eat them all like back to back, and then I'm like incredibly sick the next day.
I don't think that's necessarily that like you're intolerant to sugar. I think that's just like onset diabetes and you're eating too much sugar, bro.
Yeah, of course. I know that's what it is, especially with a family history of diabetes.
Oh man, dude.
But I don't eat sugar as much anymore. I definitely laid off a whole lot, but man, those things when I'm stoned and I was eating those.
Oh yeah, dude. My weakness honestly is like I take a couple hits off the Benjamin button, and then I'm like, dude, I need a cosmic brownie stat. I respect a good grudge, but like, dude, you could open a grudgery, like come into my office, let us grudge specifically about Papa John's. Listen, dude, I'm like the dwarves. I have a book of grudges, and every single page is covered in Papa John's name, and it's written in their shit ass sauce. Fuck Papa John's.
Dude, it was the perfect combo of shitty chain pizza and it being cold and me being drunk. And then he says, dude, a fucking Wawa hot dog sounds good right now.
Okay, but Wawa actually fucks.
Yeah,
Like-
Wawa does. But wait, so are you East Coast too?
Yeah, I am. I grew up in Boston. I live in New Hampshire right now.
Okay, yeah, because we live in Jersey.
Oh,
And,
yeah. Dude, Wawa's so good. Every time I go to Jersey, I have to stop at Wawa. I have to get like a bag of coffee, and I have to get like some kind of food just from Wawa, specifically because it's from Wawa. But I have to say this about Jersey. I don't understand the gas pump thing.
You don't, because you don't like having your gas pumped by somebody else?
No, dog. It's weird. It's weird. It's
Dude,
weird to me.
You know what's worse? People from Jersey, like me, my first time traveling out of Jersey by myself, like we took a trip. Well, not by myself. Me and my fiance took a trip to Chicago. We drove the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know how to work a gas pump. Did not know. I still don't know how to fucking flick the thing so you don't have to hold the pump. I will sit there and hold the pump and just hold the nozzle in the whole time. I still cannot figure out how to flick the thing to let the gas pump itself and just wait till it clicks and take it out.
That's okay. I'm not ripping on Jersey. I'm just saying you guys are conditioned to not use gas pumps. That's it.
Yeah.
Wes, what's going on, homie? The fuck? Big Hugs does 3D modeling? He does, and he does it really well. What's going on, Wes? Can we get a shout out for Wes real quick? There's it's like that here on the West Coast. Oregon, you aren't allowed to pump yourself. Listen, if anybody in Oregon tells me I can't pump myself, they're getting punched in the mouth. I'm just saying. I be in my hotel room alone. I know we just met, but like, how do you not have a fuck Papa John's emote? Listen, there's a certain amount of vulgarity that's allowed on the internet, and I just, I'm you know, you're right. I'm gonna Photoshop one. We just don't talk about it here. It's bad. It is. Dude.
You just said there's a little notch on the handle that it catches for the gas pump. Like, I know that, but I can't get it. I've tried. I literally spent some time there where we have a friend, because my fiance does skating competitions, and we drove all the way down to Virginia. And I'm literally holding it in there, and it's clicking out because I didn't have it the right way. She's like, "Do you need me to get out and help?" And I had to be a big boy and be like, "No, I got it. Let me do it." I was like, "I will figure it out. I'm a big kid. I will figure out how to use a gas pump because I don't ever have to use one."
Dude, honestly, that's the weirdest thing. Also, though, Jersey has the best sandwiches. The best,
really?
Dude. Okay, so my buddy who lives there, the reason I go to Jersey is so I can go visit him. He's like 40 minutes away from Pennsylvania, so he lives in a township like real close to Pennsylvania. And there's like a restaurant there that we called in like a dinner for 4. It was done in 10 minutes. You do not get dinner in under 10 minutes at a restaurant, like ever. Zoom out farther. There we go. So when we called in, right, I was like, "Yo, what's a Jersey sloppy Joe?" He's like, it's like corned beef and shit. And I was like, sold, easy. But what I got was like a sandwich that was like half of my fucking head, right? And it had slaw, it had corned beef, it had pastrami, it had like house-made dressing. It was on like Jewish rye and like perfectly toasted, cut perfectly, came with fries, and like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I drank so much tequila that day that like I really needed like food. So I'm sitting there basking in the Jersey sun on his back porch, swatting away wasp, because apparently it was like wasp season and he had like fruit trees, which I was like, "Dude, you got to do something about these wasps." And he's like, yeah, I know, we just bought the house. And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." So I get this thing, right? And like, he literally called, he was the only sober one. But he called and he was like, yeah, it'll be here in like 10 minutes. It shows up literally in 10 minutes. I was like, there's no fucking way, dude. You ordered for 4 people. What do you mean it's done in 10 minutes? He's like, I don't know, dude. It's just done in 10 minutes. And I was like, okay, sick. But I got the biggest fucking sandwich ever, dude. And I was super hungry too, like drunk hungry. But like, this motherfucker hands me like a 3-pound sandwich and a shitload of fries. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with all of this, dude? I wasn't even expecting it. He's like, yeah, I don't know. It's a Jersey Sloppy Joe. I never fucking had one from this place. I was like, you literally live in Jersey and you've never had one of these? You've lived in... Oh, dude, I housed the fuck out of it, bro. I was so drunk on tequila, dog. And, like, the best part, right? So, like, I have a lot of facial hair. My name is Beard for a reason, right? So, it looks like I took a blow bang on my face... And pardon me, and I apologize. I don't know if it's okay for me to say these things outwardly. But like I'm just covered in cheese and sauce and like a whole bunch of other shit. And I'm sitting there and I'm just like, dude, why don't they make sandwiches like this up north? And he's like, yeah, dude, sandwiches in the tri-state area are amazing. And honestly, dude, on my way back through, I went to Katz, right? And I just got like the fattest fucking pastrami ever. And like, I was just like, we need delis. Like, we need actual delis up north. And we need, dude, diners. Oh my God, dude.
Delis are definitely like the biggest thing that we get around our area. Like another thing too is a lot of people make fun of us for the way that we ask for our breakfast sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
Because we add, like, instead of, like, normal people say, hey, can I get a bacon, an egg, and a cheese? We go, a bacon, egg, and cheese?
Yeah, bacon, egg, and cheese.
We, like, say it super fast. And then, like a lot of people, like, for some reason, Jersey's really big with pork roll, too.
Oh, my God, dude. Pork roll is so fucking good, dude. I ate like so much of that shit while I was down there, bro.
Yeah,
and,
dude,
like,
a pork roll, egg, and cheese is, like, that fucks a pork roll and cheese. Like, that's, a lot of people know us for that stuff.
And, like, I don't know, man. The other thing, okay, now we're on to some food commentary. I fucking hate ketchup, dude, and everybody's putting salt, pepper, ketchup on everything. And I'm just like, let me get some Tapatio. Like, you can leave off the ketchup, but let me get some Tapatio. And they're like, no, trust me. Fuck ketchup, on God. Covered in cheese and sauce. I'm sorry, my good sir. Don't tempt me with a good time. No, okay. It was just so much all over the place. And I basically, like, at one point, I was just basically, like, rubbing it into my chest. And I was just like, fuck, Jersey Sloppy Joe.
So, let me ask you something. This is something I found out from somebody else, and I didn't know that this was a thing. I thought this was everywhere as well, and I didn't know it was a Jersey thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys do like salt, pepper, oregano, and oil and stuff on your subs?
Yeah, you got to.
Okay,
you got to.
Like so my mom and my stepdad went to Arizona for the World Series. And she went to Arizona and asked for it, and they gave her like the most confused face possible. Like they didn't know that went on a sandwich. And I was like, is that like a thing? I said, do other places not know what the fuck that you put like salt, pepper, oregano, oil, vinegar, like lettuce, tomato, onions, all that on a sub?
So
like,
okay, so here's the thing, right? It is a thing, but you have to ask for it.
Okay,
like you got to ask it to be dressed. Arizona here, we just add sand. That's crazy.
She asked for that, and well, like she just asked for a hoagie, and you know, because that's what we call them here. But she's like, yeah, I just want to get a hoagie. And first they gave her a look because she said hoagie, and then she just they made it for her, like they made the sub, and then afterwards she looked at it. She's like, you didn't put like salt, pepper, oregano, any of that on it. She's like, we don't usually do that. And she was like, you don't put that on a normal like
dry ass fucking sandwiches, dude. We call okay, so up here we call them grinders, not to be confused with the app, but it's same deal. You got to ask for it, otherwise they're gonna hand you a sandwich that's dry. But like those who know, right? Salt, pepper, oregano, oil, vinegar, honestly, hots too. Ketchup is for fast food and children. Snap, you get it, dude. You get me. Kiss me on your Kiss me on the mouth, dude.
Snap also said his name is Beard because Big Dick Slinger was taken.
That's not true, dude. It's the actual name I was trying to go for is it a freezer in here? Because like it's you know. Vinegar and peppers on the sandwich is clutch. True, dude. Yeah, no, that's I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's just like an Eastern Seaboard thing.
Yeah, because I didn't know that. I just assumed that's always what came on it. And then my mom told me, she went over there and she just ordered one. They didn't put it on there, and she was like so confused. It's like that's such a weird, because like we're so used to it where you ask for a hoagie and you just want everything on it, and that's what you get on it. It's fucking salt, pepper, oregano, oil, vinegar.
Thank you, Italians.
If you want to like.
Thank you, Italians, for like showing people how cold cuts should be. That's honestly, honest to God, dude. Like. I like, dude, there is a pizza place in Jersey. I'm just going to be honest with you, dude. And like, I'm literally like grabbing Jersey by the balls and throwing it right now. There was a pizza place that we got pizza from, and they served penne alla vodka on a fucking pie.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's no way. This has just got to be like they give you a pizza and like a dish of pasta. And my buddy Chris was like, no. They put it on the pie.
You wanna hear something else that we do?
Yeah, what's up?
There's these things. So it's a little bit of a South Jersey thing, but there's these things called fat pizzas with a PH.
Okay, what's a fat pizza?
One of them that you can get like mozzarella sticks and cheese fries and stuff on top. And then there's another one where it's called cheesesteak pizza, and it's steak, French fries, cheese whiz, and then I forget what else is on it.
Like an actual Philly, like with onions and everything?
If you want, you can get that on there, and it's on top of the pizza.
Oh, dude, stop. Like, I can only get so erect.
There's a cheesesteak hoagie pizza, which is like a full like cheesesteak hoagie on top of a pizza, yeah. That's
actually insane, and I want that right now.
We have fat sandwiches as well. This one place that does this really weird, like crazy one. It's chicken fingers, mozzarella sticks, steak, marinara sauce, and like a few like the regular like ingredients you would get on it, and it's just all mashed up and thrown on a fucking sub roll. And like it's pretty much a heart attack waiting to happen. But like we do a lot of stuff like that, like fat sandwiches and fat pizzas and fucking
Jesus Christ, dude. Gooner 69420 was taken. True. Butter chicken pizza. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Okay. You ever had butter chicken on a pizza?
like buttered, like actual buttered chicken on it?
No, like Indian butter chicken.
No, I have not.
You need to find a place or make it at home, because like, let me tell you, Hugs, I'm never gonna be skinny man. It's so fucking good, dude. It's so good. Like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Everybody, like, when you talk about New England, right, everybody's like, yeah, fucking chowder, bro, fucking chowder. But like, I don't know, dude. I'm like one of 4 white people here in New England who like seasons their food properly. Everybody else is just like salt and pepper, throw it on the seafood, throw some milk in it.
How do you guys do with hot sauce? Because like we do a lot of good hot sauce down here.
Dude, I love Jersey hot sauce. I love hot sauce in general. I'd be making hot sauce. I'd be buying a shitload of hot sauce. There are actually a couple of companies who produce hot sauces, like here specifically in NH, that are like super, super good. But like typically when the time comes around, specifically like blueberry season, it's like blueberry everything. And it's just like, fuck, dude, there's more things out there than blueberry. Fuck you, New England.
Oh, dude, another thing we get is we're very known for our Jersey tomatoes, and like if you give a person from Jersey a tomato that's not made in Jersey, they can taste the difference. Jesus. And they will tell you, like they could just taste any tomato you give them and tell you if it's made in Jersey, like if it's grown in Jersey.
That sounds again offensively like an Italian thing, like a Jersey Italian.
They'll be like, this isn't Jersey, is it?
Yeah.
Like, they get upset. Like people visibly hate when you give them a non-Jersey tomato.
Yeah, that sounds about right, dude. I don't know, man. I met like the oldest, nicest lady at a restaurant ever, and I walk in and I'm just like, table for 4, and she's like, "Oh, come over here," blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, "All right, yeah, no." And she like pinched me on the cheek, and she's like, "You're not from around here, are you?" And I was like, "What?" I've been here like 30 seconds, and she's like, "Let's go get you a fucking seat."
Yeah, that's one thing I will say, that like a lot of people aren't used to like how fucking much, like how, I don't know, the term is like how confident most Jersey people are, especially when you get up to North Jersey. Like when you get closer to like not the New York people, but the Jersey people that are right next to New York.
Yep.
They're like the most confident fucking people, and they don't care. They'll come up, they'll give you like the biggest hug, act like they've known you for years and shit. It is wild. And then you go to like other places where people just don't want to talk to each other. Like ever, they just walk down the street and won't say anything.
It's true,
but if
dude.
you walk down the street in Jersey, most people are like, "What's up? How's it going?" Like a big word we have that we got from Philly is John. Like
John's
like something.
Yep. Throw this John
So,
in
like,
here. Yeah.
Yeah. That's another thing that people are like. We get so many people that are like, "How the fuck do you use John?" And we're like, "You use it for anything."
Yeah,
it's literally
it's
just
interchangeable.
anything.
It's interchangeable for like a whole bunch of shit. Yeah. Blueberry hot sauce is fire. Yeah, it might be. Cheesesteak pizza is my Domino's go-to, bro. All right, I'm gonna follow Bisher again on TikTok.
Oh, dude, yo, is Wes still here? You gotta like play the song or play the sound and show Wes the video.
Yeah. I'll send him this shit. All right, I'll be right back again. I'm fucking laughing so much I gotta piss like a racehorse. Fuck.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm pretty much done this character. I just gotta pose him, which I'll pose him tomorrow and then get the print out in the next like week. But I'm pretty much done with this character now. There's not really much else I need to do to it. I mean, it's looking pretty solid to me in terms of like what I would need to add to it. Like overall, he looks pretty good. Like I said, I just gotta pose him to make it look like the picture. But that I have to do. I'm gonna put him into Blender and add stuff to him to get him in the right pose, and then transfer him over to a 3D model. I could do something. I could do actually is this. Let me grab. But yeah, I am pretty much done. Like I'm just kind of doing like little details here and there, like adding some stuff, but. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we're, like I said, basically done. I just gotta, once I bring it into Blender, it'll be done off stream. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm just giving him bones so that I can like pose him exactly how the picture is. And then I'm gonna add this little platform underneath here and have him kind of stand on the platform, and it holds him up so that he doesn't fall over. I gotta make it like big enough so he won't fall over, and then I can print him. Now, one thing about the print is it's not going to be huge, because something like with this guy here, I have to print them in pieces and put them all together, and it takes a lot longer for that. And I don't want these prints to take that long to get to everybody. So something I'll probably do is keep them like size-wise, like this character here. Like he's like kind of the size of my hand. He fits like pretty well in your hand, but I don't think I'm not going to do something with like fluffs, because this fluff is taking me like a month to do his, because I have to like glue the pieces together, sand them down, and fix them. It's a lot more time, and I have to get out 12 prints to people, so
fun.
I definitely don't have the time to do.
The model is looking great, honestly, man.
I mean, honestly, it's just slight fine-tuning at this point. There's really not a whole lot left for me to bother with it.
Yeah,
it's doing pretty good.
That's a huge W, dude.
I think it realistically took me like 3.5 hours, 3 hours ish to get the character done.
That's not bad, dude. It's actually not bad.
Don't look what I said. Dude, Snap, I looked at what you said, and I'm honestly like more than happy to do it, dude, and I'm all for doing that character. Like I said, and something, since it's a Fortnite skin, I'm sure that giveaway is going to go crazy, because people are going to want this. It's Fortnite and it's a 3D print. So
this is fucking rad, dude.
And it won't take like too long to do that either, Snap, like, to be honest with you. Majority of what I'm going to do, like I do with all my things, and I'll show you guys real quick too, is you can take base meshes, which is majority of what people do now, like this little male base mesh, and I just kind of move him around, make him the right angle, and then I just put the clothing and stuff over top. So that's most likely what I'll end up doing. I did that for Beard's thing. So I did this bottom half. I took the head off, and then I made the actual head myself and just added it into his actual piece here, and then just kind of made the outfit over top, and then just had to adjust it so it looks like an outfit.
I think it looks good, dude.
Yeah,
I would
came out
say
really well.
I would say you're probably at the completion point.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Hell yeah, dude. Do you have any raid target in mind?
Let's take a look. Check the front page first, because like I said, they want me to try to host out to somebody that has pitch kick, but if nobody's doing pitch kick, they said we can host out to someone of our choice, but they prefer hosting out to someone. So if nobody on the front page has pitch kick, or they're not doing pitch kick because it is kind of late,
Yeah, that's fair.
then we can definitely just send it out to whoever we want. But
Let's see here. So I'm not seeing anyone on front page with pitch kick at the moment.
yeah, I was gonna say I don't see any for that, so we can definitely send it over to somebody else. Oh, I forgot about Drake's stream with Aiden Ross right now.
That is true. He actually is. Bankrupt Eddie featuring Aiden Ross. Great.
You know who would be really cool to host?
Sure.
Do you know who Shorty Pie is?
I don't, but let's see. Shorty Pie.
She is currently going for I'm blanking on the name. She's going for this gaming group, and she's like top 5 right now. She was like out of I think 150 people, she ended up with top 5, and she's still like working on it. She's been like doing really, really well for herself and having a great time. I think she'd be somebody cool to host out, so we can double host her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus somebody, somebody new to show some love to.
What is pitch kick? Pitch kick is creators go and pitch ideas for content to Kick, and then they get front page slots if they're approved. I'm currently hanging out with Big Hugs. You should check out that link up on the top. I was like, wait a minute. And then I was like, oh, I'm looking at the wrong window. There we go. But yeah, so click that link. Go give Hugs a follow, because Hugs is amazing, and we've had a really good time. And yeah, Hugs actually took the character for the video game that I'm playing and turned it into a 3D model. So go give him a follow, and then kiss him on the head, on the forehead, and then say nice things to him right now.
And what I will say for everybody that is watching as well, this is only the first episode. I have 5 more pitch kick episodes to do. Definitely follow my X account. I will post that as well for you guys. I'll send it into Beard Stream as well in case you guys want to see. We're doing 5 more pieces that we're going to do with other artists, and the main goal of it is to I get a prompt from the other partner I'm with. They stream at the same time as me, and I cannot end stream until they end stream. So this model could take, like I said, it took 4 hours. We were chilling, having fun. But if Beard really wanted to, the hour and a half that I was on pitch kick after that, he could have ended, and this model could have looked like shit, and that could have been how it was. But I 3D print the model, give it to my partner that's with me for that night, and then I give away another of the same 3D print to someone in the chat. My next stream, I'm definitely going to do it while we're on the front page, just to do a cooler giveaway. So keep an eye out on my X, and I will definitely be showing some more love to people. We'll be doing another one Tuesday, and then another one, I believe Saturday, but I'll put up the schedule and let people know as we go. Yeah. So keep an eye out for that, and you could potentially win a 3D print. Like this is a 3D print that I'm giving away on my stream that people will see. I'm sure I'll post it as well on X, and Beard gets this one, and then his girlfriend got the other one through the giveaway. But we're gonna send that out, and then we're gonna go host out Shorty Pie as well, just to show some love.
Absolutely. So. Well, hey, dude, thank you for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I hope you had a good time. I had a fucking great time. And honestly, it was really nice to just chat and get to know you, dude.
Yeah, dude, it was a lot of fun. And like I said, you definitely made it a lot easier for the next few that I do. I feel a lot more comfortable now with it, because I was super nervous about this first one. So I'm very excited for the next one. So,
oh, hey, I'm glad to be the icebreaker, dude.
But yeah, we'll go host her out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll end things there.
All right, guys. Well, then I will catch you later. I'm going to go eat a fat bowl of food and then go stretch out my legs. Hugs, thank you again for having me, dude, and best of luck on the rest of your episodes. I had a blast, and I'm looking forward to doing some collaborations with you in the future.
Yeah, man.
All right, dude. I will catch you later.
All right, see ya.
Bye.